Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Was Born with All for One? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. I hope I'm not late, asked a man as he approached a bench in a park. Not at all, I arrived just a minute ago, answered a teenager who was sitting on the same bench. It was late, around 7 p.m. The air was just hot and the park completely empty. Everyone left half an hour ago. But the teenager didn't want to admit that he had been waiting all this time. Well then, tell me, how was school today? The usual question. Harsh. As always, the usual answer. I guess you won't tell me about you this time too? Why even ask? This man was a complete mystery. Maybe one day. He answered as neutral as possible before sitting next to the boy. That's what you always say. Our meetings have been going on for almost 5 years now. And each time you manage to pull out a story, I feel like an old man talking to his grandson in some kind of retirement home. He always tried to be funny. Sometimes he was simply awkward or creepy. It wasn't a problem though. The teenager knew this man was a good person. Aren't you? He ironically retorted. I'm young in my head, my body however, despite looking young, is old. Very old, and I still have to keep this mask. It's not like I could go everywhere. I would scare someone to death with this. True to his words, he was always wearing this massive black mask in form of a skull with a lot of tubes around it. I still wonder how people manage to not notice it, wondered the boy. Of course you know how. Or you're going to find out, right? Please go ahead. I do love when you look smart in front of me. Izuku looked at the ground for about a minute. Some quirks were more obvious than others, and at some point it was straight up illogical. A quirk? It isn't passive then. But if you use it in the streets, then you can't really control its effects either. So my theory is that you can only suppress it. Like you are doing with me right now, am I right? But the teen was always closer from the truth than what he estimated. The man shrugged, almost. Where was I wrong? Izuku knew this was a taunt. The part of the streets, I can't stay for a long time, you know this fact. That injury, you never showed it to me, sensei. Izuku remarked as he gestured at the mask of the man. You wouldn't like what you could see if I ever remove it? The man looked above him. Izuku didn't understand what he was looking at. He could hear something in the tree. Then he realized it was only a couple of birds. It's happening soon, reminded Izuku. Oh, this famous school exam? I'm still saying it is dangerous. Even for someone like you, another taunt. However, it wasn't meant to be aggressive, but rather to make sure Izuku was determined. I still believe that I can be a hero. I haven't changed my mind. Even without a quirk? This sharp question definitely hurt the boy. The man felt guilt. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that this way. No. I understand what you wanted to say. But I won't use quirks that do not belong to me. I will use my power only when it's necessary. Izuku showed his hands, wrapped in gloves. He liked them a lot. But they also reminded him of what he could do. You are handicapping yourself, that's what I always tell you, but still. I can't understand why you refuse to use it. You only did once after all. The teenager didn't answer. Instead he looked the other way. We are not so different. You also keep saying this, but we are not the same. You told me how you used it, but it doesn't mean I want to be exactly like you. Izuku answered back with a gentle tone. The man huffed. Izuku couldn't discern with the mask if it was deception or if he simply accepted. Oh, I hope you know what you are doing. Just don't hurt yourself. You became someone really important to me. I won't let you down, sir. The man shrugged again. Sir, hee. Of course you won't, my dear Izuku. Well, here is an advice. At UA the entrance exam is literally destroying a bunch of robots in order to get points. Are robots? But how do you even know that? Izuku was stunned literally. Haha, it's not like it's a secret. You haven't been digging that much. Anyway, I just wanted to say that wreaking havoc on some poor and weak robots isn't very heroic. Izuku saw that obviously the man wanted to tell him something. You think it hides another part of the exam? Oh, I don't think. He didn't say anything else. He really wanted Izuku to figure out the solution by himself. Not very heroic. So there is another exam. Right. The old man laughed softly and stood up. He stretched a bit and started to walk away. Who knows? You will tell me tomorrow, right? I won't have the results tomorrow. I was talking about how the exam went. And who are you kidding? You will get it. Good luck. He left. Yes, tomorrow would definitely be a memorable day. Though he didn't know in which way. The next day, Izuku just finished his breakfast and was getting ready to go out. Now he just needed his pair of gloves. But he could only find one. Izuku called his mother. She was next the entrance door of their apartment, holding the other glove in her hand. I just wanted to say that I was proud of you. No matter what happens, you are my son, Anne, and nothing will ever change that. I always tried to support you as much as I could. Maybe I was bad at my role. Maybe I never knew exactly how to help you. When we find out what was your quirk, I was scared. Scared that you would never be able to have a normal life. I'm so sorry. It was such a long time ago. This quirk was just. It wasn't bad. No quirk is good or bad, only the user is. When this incident with Katsuki happened, I feared the worst. In the end, no one remembers what happened. On that day I knew that you would never be able to use this quirk without being considered as a villain, a monster. And still you never gave up. Today you are giving everything you have and dash. His mother gave everything she had for him. Izuku loved her more than anyone else. Mom, that you can stop. You didn't have to prepare all of this for me. In fact, it's me that would be completely destroyed if I can't come back and get a positive result. I'm scared. But you know I have met someone just like me. We talked a lot together and today I think I'm ready. Your friend. I trust you, Izuku. Please, if you make it to you, make sure to bring him here. I don't think he will accept, but I will definitely ask him. I should really go now. Bringing back this one person to his house was probably not a good idea, but if his mother never let him down, she would be able to tolerate someone like him, right? You still have 2 hours to be at UA. You never have too much time, he answers, grabbing his backpack before leaving his apartment. Not so heroic. And in one night he still haven't figured it out. Heroic? What's heroic? He had to take the tramway in order to get to UA. He kept trying to understand what was the point of this exam. Of course people had to prove that their quirk were useful, but it isn't all what makes a hero. It simply doesn't make sense. This kind of exam is simply disgusting and unfair. What if someone doesn't have a quirk suited for fighting? But the tram stopped. Izuku had reached his destination. 3 years ago. What is this on your face? Just a scratch. I tripped when I was using my phone. Oh, alright. Are you gonna tell the same lie to your mother? My poker face is that bad. Kaken, he got angry again. Again, the man echoed on purpose. And what was it all about? I had the best note for our last exam and he didn't. Jealousy then. How pathetic. I still don't understand why you keep telling yourself he is your friend dash. I'm not, it's just that dash. The man turned around and stared at Izuku. See? I just have to look serious and you lose all control. There is a reason to why he keeps targeting you. I don't think he remembers the incident, of course. However, he is abusing of your quirkless status. As everyone is. You look weak. It's like a bucket of crab. Each time one will try to climb up, the others will just pull him back to the bottom. Please don't say that. Izuku's voice had become very low. He wasn't scared of being honest with this man. He was just too scared of the truth. One day, eventually, you will show him how weak he is compared to you. I will. But without this power. The man stood up and walked away. I won't be here for a week. I hope you can handle yourself during this time. But then he stopped. Oh, one last thing. Never be scared of being smarter than the others, as it is probably your best weapon. Izuku smiled and waved goodbye at the man. Day of the entrance exam. The gates of UA were massive. The school was almost a small city by itself. Or a big military base, depends of your point of view. But right after the gate, the inside was more welcoming. A bunch of trees with pink leaves, some were falling with the wind. He stopped for a moment to enjoy the view, but he didn't pay attention to the people walking around him. especially one who had planned to push him away. Out of my way, Izuku was pushed aside and he almost fell down. His former best friend did not even look at him after that, he just kept walking. The other students around them were either ignoring what happened or already losing interest and making their way inside. Are you okay? That, however, was unusual. Izuku looked behind him and saw a hand. Yes, I'm fine. It was nothing, thank you. Izuku grabbed the hand, and as he stood up he realized that this hand actually belonged to a girl. A very cute girl with brown hair and round cheeks, with a marvelous pair of eyes. I don't even know what this kind of person is doing here. Do you know him? I do. But don't worry. It's not important. Izuku had to go further, or else he would regret it. The most obvious option he had was to ask a general question. Yo, you are here for the exam too, right? Yes. Actually, it's great to be able to talk with someone else too. Well, to release some pressure, right? You don't know anyone here either, I guess. Katsuki was the only other student from Aldera who expressed his intention to take the entrance exam of UA. Yet Izuku managed to bump in him in less than a minute after he stepped on the school's ground. Sadly, no, I'm Achiko Uraraka. He got her name. At this point he would probably be able to accept his failure. He already accomplished something even harder. Aizu Izuku Midoriya, if that's my name, Weiss. We still have some time before going to the conference room. So, how about we stick together? Sure. I was going to ask the same thing. Well, Sensei was right. Being himself was hard, but oh how it felt good. And wow, he actually spoke to a girl? And got her name? In less than 1 minute? He was proud enough to feel proud multiple times in a row. Or he was probably becoming crazy. Hello. He didn't realize that now Achiko Uraraka was standing in front of him with a slightly worried look. Oh, what the? I spaced out, didn't I? Please don't tell me I said weird things. And no, you didn't say anything. Still, we should go now, just in case we get lost. This place is gigantic. Yeah. I wonder if every door is as great as the main gate. Most likely yes. I'm so scared. I wonder what the exam is all about. Robots. Izuku said softly. They kept walking. Achiko didn't quite catch what Izuku had said, yet after a whole minute this one word sounded really important. What? You said robots? Why? A good friend of mine told me what it would be. He didn't told me everything though, that would be cheating. I guess. Are robots then? I think I can deal with this. My quirk is called zero gravity. I can suppress the impact of gravity on anything I touch. Almost anything. It has to be solid, and I have a weight limit, and also, well, not a time limit, but I get sick if I do it for too long. Izuku had to resist. Such a quirk was simply too interesting. It had so much possibilities. What if she could hold her quirk long enough? Would the object or the person end up deriving somewhere, who knows, in space? To the moon? Could she use it on herself? And you, what's your quirk, Izuku? Well, I dash. Is it related to the gloves? If it's a cord, we can talk about something else, you know. I'm not forcing you. Yes, sorry, I'd rather not talk about my quirk, yes. They kept heading toward the conference room. They didn't talk much more on their way. They mostly asked each other about their schools, exchanging phone numbers, planning to have lunch together eventually. It felt so strange, especially for Izuku. According to the schedule, the written exams had to last for 3 hours, but the physical exam, however, had no special indication. Anyway, once they reached the conference room, which was in fact a gigantic amphitheater, they both received a seat number and a subject for the written exam. Achiko looked rather confident. She could sense the written exam wasn't necessary to be received. According to the schedule again, who knows why the staff of UA still use this exam if the results do not matter. Izuku's subject concerned math, history, and some kind of question about a hostage situation. Heroic philosophy? He could face math and history, but DMN this last part, there is no perfect answer for such a question. He would just have to take the best option. 3 years ago. You haven't been writing anything for more than 2 minutes. Are you suddenly out of ideas? I was wondering. Heroes can't be everywhere, right? They can't save everyone. Of course. Just like the police, it happens. Why though? You know, I like to read articles about heroes and their quirks, right? Well, I found some reports about the villain named Muscular Dash. Trash. Teach. Excuse me, I shouldn't have interrupted you, if I had to give you an answer. Imagine this situation: there is great war, a massive one between two civilizations of fighters. You are part of one of them and this one is pacifist. However, the other one simply thinks about killing everything and it is about to win. If you could end the war by destroying the entire hostile civilization along with yours, would you do it? What would happen if I do that? Simple. No more war. All the other civilizations are saved. But yours will be gone forever. In order to save billions, you killed millions without their consent. Izuku thought really hard about this question. Do not bother trying to find another way. This is your lesson for today. It's about sacrifice. You have to understand that not everyone can be saved, that's a fact. But you shall never give up because of this. You are always talking about how most heroes are bad and corrupted by the system. And yet you are helping me. Why? Because I think you can be different. The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference. Yes, I won't rephrase this 1 inch. I should go now. Mom is waiting for me. Oh yes, I'm not keeping you. After the written exam. At the end of the written exam, Izuku considered that he did great. He managed to find Achiko again in an area outside that had been prepared so the students could have their lunch here. Izuku waved at Achiko and sat next to her. What was your subject? Economy and chemistry. And something about quirk analysis. Oh, I would have liked this last one. He almost wanted to say killed for, but it might have sounded too weird, and right now he did not want it to lose Achiko's friendship? Can they even call that friendship? Quirk analysis? She asked. Why yes, I like to do that a lot. Here look, Izuku took his most recent notebook from his backpack and showed it to Achiko. He regretted this choice. He could actually end up looking like a stalker. It's so detailed. She closed it after reading the 5th page and took a look at the cover. Number 14. You made that many? Yes, I don't remember exactly when I started. Achiko noticed that the cover was a bit burned. Something happened? An accident? She asked, pointing at the burned corner. Not exactly. I think we are going to be separated for the practical exam. So, good luck if that's the case. And if it's not, well, we could help each other's right. But what about the points? Don't worry about me. I won't try to steal yours. As long as you don't try to steal mine's. Seems fair then. A bell rang, lunchtime had ended, all the examines converged to another conference room, still a massive one, very similar to the other in which Izuku had taken the written exam. But still an actual room made for conferences. Izuku was far away from Achiko once again, not a surprise. However, he ended up being right next to Katsuki Bakugo. Hopefully he wouldn't notice him. At least he didn't so far. The rules of the practical exam were presented by Present Mike. And the conference quickly turned into a one-man show. The rules were simple: 3 types of robots, each giving 1, 2, or 3 points upon destruction. There was also one last robot, but this one didn't give any point for its destruction. Instead, Present Mike simply said that the examines should just avoid it if it ever appears. Once the conference ended, the examines were sent to some kind of training facility inside UA. Izuku didn't see Achiko on his way. If he was right, they were supposed to be in the same area according to the hero's instructions. The facility was enormous. Obviously, UA really enjoyed to do everything more than seriously. The examines were given a few minutes so they could change. Izuku had a blue suit. He didn't thought too much about what he should be wearing for the exam. Expected for the gloves. For years ago. Gloves. That's new, the new, hyped thing maybe. No. In fact, I had to ask you if this kind of gloves could prevent me from using your quirk. I know why you are wearing this. I tried this method myself to see what could stop me. It doesn't work like that. Izuku gritted his teeth and proceeded to tear apart the gloves, but an hand stopped him. But they can be helpful psychologically. Quirks do not only activate if you want it. Your state of mind is a factor too, and if the gloves make you feel safer, then that's a solution. But you just said that it didn't stop me from using my quirk. I never said that it wasn't harder to use it. You did not listen until then, and as a good student you are trying to understand as fast as possible, and I admire that. But you also have to listen sometimes. Sorry, sensei. You should try black and green. It matches very well with your hair. Present time. The other examines sounded very confident about this exam. Izuku heard some discussing together as he was looking for Achiko. At the very least we have one less rival to worry about. Look how skinny he is. Yeah, compared to us he won't last for long. Lucky us. Biasardes. They shouldn't underestimate him. He found her again, she was trying to focus. He decided to wait Bifo. Hey you! Are you trying to interfere with everyone else on this exam? Another examine in a dark blue suit grabbed Izuku by the shoulder and dragged him further away from Achiko. What? Don't you see she is trying to focus? Either he was doing this on purpose or he really overreacted. Anyway, this was just getting annoying. Of course I'm seeing this. You never imagined that we could be friends or that I had no intention to disturb her at all? Izuku really had to work out his character. His answer only made the other examine raise an eyebrow. Stay art. This came out from absolutely nowhere. The massive doors of the training facility opened and everyone simply stood in front for 5 seconds. Izuku knew he should go, but he really wanted to find Achiko first. What are you waiting for? Asked a voice through a loudspeaker. Go on. You are wasting time. He didn't have much choice now. He was already far behind the group and he had lost Achiko. Izuku ran after one of the group and tried to find a part of the city where the robots were still active. And it wasn't that simple. He had no quirk. He couldn't simply smash the robots like most of the other examines did, and most of the time someone else would steal his robot. 10 minutes later he still didn't have any point. It was now or never. He had to figure out what was the other part of the exam or else. Suddenly a building collapsed right next to him, and on top of it there was an enormous metal hand. No wonder it was the famous 0-point robot. The other examines started to run away, and so did Izuku. They were all running toward the exit as if the exam was already finished, but instead Izuku just hid between 2 buildings. If only he could figure out what sensei meant. Help! Someone yelled from the street in which the 0-point robot had emerged. Achiko! Izuku ran toward the position of the voice without thinking, and his friend was here stuck under a rubble. Her body was being crushed. The robot was getting closer. No one was here to help her, and the other examines were just running away without paying attention to her calls. No, that's not fair. Izuku ran the opposite way. The robot was getting closer. Already his head was moving and aiming at Achiko. Achiko's was closing her eyes. She was giving up. Izuku yelled as loud as he was able to. He was going to need her help if she wanted to be saved. Achiko! She had her eyes wide open in the next second. Izuku? I'm stuck. I see that. You can't use your quirk. No, I'm exhausted. She was losing consciousness either because she was panicking or because she couldn't breathe. Considering her position, Izuku tried, but he couldn't move the debris. A lesson about sacrifice. Just this once. Izuku quickly took off both of his gloves and took Achiko's hand. I'm making a choice, sensei. 1 year ago. Using a quirk without taking it? Izuku was really interested by this option. Yes, I made some experiments about this when I used a quirk that forces another quirk to activate. It works. Not on every quirks, but mostly on contact quirks. I just thought this fact could be interesting. I don't even know how many quirks you analyzed, but what's funny is that you could never analyze your own quirk. It's not like I could. You never asked your mother? You said that her quirk wasn't so strong and, oh never mind. Telekinesis, right? Or the equivalent. Bad idea. It could either hurt me or my mother more than any other quirk I could take. That would be the case for any quirk which requires a sensible muscle like the brain, the heart or the lungs for example. It might also explains why our quirk doesn't work on mutations. Did you write this? I made some theories, Izuku admitted. Oh. May I have a look one day? I thought you couldn't read. I can't, but I can ask someone to do so. And I could also correct some informations if you want. That would be great. Present time. Izuku pressed Achiko's other hand as well as his own other hand on the biggest piece of debris above her, and the rubble started to float, just enough so he could get Achiko away. She was right about the time limit. Izuku was already feeling sick. He managed to save her at the very last moment. The next second the robot's fist ended right where Achiko was previously stuck. Stop. And that will be all, thank you. See you in 2 weeks. Maybe. Announced Present Mike through the speakers once again. The giant robot seemed to shut down. Izuku carefully dropped Achiko in a safe spot and he collapsed on the ground. There he goes. He completely failed the exam, but on the good side he saved someone and managed to make a friend. Places everyone, and again they thought it was funny to just make it pop in the middle of nowhere and, hey, it's not the time to sleep. Izuku stood up in surprise as a cane hit his head. It was an old woman, our recovery girl. At least you know my name. What happened to your friend? She said, pointing at the body of Achiko with her cane. I said she got stuck under some rubbles and I think she lost consciousness because her body was being compressed. Good observation. Here you are going to help me, would you? Carry her. It's not like I'm going to do everything myself, right? Why, yes. Half an hour later, Achiko opened her eyes. She was on something soft. A bed? And the room she was in was completely white. See, I told you she was all right. An old lady face appeared above Achiko. Where am I? She asked, clearly confused by the drastic change of environment. You lost consciousness during the exam, so your friend over here carried you to the infirmary. She pointed her thumb behind her. Izuku was sitting on a chair and waving awkwardly. Izuku. Thank you. Without him, Nizu's toy would have crushed you. The rubbles were already barely letting you breath and your ankle was getting twisted. Don't worry though, right now you are in the exact same state as you were this morning. Thank you, Miss Dash. Recovery girl, I guess we will be seeing each other's a lot if you manage to make a good score. I was watching but not judging, so it's not up to me. But I can tell that you made a great performance. Achiko was almost crying. She was feeling very exhausted, but if she could move she would hug the nearest person next to her. Really? Thank you so much. Her parents will be so happy. Stay here for 5 minutes, please. I just have a few things to see before you leave. No problem. And you, Izuku? How was the exam? Emmy? I think I did as great as you. His smile seemed honest, but there was something's off with it. Well, oh no. I'm late. Sorry, havtoli vemimamiswaiten form bataya really wanta ta stay until Leo wake up, let's text each other later, goodbye. Achiko only understood that his mom was waiting, but she was still impressed that he managed to put so much in 10 seconds. When Recovery Girl came back with a cup of water and a bunch of paper, the old woman wasn't smiling anymore. Something is wrong? Asked Achiko. Oh, nothing really, he is right. He really did a great job. There is in fact 2 kind of point system. Villain and hero points if you prefer. He got 0 villain points, but by saving you when everyone else was running away, he probably got the maximum amount of hero points. So, why do you look so sad? Even with a Heitseeker like this he won't get in. Recovery Girl gave Achiko a cup of water with a pill. Why? He's quirkless, she answered after thinking about the question. Here is chapter 2. Damn, I think I'm really getting somewhere with this story. This time nothing will be rushed or a chord or 2 OOC. And again I would like to thank my beta reader Lego Masterlord, Elm for short, who is doing an amazing work. And knows a lot of memes. BTW, laughing face. Lego Masterlord. Yep, but have to keep one contained, or he might kill one of us. Anywho, reviews. Mike 202303. Nice, but he ain't quirkless. True. So true. Oh yeah, forgot about that. He can answer reviews with me, great. And yeah, he isn't quirkless, but it's not like he can go around stealing quirks, huh? Lego Masterlord. He's quirkless? That's a funny joke. Izuku. Prepare yourself, Yue. Grabs a knife and draws blood from hand because I don't think so. Ha. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Am I the only one thinking of rituals here? Did you just answer your own FING review? That's fourth wall breaking, you are under arrest. Try it. I'll unleash the most destructive meme that has been brought back by Devil Artemis. What the hell is a Devil Artemis? Ryujin Himari. This is how you do a is waffle. I don't mind the interactions with Sensei, but I'll be overjoyed when we get to Kamino. Love this, please keep it up. We will. Yeah, we definitely will. Though I'm still the one doing all the hard work, huh? Class Alpha 5. Pretty interesting plot so far. Well written as well. I am looking forward to more chapters of Prohibited Power in the coming future. Thank you for your support then. Yeah. And buy us a coffee. Or a Bitcoin so I can stop wasting my life writing fanfiction for free, laughing face. Speckled Blight. I like the way that this is written. Could I ask how much and how often you will update? Just for reference. When we have a chapter ready, we look at it and then upload it. If that's what you wanted to know. Each time I feel like a chapter is done, I send it to Lego and he sends it back to me under the form of a docs. Update time will vary as I have many stories to update, but I really just update some when I feel like I found a good chapter or when I'm motivated. MHA is mostly the one which gets updated at least once a week. You are staring. The letter is supposed to arrive tonight. How could I not be staring at the ground? Did this girl talk with you? She did. Thank you again. Ahihi. Looks like my teaching ended up giving you a girlfriend. This feels really awkward. And not yet. Oh, trust me, with this kind of charisma you can get her without even trying. Charisma? Yes. I never tried myself, but I guess you could give me some reports. Absolutely not. I won't be part of this kind of experiment. Never said you had to. Tell me, what's written on your file considering your quirk? Quirkless. And you did hid your little use of the all for one during the exam, right? I pressed her hand on the tube at the same time as I did this. Way it looks like I'm pushing the rubbles away. Good. Because if they find out you have a quirk, then this could be a real problem and not only for you. Care to explain? Oh. Very simple. Falsifying official documents, as well as using them in order to infiltrate a national establishment's dash. Don't you think it's already going too far? I'm just getting started, huh? Well, sorry, but my mom is waiting. I shouldn't have phrased it like that. See? This kind of charisma. Now go, I have places to be too. However, Izuku didn't say one thing. Indeed, he and Achiko had been texting to each other until tonight, and one of the main subjects concerned how he actually helped her to move away from under the rubbles. The only explanation he could use was that he used her own quirk by pressing her hand against the rubble, but Achiko kept arguing that her quirk didn't really work like that. Izuku could only answer that he had no idea of how he managed to activate it then. He also avoided the subject of Achiko with his mother, though she did ask a lot about how the exam went on. Tonight there was katsudon, his favorite plate. And now he was staring at a fish head. Or rather at its eyes. Izuku, are you okay? He had no idea of how much time he just spent looking at the fish head, but his mother's expression was enough to tell that it was far longer than it should have been for any sane human being. Weiss. Sorry. I'm just. The letter. Still nothing? WL. We can always hope. It isn't 9 p.m. yet. Someone knocked at the door. And for a moment the whole family froze. Izuku dropped his fish head and his mother almost ended up losing her balance. The letter. Izuku was about to run at the door himself, but in an outburst his mother was gone from the table and at the door greeting someone. And the said someone sounded really scared by his mom's sudden moment of aggressiveness. She came back with a blank face. And an half-crushed letter in her hands. It sits here. She dropped on her knees, losing both her words and the control of her own body. Izuku grabbed the letter and examined it for a moment. There was Yue's seal on it. His mother gave him a nod, and in the next minute he was locked inside his bedroom. The decisive moment. A letter in front of him with either an open door to his dream or... He couldn't think about the failure. He reached for the seal. It was very well glued to the letter. He pulled with all his strength until the envelope was teared apart. Inside there was a small metal disc with a big button. He pressed it and an hologram appeared. Is it recording? I should try again. BIP hello? Maybe the volume is a bit debip test. At first Izuku, though it was a very bad joke, but as he watched all this nonsense he started to recognize the person in the hologram. He had already saw him. Nizu, the director of UA himself. Sorry, I'm not used to record anything as my dear colleagues are the only ones to do it. And they have a full set too. Anyway, This is indeed an hologram for your exam results, not a joke or an error, so. Izuku Midoriya, I have take a personal interest in you. Your quirkless status is part of your situation. This recording already sounded relatively tense. You see, each year after the exam we carefully watch records of the examines, and we attribute points according to their performance. You scored 0 against the robots. I suppose you have already guessed that. It's not a problem. I'm not saying you had absolutely no chance, but you definitely had a disadvantage. I should have stipulated that weapons were allowed. As long as they are not lethal, of course. Makes sense. So far Nizu was exactly as most of the article he read described him, serious and performant. Now considering the other system of point, the hero points. Well, me and my colleagues did not have the same point of view. Most of them tried to give an unfair amount of point, and by unfair I mean almost negative. But they forgot that I get the finale answer, and you, Izuku Midoriya. With a total of 80 points you are ranking first for the entrance exam. First. Izuku's mind was 5 seconds away from blowing the F up. I suppose that now you are ready to listen again. Nizu casually counted 10 seconds in his recording. I really would like to talk with you. So I personally invite you for a meeting one day before the official start of the school year. There must be an official pass in the envelope, and there is also my phone number. If you have any problem, contact me. Before Nizu was done, Izuku had already put the phone number in his phone and written it in at least 3 different places in his room. When he opened the door of his bedroom, once again his mother was still doing circles in the corridor, completely unaware that he was out. Done. Izuku. S.O.W.L. Unclear. I'm kind of first of the exam, but I still have to meet with the director himself, and please slapmazognos notadrium dash. Izuku, stop mumbling. When and where is this meeting taking place? The day before the start of the year. Phone conversation between Izuku and Achiko. The director himself? I heard that he was a mouse or something. Actually, Nizu can be considered a crossbreed between a dog-mouse bear, to form a Dees? I made that up. GS. Don't worry, I always thought he was only a very big mouse, reference to Disney? Or maybe he is a mutant Ewok from the Christmas Star Wars movies? A mix, to be exact. It's because I was first for the exam, No hard feelings. And no, not at all. I'm really happy. In fact, did you know I was 4th? F4th. That's amazing. Then both of us will get into the hero course for sure. Izuku received no answer for a moment. Achiko? Did I lose the signal? I'm here, sorry. Just had something burning. I really hope it will work out for you. Did he confirm anything? WL. No, he didn't, in fact. Just said that he was really interested in my performance, yes, and he wanted to meet me in person. Still, that's one day before we start. I guess it tells a lot already. How many points? And you? 28 villain points and 45 rescue points. Wow, that's a lot. I guess you really get a height score with this second system in 28? You destroyed so much robots. Your quirk is awesome. I wonder how you got your rescue points. Maybe it's because you rescued me? Who knows how they even give the points? That's a good question. Well, I should leave you now. My mom is probably making circles in front of my bedroom and we still haven't finished to eat. Why is my life so hard? You are free. I have to go eat too. Good night. Good night. Izuku hung up and finally breathed. To be interrupted once again by his brother, who literally burst into his room. You have a girlfriend? Please don't leave me alone. I'm not ready to see you go. I'm not so old yet. Before he could reply, his mother proceeded to tightly hug him to show her love. Sue did not almost say strangle to death. A few days later, UA's front gate. Great. It's closed. Maybe there is an intercom or something. Izuku walked around the gate for about 5 minutes without finding anything. Well, there was a regular mailbox but nothing else. Last solution, he had to use Nizu's phone number. He waited until finally someone answered. Hello. Nizu is here. Who is calling? And Mr. Nizu. I'm Izuku Midoriya. You asked to meet me in dash. Before he could add anything, the gate opened and behind it stood a very little person. Sorry, I forgot it was supposed to be closed. The staff is enjoying their last day off. Anyway, come. We have so much to discuss. And even more paperwork behind. Paperwork? Yes, about your inscription, assurances and all the boring stuff, as if you were being hired for a pizzeria night guard shift. Nizu turned around and headed inside UA with Izuku trotting behind to keep up with him. I'm not exactly sure why I am here. What are going to talk about exactly? Oh yes, I couldn't tell you everything since I had a limit with the hologram projector. What you have to know is that right now you are not officially a student at UA. But you said dash. I said I had the last word, but I couldn't simply tell to all the teacher that their decision didn't matter. And in that case it was simply unfair. They almost all agreed to not let you in because you are quirkless and they assumed you wouldn't be able to keep up with the program. I completely disagree with this, so right now I'm doing everything to let you in. Thank you, sir, it really means a lot to me. However, I fear that they won't stop here. Even if I let you in, the teachers aren't going to treat you as a simple student. It's fine. I'm used to this kind of things. They reached Nizu's office. It was very simple, a big desk, a pair of shelves and a few chairs. There was also a wonderful view on the whole school, or at least a great part of it. Have a seat. Nizu went behind his desk and instead of sitting in his chair he sat directly on the desk in front of Izuku, so they were at the same level. Now before we start I want you to do one thing. Nizu opened a drawer and took out a few sheets of paper. That's dash. Yes, you see your written exam results were simply perfect. I want you to do it again, here on front of me. Nizu dropped the sheets in front of Izuku and took out a pen for him. I'm not implying that you cheated or anything, it's just a little test that I made myself. Himself? Izuku took a look at the subject. It was twice as long as the exam he had already passed and way harder. But this time there was something really close from quirk analysis. How much time do I have? As much as you need. Meanwhile I will prepare the papers for your inscription. Oh, and if you need anything simply call me. Izuku nodded as an answer and started exploring the subject. Once Nizu saw that Izuku was concentrated, he left his office. In fact, he lied. Everything was ready. He just wanted to see how Izuku looked like and what kind of person he was. Poor boy. You really like to go all out, right? Asked an old woman on his path. Plus ultra, right? I didn't make something impossible, don't worry. Just almost clearly impossible. Humph, close enough. You are really going to let him in? You disagree with my decision? I never thought you would. I'm deceived. I don't care if he is quirkless or not, I'm just worried about what the others will do to him. You know how cruel the humankind is. That's exactly why I'm giving him a chance, because he could become as cruel as them, and if young Midoriya happened to be pushed too far then I fear the worst. He has the talents, the capacities to become a great hero. He just lacks the ways and the help to do so. Fine, but I won't treat him differently either. Then that's settled. Do you want to watch him with me? No, I'm not a psychopath and I have an appointment. Enjoy the show alone. Nizu raised both of his arms in a comic way. Recovery Girl simply sighed and left. Nizu had cameras everywhere. Now the walls also had eyes. From a security room he could see Izuku work. Eventually he stopped for about 30 seconds before scribbling again without stopping. Nizu was impressed by Izuku's determination and he hoped that he would be even more by his results. But there was one detail that seemed off. Nizu couldn't figure out why Izuku was wearing gloves while he was working. Maybe he forgot to take them off? 3 hours later Izuku finally dropped his pen and read the whole subject once again. Then he took out his phone and called Nizu. Sir, I finished the subject. Excellent. I'll be back in a few minutes. He came back in the next minute and found Izuku looking around at the office. I will have a look at it later, thank you. He grabbed Izuku's subject and put it back in a drawer. Now, concerning your class, you will join class 1A, you deserve it after all. Oh, and it wasn't supposed to be revealed before the start of the year, but All Might himself will be teaching at UA. 3-2, All Might? Yes, he will be teaching for the next generation of heroes, and you will be part of it. It's an honor. Haha, I'm glad that an individual like you is going to be part of our school. Right, yes. So as I was saying, my colleagues have no idea that you will be a student and some especially Isawa, are gonna try to expel you. Expel? Isn't that a bit overdramatic? The person I'm talking about already expelled a whole class on their first day. Just make sure to not annoy him. Wait dash, Izuku took out a notebook from his backpack. Do you mind if I take some notes? Absolutely not. So next we have, never mind, I think Mike won't bother you that much if you have good grades and if you eventually listen to his show on the radio. Seems easy to do. And then we have, later that day, you spent almost half of your day taking notes about your teachers just to not get expelled. What a great shot of Yue. Sensei was having a look at Izuku's notes on Yue's teachers and what he should avoid to do once he was at Yue. It's not that bad. Nizu is really friendly and he said he will support me. You won't always be able to rely on him. One day you will have to show everyone what you can do, you will have to show them that you are not a weak quirkless. That there is one last thing I have to tell you. Well have. It's not important since you will know tomorrow probably, but All Might will be teaching at Yue. There was an awkward silence. Sensei tightened his grip on his pant and stared at the horizon. Oh, really? I know you do not like him. And also, sorry, I should have kept this for me, wrong topic. Maybe one day I will tell you why I hate him. Anyway, I really hope you will survive your first day. That's the baptism of fire, right? Indeed, that's the right expression. Do not misunderstand what I'm about to say, but you will have to realize, very soon, that UA is much more close from a military school than you think. If you say so, I have to go now. See you later. Yes. Izuku took back his notebook and left his sensei alone. Please. Stay safe, Sensei whispered to the wind. No, you won't be. Izuku barely had the time to call Achiko. When he got back home it was already 9 p.m. and after eating he still had to triple check everything for tomorrow. And once he had finished it was already 11 p.m. His mom was sleeping since an hour at least. Why do I always have to run somewhere? And right when he was about to collapse in his bed still wearing his clothes, another detail hit him in the face. He had no costume ready and Nisa didn't give him anything. He will just drop something at his office tomorrow if he figures out something. Well, he did see each year for UA's festival that the student had some kind of blue and white suit. Maybe he will get one like this. He was about to take off his clothes when he felt something grabbing him from behind and pulling. At first everything was black, he couldn't move at all, and then he hit something, the ground? It was stone and it was cold. His surroundings were in the dark, but there was a few light sources, a bunch of screens, one light, and red sparkles? It was getting really close from him. Sorry, but it was necessary. That voice. Sensei? But where are we? Did you bring me here? Answers. Yes, that's me. You are in my, well, call it a lair, and I brought you here because I don't think you will be able to survive your first day. Izuku stood up to look around. He knew that Sensei had a dark past, but he never knew that he lived in this place. Did you really have to this in the middle of the night? From what I see you weren't sleeping yet and you are well awake. I was about to do so. I just spent the 3 last hours making sure that I was ready. Good, because now I will spend the next 2 hours making sure you are physically ready. Sensei, I can't dash. But because you do not trust me? No, you do. Because it's too late? From what I learned, heroes never knows when things are going to happen and they do not decide whether or not they do work. And finally, how are you going to defeat a bunch of talented kids with their quirks when you won't even use yours? Izuku was speechless. Sensei pushed him to his limits, and he knew that he would not stop until he was right. And in the end Sensei wasn't simply using logic to win this argument. This time he was right. Izuku had absolutely no way to fight against them right now. You are right again. What should I do then? Simple, I'm going to help you. For the next 2 hours I will give you some basics and some movements from my own set. Are really? Your own. I may have to tell you again that I lived for over 2 centuries. I know exactly how to fight, even when I can't use any quirks. See this as the passing of the torch. You really know how to make things great. Most of the time. Now dodge. Inko had never felt so proud and relieved. Her son would finally become a hero even if it had to be the long way around and through many hardships. She made sure to wake him up soon enough so he could at least recover a bit from this long night. He really wanted this first day to be perfect. Sorry, Mom, I couldn't find my gloves. Inko was still preparing the breakfast. Don't worry, you still have an hour to get ready. She took a plate and turned around to give it to Izuku when she discovered that her son had a red mark on his cheek. What happened? She asked, almost dropping the plate on the ground to check on Izuku. And nothing, don't worry, I fell from my bed because I thought I was late. Lie, of course it was a lie. But he didn't came back with this mark yesterday, so how did he get it? Wasn't serious after all, so she could just act like she believed him. Oh, I'm relieved then. Now finish your breakfast and go. You don't want to be late on your first day, and make sure to say hi to your girlfriend. She isn't my girlfriend. Later at UA, Sensei went all out on him. But it was worth the cost. Izuku didn't really learn fight movements, he would rather describe them as dodging. He didn't have a great body either. Next time he will have to avoid being hurt. His mom really didn't seem to like that. He wasn't even sure it would be useful on his first day. What could possibly happen? Achiko lived further away than him from UA, so she would probably reach the school later. He didn't know if she was in the same class than him. One dashed. Izuku stopped in front of a 15-foot tall door with 1 labeled on it. Izuku! Called someone behind him. Achiko! I think I found my class. You mean ours then? That's great. Achiko took a look at the wall and tried to imagine how big was the room. Do you think it's bigger on the inside? Who knows? We should get in before our teacher arrives. Unless he is already in. It's only 7. I guess we have some time ahead of us. Hey, what's that on your face? The red mark? I hit my desk this morning, thought I was late. Hit your desk? It must be really sharp then. Yes, a really sharp one. Also, I talked with the director about our homeroom teacher. Just avoid talking about fun and routine. Achiko became suspicious. What did you two talk about? Too much. Won't tell you more though. Should we get in now? We won't become heroes if we just stare at the door. Alright, you first then. Why me? You were the one to suggest, and beside you are taller than me, so if it's a weird trap then you may act as a human shield. Izuku didn't know if it was humor or logic, so he simply opened the door and took a look inside the classroom. It was awfully normal, students talking to each other about their quirks and the exam. And especially 2 students roaring at each other's. Oh crap. Izuku turned around and got out of the classroom, almost pushing Achiko on his way. Hey, what's wrong? Second row, last seat. I guess you recognize him. Achiko slightly opened the door to take a look too. They kept him in then? That's weird. Are you scared of him? I'm not. But if he realizes I'm here, I will definitely have an angry explosive guy on my back in the next second. Why would he do that? You know him, right? What's wrong with him? This is Katsuki Bakugo. Quirk Explosion has been praised for his quirk all his life and is basically a heartless cocky bastard who thinks everyone is inferior to him. That's clever. But you are still gonna have to get inside. How much time do I have? 7:56. Come and now get inside. Izuku took a serious expression and opened the door once again. But maybe worth too much enthusiasm as half of the class now stared at. Sorry, the wind I guess. You. A tall student walked toward Izuku and bowed. I recognize you from the entrance exam, please let me apologize. Don't really, it's nothing, I am Dash. Izuku Midoriya, the one who scored first at the entrance exam. Congratulations, I am Tenya Ida. Achiko popped up next to Izuku and waved at Tenya. I don't know if you remember me, but I helped you with a robot. Oh yes. You are the girl with the gravity quirk. Ida proceeded to shake Achiko's hand. Thank you. I guess that thanks to you we both earned hero points. It was nothing really, I am Achiko Urara Dash. If you are here to socialize then get out. Achiko turned around to find out who said that, but she found nothing. Down here, she looked down and found a yellow sleeping bag on the floor. Better, now all of you have 5 seconds to be on your seats and silent. The class executed the sleeping bag's order, but as Izuku was moving toward his place he ended up face to face with Katsuki. If he could he would have yelled something, but right now they had to be on their seats, so he simply pushed Izuku. Though we will have to work on this. Anyway, the sleeping bag opened, revealing a man completely dressed in black. Except for some kind of scarf, he looked very tired, or like someone who was still recovering from a drug overdose. I am Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. Now get a suit and meet me outside. We are going to start with a quirk assessment test, or whatever you call it. No one protested about this. Achiko would have though if Izuku didn't warn her about their homeroom teacher. The others exchanged a glance and took a suit one after the other from two boxes located on the left of the classroom. Off to a great start, right? Asked Achiko as she picked up a suit. It could be Dash. Never mind, I was going to say it is going to get worse, corrected Izuku. My beta reader Lego Master Lord might not be able to help me. So this chapter has been corrected by myself. Hopefully it's good enough. Lego Master Lord Chapter 2. For those who wonder what a Devil Artemis is, it's not a it, it's a he. He's a YouTuber on YouTube who makes animations called the Cellverses, where Cell just tends to talk and make inappropriate jokes. They have Zarbon for a reason. Most recent video he made was Cell vs. Emo Kermit, Universe 6. Commenter Chapter 2. I think Sensei is well beyond 2 decades old, 20 years. Corrected, my bad. For someone with the high specs quirk, Niza sure had the idiot ball for not accounting for the gates being closed. Unless he was making a first impression by opening the gate as soon as Izuku called. Niza knows Izuku is kinda shy, so he is trying to look family friendly, so yeah, call that a first impression. Guess Chapter 2. Amazing. Thank you. Mike 202303 Chapter 2. You could at least use one quirk. Izuku, make it your main. NOP, Izuku won't use any quirk. But his. Do you know who he is, Izuku? I mean our teacher. As a pro hero, Achiko was trying to speak as quietly as possible. She didn't want to be Aizawa's victim once again. And plus she was the first of the day and the year. Niza didn't tell me, but this scarf, I could swear I saw it somewhere, and when it comes to his quirk it's definitely linked to his eyes. I'm not sure the director would let someone as tired as him teach if there wasn't a good excuse. Signs of exhaustion, black clothes, he works during the night. An underground pro. Why yes, of course. It's Eraser Head. Izuku beamed. Eraser what? Asked Achiko, completely lost as she tried to picture Aizawa with a literal eraser costume. Eraser Head, with his quirk he can suppress someone else's quirk just by looking at them. Wow, I had never heard of a quirk that could block another quirk. It must be rare. That's why he is so tired. And that might also explain why he is so, I wouldn't say angry. In a bad mood? Grumpy? Maybe he is bored. That explain why he don't want to see us socializing. Makes noises. Achiko slowed down so she and Izuku would be a bit behind the whole class as they were walking outside. Izuku didn't notice though as they kept chatting together. Why did you lie? Lie? What are you talking about? You can stop pretending. Recovery girl told me while I was at the infirmary, you are quirkless, Izuku. How are you going to pass Aizawa's test? As she told you. You have to understand, I am sorry. I feared that you would treat me differently if you knew I had no power. I guess it doesn't matter. Maybe everyone does this test at the beginning of the year, so the teachers can keep track on our progress. I would never do that. She yelled at Izuku before she saw that she actually scared him. For real? Sorry, I shouldn't have yelled like Dash. Is everything okay? I heard someone scream. Tenya was really quick when it came to investigating on something that didn't seem normal or proper. Sorry, Tenya. Izuku asked it I could send people to space with my quirk and I overreacted. Achiko smiled awkwardly. Oh right. You two shouldn't slow down, we might be late. He proceeded to turn around and run back with the class. Honestly, I'm glad someone doesn't look down on me for once. Thank you, Achiko. For years ago. They forgot you. I'm sorry, but I don't see how this is even possible. During our sport class the teacher asked me to stand somewhere. We were playing dodgeball. And that's all. Excuse me, but your story doesn't make sense. There is simply no context. Now tell me, why did your teacher ask you to stand away? He said that I wasn't resistant enough for this exercise. Resistant? Did he thought that your head would get detached from your body if you happened to get hit by a ball? No. He had created groups before the exercise. According to physical capacities, mine didn't play, that's all. And you don't happen to know who was in your group. Right? His head, which made Sensei sigh and rub his neck. One day you will have to accept that they aren't fair with you. I know they aren't. What else can I do? Once I become a hero, they will see that they were wrong. And you think they are just going to let that happen? Tell me. Do you think black and white people became equal just like that? Do you think people with mutants' quirk are treated equally today? Equality is a lie. The funny and cute little things you are being taught, when you are like 4 years old, those little lessons about life. That's garbage. If you want to be treated equally, you have to be better than them, stronger, smarter, colder. Them I should become worse than them. Haha, at least I'm sure you will never become a bad hero. Common now, next time I hope you will tell me how your game of dodgeball went. Katsuki Bakugo. Yes. In junior height, what was your best result for the softball throw? 67 meters. Then try doing it with your quirk. Aizawa threw a ball for Katsuki and started looking at some device for the test. Katsuki took the ball in his hand and made a great turn with his arm and die. The ball flew away with a trail of fire as if it was a missile. Achiko looked at Izuku. Her face simply told that she expects something less barbaric. Die. She whispered. Don't try to know if he was serious or not. Poor ball though, he answered back with a half-broken smile. This is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. Aizawa turned around toward the class and showed the device he had been holding. It displayed 705.2 meters. The whole class started talking about how amazing it was. And then someone pronounced the word, fun. Fun? You think this is fun? Alright, whoever ends in last place at the end of all the 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion. Expulsion. That's it. Izuku was already in the jungle. He couldn't, or rather didn't want to believe that Aizawa did that on purpose only because he was here. In fact, he really hoped his teacher had only lied so the class would be at their maximum during the test. And still Nizu did say that he had already expelled a whole class 1 year. And that he had all the rights to do so. Izuku felt something grab his hand. It was Achiko. Hopefully he still had his gloves to avoid an incident. Aizawa had finished to argue with a few students who didn't like his method. For the next 3 years UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. Go beyond plus ultra. Demonstration is over. Now we will start with 50-meter dash. 50 meters dash. Izuku didn't have much time to analyze each member of his class, but he knew that some of them definitely had no quirk that could help them to run faster, and there was 2 runway. In fact, his theory about motivation could be true. Putting 2 runway so the students can keep track on the person in the other runway. In the end, Aizawa didn't seem like a bad person nor sounded, and he knew a lot in this field. This test. To what extent was he authorized to go in order to not be in last position? There was still something fishy about it. Of course, everyone would use their quirks to get extraordinary results. During the 50-meter dash he had to run with Katsuki. He didn't expect this situation. Both of them walked to the start line. There was a small camera at the end of the runway. It was here to give the time of each student, but there was no way to exploit this detail and he didn't know exactly what Aizawa allowed. On your mark. G-. Aizawa's voice was cut off by the sounds of Katsuki's explosions, which knocked Izuku away and sent him at least 3 meters away from the runway. He did it on purpose. He did it on purpose. This BSTRD. Izuku finished the dash in more than 12 seconds. And Aizawa didn't say a thing. He saw that Achiko was about to intervene, but Izuku simply gestured to her to give up. The other students started whispering between each others. Izuku couldn't hear what they were saying, but he could guess. In the end it answered his question. He could do anything. Aizawa would not say a thing. Are you okay? I have seen worse. Izuku got closer from Achiko and whispered, I am the one getting expelled, right? That's what everyone said. Achiko looked behind her for a second. Please tell me you have an idea to get out of this mess. I'm going to exploit Aizawa's rules. Only the last one get expelled, right? 2 hours later, Izuku finished last on each activities. It was simply depressing. Alright, I will let you breath for a minute, I need some eyes drop. He left the class in the gym. And as he left, Aizawa did something really interesting. He dropped his tablet on a bench. What if... Izuku, what are you doing? Achiko grabbed his hand to stop him. I have no other choice. If I can change my results dash, then he will notice. And you will get expelled. The last exercise is the ball throw. I was last on all the others, it's not like I can just be first now. Sorry, but I have to do this. Achiko let Izuku's hand go. Just. Please consider what I said, maybe he is lying. Sure. The ball throw, yes. I'll use my quirk on the ball and dash. I see what you were trying to plan, Achiko. It would work, yes, that's genius, but Aizawa would never allow that, and I really want to do this on my own. Even if it means that I get expelled. Achiko sighed. Please don't go. Then she went back to chat with the rest of the class. No one was watching. But Achiko was right. If Izuku changed his own results, Aizawa would be able to accuse him. And he couldn't change someone else's result in order to not be last. But then he got an idea. 2 years ago. I think I found my question. Then I'm not completely useless to you. Ask, go on. What would be the very last solution during a crisis? Do you know what is nuclear deterrence? You mean with the weapons? Absolutely. Today there isn't much use for this kind of weapon. Now they're quirk much more dangerous than this kind of toy. Well, the lesson for today is about deterrence. No one would be stupid enough to use its final weapon if the other can use it too. Tell me, what would be the result? Chaos. No winner, everyone would be at the same level. Exactly. Deterrence, forcing your opponents to give up the fight before it even starts. Izuku took the tablet. No one noticed. He went to a locker room. It only took him a minute. He went back and dropped the tablet exactly where he picked it up. And again no one saw him. Achiko was drinking a bottle of water along with the others. The atmosphere was relatively relaxed. Obviously all the other students felt safe. Not for long, when she noticed Izuku approaching with a satisfied smile, she knew something changed. So, now the odds are balanced. Achiko moved a bit from the group so she could talk with Izuku without being heard. What did you change? Everything, he answered, still smiling. Everything. By everything you mean? I changed everyone's score and put it to infinite. I didn't know it was even possible. I also erased all the previous records. At the same moment Aizawa came back, rubbing his eyes at the same time. He picked up his tablet from the bench and frowned. Very funny, he muttered loud enough so the whole class would hear. Alright. So, there was a problem with your results. So I will only count the last test. This blast announcement started a lot of whispering, but they didn't last for long. You have 2 minutes to be outside. So this is what you meant by balancing the odds. You put everyone on the same level so Aizawa would be forced to only count the last test. I hoped he would. So far it looks like he is. Somewhere at the same moment. You summoned me, sensei? Oh. Yes, come closer please. I don't want to yell across the whole room. Sensei gestured for Kurogyari to take a few steps. Do you need anything again? No. Not this time, I have special orders. Tamura is already planning. As you suggested, he is. But you are to keep this for yourself and never tell Tamura, understood? Yes, sensei. There is student at UA. Izuku Midoriya, if you ever encounter him. He is to be left unharmed. Kurogyari flinched for a second. He wouldn't ask sensei's reason, never. But this was definitely unusual. So, excuse me, sensei, I lost focus for a moment. Yes. Izuku Midoriya is to be left unharmed. But may I ask if he is part of the plan? It was risky, but Kurogyari was simply too curious. Not exactly, but I can tell you he is indeed part of a plan. Now go back to Tamura. And remember, this information is to be kept secret, even if I disappear. Yes, sensei. Kurogyari warped away. I wonder how Izuku is doing right now. Izuku was supposed to be the last one to throw, at least now. He had all his chances. Achiko actually scored infinite with her quirk. He must say that this was kind of fun to watch everyone wait for almost 5 minutes until the Aizawa's tablet decided to stop tracking the ball. Katsuki did even better than the last time, about 50 meters better. Those who didn't have a good quirk for this exercise threw the ball at around 50 meters. It was still impressive. Midoriya. Your turn, called Aizawa. Izuku walked into the white circle and took the ball, 50 meters. Yes, he could do that if he gave all he had. He took his breath and with all his might he launched the ball. 68.4 meters. Good, we are done here. Oh, and by the way, I was lying about the expulsion stuff. What? Screamed everyone, excepted for Izuku, a boy with an ice and fire quirk, and the girl that could create tools. That seemed obvious. It was only an excuse so we wouldn't take this test as a simple game, she explained. What the FCK? Why aren't you expelling Deku? Yells Katsuki at Aizawa. Calm down, would you, and who is Dash? This quirkless trash was last on every test and now you are just Dash. Katsuki found himself completely restrained and unable to scream anymore. Do that again and you will be the one to get expelled. I'm about to release you, and if I hear any little kind of annoying nonsense coming from your mouth, I'll send you straight to hell. Understood? Katsuki didn't move for a minute and simply grunted. After that, Aizawa released him. Go back to the class. I'll be here in a minute. The class moved. Izuku was about to follow, but Aizawa grabbed him by the shoulder. Expect you. We have to talk. Why, sir? I never thought you would mess that much with the results. In fact, I'm impressed you did so quickly. Izuku was being praised. No one ever did. Except Sensei. For once people would treat him just like anyone, Dash. But you completely ruined this test. It broke Izuku's hopes. But I Dash. You didn't notice? Everyone knew that you would be in last position until your little trick with the results, and you know what they did before that? They felt safe. So they weren't at their maximum, so I'm going to be clear. If you happen to become a handicap for this class, I'm expelling you immediately. Yes. Good, now stop wasting my time and go back to the class. Wasting his time? Becoming a handicap. Izuku hated Aizawa as much as Katsuki. Once he was back into the classroom, he received a lot of glances and heard some whispers about the exam, which consisted in, is he really quirkless? That's so strange. Isn't he the one who scored first during the exam? How did he do that? He must have cheated. The most annoying thing was that they were completely wrong. He wasn't quirkless at all. In fact, he could be much more quirk than any of them, and no, he didn't cheat. He happened to be better than them, that's all. He kept smiling as if nothing was happening and sat at the desk next to Achiko. So far, nothing indicated that the desks were attributed to a student in particular. Well, looks like it's not so different, he whispered to her. I'm so sorry. Oh, don't be. What did Aizawa tell you? Idea rather not mention this conversation, excuse me. I guess the worst part of the day is behind us now. At the end of the day, Izuku managed to learn the name of some of his classmates. Though they mostly avoided him and he didn't try to reach out either. Achiko asked if he wanted to walk with her for a while, but he explained that he needed some alone time. He didn't remember the last time he had been so angry. The last time he felt so lost. Yet he remembered that when he met Sensei, his presence was overwhelming. He simply had something that felt dead around him, an aura that could force you to give up any kind of hope and courage. And yet this man was a monster. They simply happened to find each other's. Izuku was lost and Sensei was here to cheer him up. He was innocent and yet a murderer was the only person that could help him. This man became an idol to him. He wanted to be smart like him, strong like him, even feared like him. A hero so terrifying that no villain would ever dare defy him. It had been a long time since All Might disappeared from his mind. Each day he would wait until he could see him once again and talk about everything. He would always be honest even when the truth was terrible or simply not a good one. The only other people he had been able to rely on so far were his mom and Achiko. She actually knew he was quirkless. And yet she was different. She didn't judge him. He had saved her once and it was enough to prove that he could be a hero. He finally reached the park. Empty as always, no wonder why. This place was filled with garbage and trash. Sensei was here already, waiting on a bench. Most of the time it was Izuku who would wait. Today they switched. Finally there. You look exhausted, stated Sensei. I am. Hey. I survived. Congratulations, now tell me about this first day. Izuku went on to explain everything that happened this morning. Mostly the afternoon wasn't so important as it was only about the regular classes. And that's it. Now I'm here chatting with you. It could have been a better day. Sensei sighed and relaxed his body on the bench. Hopefully I'm no the one in this hell. Do you imagine having to do all that work in my current Candidi dash? I need you to train me. What? I need to get stronger. What you taught me last night. It won't be enough. Please, I need to get stronger. You do know it isn't that simple if you don't use all for one. Izuku gritted his teeth. It wasn't deception but fear. Fear of failing, but Izuku immediately looked back at Sensei. If you really want to train them, we will do just like yesterday. Every night until you are strong enough, I will also help you with all for one. I didn't tell you all the secrets of this. Thank you. Do not. It won't be a fun thing. When I said training I was serious. In fact I implied way more than that. You did work a bit to get in shape, but as you are right now it is simply not enough. You lack of determination. Determination. If one day you had to kill to save people, would you do it? Don't even try to tell me a hero doesn't kill. I'm serious. One day this situation might happen and you will have to be strong-willed enough to take someone else's life, am I clear? But how do you want me to train in order to kill? Simple, you will do it on me. What? You could stab me 1,000 times, I will still be standing up. To be honest, I think it will take a small nuclear bomb to knock me out. That's insane. That would mean that you have a terrible quantity of shock and radiation absorption quirk along with regeneration, of course. In the end they are all the same. Don't you think this is a strange fact? As users of all for one we have no quirk factor in our bodies, which is why we are signaled as quirkless. Oh, but if I remember your doctor only checked for your foot, right? An extra bone? I have it too, you know. Ha, fools. No one is completely quirkless nowadays. But with all the quirks in your body, you must have a great quantity of quirk factor, right? Good question. I never checked. The conversation ended here for a moment, until Izuku picked up his notebook. Oh, also, I changed my hero costume. It's a bit awkward, but you really inspired me to make it and... Sorry, I forgot you couldn't dash. No. I'm sure that whatever you designed it must be great. Around the same time at UA. That's unusual, huh? Hey Eraser. Come here for a second. Sometimes Nizu went into the teacher's room to chat a bit or simply get some coffee. Right now he wasn't really welcomed, but he was still the one giving the paycheck from another point of view so the staff could deal with him. Aizawa really needed some sleep. The afternoon wasn't enough to fully recover the long nights and now days of work. But Nizu wouldn't stop harassing him, so he courageously got out of his sleeping bag and dragged his body to Nizu. What is this? He asked, clearly showing he was annoyed. Midoriya's costume. At first our partners who works the creation of all the students' equipment sent it back to me because they believed it was a bad joke, ha. Aizawa didn't pay any attention at first, he just hoped that he would soon be dismissed. But when Nizu spoke about a joke he rubbed his eyes and found out what was wrong with Izuku's costume. It looked very villainous. That's indeed a bad joke, a very bad one. The whole body seemed normal, a black and green suit made to ease the movements, a pair of reinforced gloves. This detail seemed weird, but why not after all? And finally the head. It had been replaced by a black helmet and some kind of mask with a bunch of tubes. Aizawa wasn't even sure if he was looking correctly at that. I wonder what inspired him. Well, I'm still sending it back with an excuse about this mistake. You are not gonna let him wear such a thing. Are you? I am. I swear. If you think you can allow everything only because you are Dash. Oh, so that's why you are in a bad mood today. You didn't know. I feared that you would. You were right. So now tell me, why did you give him a chance if you think he can't stand up to our level? After all, you left your tablet on purpose, did you? Because I was in the same position as he was. Aizawa silently left the room, leaving Mezu alone. Well, Nizu took out a bunch of paper sheets, not exactly when it comes to written results, huh? There was a big perfect on each of the sheets. Later that night. But now there is something I would like to show you. Izuku panted. Sensei wasn't physically strong, but with all this quirks he was as strong as hundreds of people united. See, can we do a break? No, now come here and take my hand. Wire. Your hand? Yes, it's a small trick but it can be useful. I want you to pull one of my quirks slow dash. No. I already said I will never do that again. I said pull, I never said take. There is a small limit between those two. And in this gap your opponent can't use his quirk. Sensei raised both of his hand. In one of them he created a small fireball. Now try. And remember, I said to pull slowly. Right now we are just working on mastering your control overall for one. You never practiced, did you? Oh, of course no. Izuku gently took Sensei's other hand. To us. Immense, so many quirks. I can't find dash. Are you even trying to find it? Do not give me any bad excuse and pull it. Sensei's tone became more aggressive. I think I got it. Izuku pulled. Slowly, as Sensei said. As he did, he could feel that the quirk became more and more resistant, and at the same time the fireball was diminishing. Good. Now close your eyes and tell me when you feel the limit. Here, Izuku opened his eyes. The fireball was gone. Good. Now release, let's see if you were right. Izuku released the quirk and the fireball appeared once again. Perfect. The user doesn't feel anything as long as you don't try to actually take it. They will only be confused by this little trick and you will be at the same level as them. Now let's do this a few hundreds times just so you can master it. I'm supposed to be in my bed right now. You were the one who asked for help, and I'm not letting you go until you have finished. I'm back. This chapter gave me a lot of troubles as I am not so good to write combat scene. Lego Masterlord Chapter 3. If you all are wondering what happened to me, then know that I started school on 8, so that means I will edit right on Fridays, store days, and Sundays. Sorry for the inconvenience, especially for Griffin. So, what's our plans for the future look like for Chapter 4? Griffin? It's about time I take some responsibilities. This chapter will be proofread by myself. I'm about to fail miserably, am I? Guess Chapter 3. I really like this. Keep it up. I'm kinda done seeing weird fanfics about Izuku x Katsuki or Shoto. Or the worst of all, Achiko x Katsuki. Seriously, how the FCK does anyone manage to torture Achiko with him? Not that I dislike those stories or say that they are trash, I simply says that this is not what I'm looking for and maybe people could try something else. Okay, that's still not what I wanted to say. The Honest Potato Chapter 3. #Dad for one. No, not this time, it's really just going to be a student-teacher relationship. Shadowwolf 0 Chapter 3. Really like the idea for this story. Variations have been done before, but I like this take best of all. Can't wait for your next chapter. Here it is, and it's a big one. Raymain Chapter 3. This is one of the best AFO Izuku AU I've read. Izuku's development will be hard because he will rely on his intellect. I'll wait for the next update and good luck. Oh, he will, but he will also receive some help from the smartest person in the world. After Eobard-thon, of course. Smiley face, his plans have plans WTF. Broken Horn Chapter 3. Love this story, can't wait for the next chapter. Thank you for your support. Soul Sun Fanfics Chapter 3. This is seriously awesome. I love how All for One has a soft spot for our green bean. Reminds him of a certain someone, that's all. Lich King Chapter 3. Please update and keep up the good work, my dude. WWWRY. Forgotten One Chapter 3. Really liking this story. Keep it up. Again, thank you guys for all the amazing support I'm getting for my 7th BFIC. I lost the count, but it was necessary to get to this level. Happy face. Izuku, hey. Are you ready for dash? When she spotted her friend ahead of her on the way to Achiko was ready to give him a small tap on the back, but he turned around and she ended up meeting with a small version of Aizawa. Are you okay? She worried. Yes. Absolutely. I'm just a bit off today. Izuku was focusing so much to stay up, in fact, that he barely recognized Achiko for a second. Did you forget to sleep? Oh. I kinda ended up training all night. If he could see the truth, he would say that the king of demons tortured him until he became an instrument of chaos and destruction. Though that also sounds cool in the end. You shouldn't have done that. Besides, today don't you know? All Might is a teacher. Some students were talking about that when I was walking home yesterday. That's so cool, my parents won't believe me, beamed Achiko as she randomly punched the air. Oh. In fact, I knew, Izuku genuinely admitted. You knew? Hey. I was a secret. I couldn't just tell everyone. And you would have know eventually. What exactly did you do yesterday? Well, I worked on my costume, yes. I was working on some upgrades and I ended up falling asleep on my desk, if only it was true. Sensei didn't go easy on him at all. They tried a lot of different quirks so Izuku would be able to feel any quirk way faster than he did before. According to Sensei, each quirk had a special touch. It was harder with him because he had an almost infinite quantity, but any other opponent would only have one quirk. The purpose of their training last night was to be able to identify and pull a quirk quickly without not pulling enough or too much. 1A classroom a few minutes later. Do you think All Might will be able to fit inside the room? I heard he was massive. Commented a student called Hantasiro. Dude, no way, he is so tall, replied Denki Kaminari. Each time he heard the voice of a student, Izuku tried to replace their name in his head. As he never had any friends so far, it was a great time to do so. Also, he might work with them later. Apparently everyone was now aware that All Might was teaching at UA and Class 1A was supposed to start the day with him. He was late, off to a great start. But Aizawa was too after all, so it didn't change much in the end. Achiko was playing with a pen until she noticed something coming out from Izuku's bag, his analysis notebook. Hey Izuku, have you ever done anything on All Might? She asked, gesturing at his notebook for a second. Oh, All Might? I must have at least 2 entirely dedicated to him. Wow. Tell me about it. Where should I start? Izuku had to keep it simple. The last thing he wanted to do was to say weird things about quirks again in front of Achiko. His quirk is classified and he never speaks about it, but we can put it as an emitter. But it's a strength enhancement quirk at the same time, so Izuku was interrupted by a loud and booming voice coming from outside the classroom. Everyone stared at the door, waiting for what was about to enter, coming through like a normal person. Nobody would do it this way, but everyone was too amazed to find this accord. All Might was here in the class, both of his hand holding each sides of the door to prevent his body from falling down. All Might put his fist in the air and stood behind the teacher's desk. Yes. As all of you must have heard, I am indeed a teacher at UA this year. And I'll be teaching hero basic training. You will be trained in different ways in order to learn the basics of being a hero. So far that should be self-explanatory. Each student seemed completely hypnotized by All Might. From Izuku's point of view, it was becoming kinda scary. Let's not waste any more time. All Might dramatically turned around and showed a small sign with "Battle" written on it to the students. That's what we will be doing today. Combat training. Izuku suddenly felt that a certain someone became way more interested and enthusiastic about All Might's explanations. And to go with that, this. All Might pointed the left wall of the classroom. With a controller and a bunch of cases opened with numbers on them. Here. Costumes made based on your quirk registration and the requests you sent before school starts. Izuku stood up with the other students to get his case. He quickly opened it and found exactly what he asked for. Everything was here. The new gloves, the suit, even the mask. After you change, gather in ground beta. Instructed All Might before leaving the room. Izuku kept looking at his costume for a moment, especially the helmet. Achiko was here too. She was really curious about what kind of costume Izuku would wear since she believed he had no quirk. Can I see? She asked, pointing at the helmet. Yes, of course. Izuku handed it to her. She was surprised to discover that the helmet was shaped into a black skull. Izuku. I'm not questioning your tastes, but it's scary, she mumbled with blank eyes. Why? I know. At first I wanted to be a hero just like All Might, a hero which always smiles, but smiling doesn't always help people. Someone made me realize that sometimes you have to do what has to be done. even if it means being the villain of the story. So that's my costume, I'm the good villain. Achiko stared again for a second at the skull-shaped helmet. She smiled. I guess you are right, let's do our best. Absolutely. Later, in ground beta. They say the clothes make the man, young men and ladies, declared All Might as the students entered on ground beta. Be fully aware. From now on, you are heroes. All Might took a general look at the costumes and smiled, proud of the new generation. That's great everyone, you all look dash. Then he notices that someone was a bit late and running through the entrance tunnel. He knew it was Izuku Midoriya. After all, he took a lot of time to study each files of each student. If only his pocket manual for teaching was enough. Achiko was behind the group, waiting to see Izuku in his costume. He looked really great. However, she was curious about where her friend was hiding his uncontrollable haircut under his helmet. Who knows? Maybe they are very fluffy and he doesn't have that much hair. Izuku, you look wonderful in your costume. It's really down to earth. She noticed that Izuku was acting accordingly, probably because it was the first time he saw her in wearing her costume. I really should have written what I wanted, mine ended up being a skin-tight bodysuit. It's kinda embarrassing, she admitted. And oh, you look great too, really, commented Izuku. His voice sounded a bit different due to the helmet. Even if Achiko was right in a way, she looked really cute. Young man, this costume will have to be changed, declared a booming voice. It was All Might, especially the helmet. But it was approved, right? Indeed it was. Do not take this as a harsh review, but in our world your costume is what's going to determine who you are and how people will look at you. Why yes. Good. Now let's start, shall we? Time for combat training. This is a real battle and you won't be fighting robots this time. All Might was about to explain everything but ended up flooded by questions. Someone even asked about his cape on his costume or something about looking good or not. In the end it was about a bomb scenario, 2 team, heroes and villain. Each team could win if they neutralized their opponents. The hero team had to come in contact with the fake bomb and the villain team had to defend it. At least this time All Might decided to keep the scenario simple enough. No danger about the bomb exploding or the villains having hostages or something that would either come out from Aizawa's or Nisa's mind. You will be divided in team of 2. We will do this exercise once and then we will change the teams again. All Might took out a tablet similar to Aizawa's one. After a few seconds he started giving the teams. However, Achiko wasn't in any team. And Izuku wasn't either. Is this a bug? Achiko asked accordingly. Well no, Izuku, you won't be participating. I'm sorry, I should have told you this back in class so you wouldn't have to even put on your dash. Why? Izuku asked angry. Why what? All Might replied, somehow unaware of why Izuku was angry, which only worsened his state of mind. Why am I not participating? It's because you are quirkless. I thought you would dash. You thought what? I'm in the hero course. What if I'm quirkless? It doesn't change anything. Why, you could get hurt. All Might was almost yelling at his turn, but he refrained as he was talking to a student in front of the whole class. He had to maintain a certain appearance. Just like the other students. How can you think that I took the hero course if it isn't to become a hero? If Izuku wasn't so limited, he would probably be punching All Might in the face until he bleeds. Achiko joined him. I agree. That's unfair to judge him like this because he is quirkless. No one else dared to reply at All Might himself, but Izuku and Achiko could see that some of the students were actually either feeling guilty of not being courageous enough to defend him or thinking the same for a moment. Fine, Izuku and Achiko, you will be on the same team. All Might didn't agree, of course. Izuku shouldn't be in the hero course, even less present for this kind of class. But the looks on the faces of the other students was overwhelming. The first exercise. Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Lida as the villains. Against Achiko Uraraka and Izuku Midoriya as the heroes. A few minutes later, in front of a fake building. Izuku couldn't figure out if this was either made on purpose by All Might or if the universe simply hated him. So, any plan? Asked Achiko carefully. Izuku was in a bad mood and his blank stare at the building was inhuman. I don't want to act as a leader but if you need a suggestion. Izuku looked again at the building. I do not know exactly where is the bomb, but it must be. big enough to blow up the whole building, so I would say either on the 3rd floor or 5th one now. Tenya is fast, but his quirk doesn't allow him to take complicated trajectories, so if you use your quirk on him, he might not be able to counterattack. And when it comes to Katsuki, Izuku rubbed his neck for more than 15 seconds. Achiko tried to get him out of his blank time by clapping her hands next to his head. What dash? You weren't mumbling this time, but you weren't talking either, so I thought you needed help. What's wrong? What's wrong? All Might. If even he looks down on quirkless. It's just hard to digest. Then prove him wrong? If you keep thinking about this, it will only diminish our chance to win. You're right. So, Katsuki, he won't listen to Tenya and will run around recklessly to find us. Well, rather me, so Tenya could follow, of course, but that wouldn't work, so he will be the one defending the bomb. And my quirk is our best asset against him. Exactly. I'll handle Katsuki. It's not like he would be smart enough to pursue you. How are you gonna deal with him? I told you on our way to UA, you remember? I trained like hell yesterday. You look just like Aizawa in the end. We still have 2 minutes ahead of us. Any last suggestion in case something goes wrong? Yes, we don't have to enter by the door according to what All Might didn't say. Izuku pointed the sky with his finger. Oh, I see. Katsuki, wait. If you dash. Silence, 4 eyes. I'm gonna show this stupid du where is his place. Tenya was discouraged. He already expected that Izuku would take this exercise too seriously because of what All Might said, but now there was another problem, his own teammate. He didn't know if it was a personal grudge or if Katsuki was just acting. If it was indeed this situation, he would act as a villain too, but his teammate was simply too honest for that. You are going to make us lose? He received no answer. So instead of trying to reason with him, he decided to gain as much chance of winning as possible by guarding the bomb himself. Meanwhile, outside the building. Looks like you were right, Izuku. I'm kinda grateful that Katsuki is still a complete violent and angry bstrd. Sorry for swearing. No, I agree. The bomb isn't directly next to a window. I'm gonna have to find another way around. Okay. Then I'll distract Katsuki and give you as much time as possible. If I manage to beat him, I'll join you. Achiko nodded and used her quirk on herself to make her way inside the building directly st the 4th floor, the floor right above where the bomb was located, so she wouldn't met with Katsuki. At the same time, Izuku ran directly inside by the main entrance. He was trying to keep some discretion. It's not like he wanted a face-to-face with Katsuki. On the other hand, Katsuki wasn't trying to hide. Each of his footsteps could clearly be heard inside the whole building. Izuku could feel that. He was coming toward him. He already had a plan in mind. He would hide around a corner and wait for Katsuki to get past him, then put his arms around his neck to get on good grip on his body and his quirk by the way. Katsuki will be confused because his quirk won't activate, and to finish him, Izuku won't just have to force him to surrender. No. This last part was just simply impossible. Katsumi was too stubborn to give up. There you are. By reflex, Izuku ducked to avoid an incoming grenade gauntlet which managed to smash a part of the wall where he was hiding. He muttered again. Sensei was right, definitely something he would have to get rid of. He rolled away, using the momentum during which Katsuki was pulling his gauntlet away from the wall. Die! Katsuki directly charged toward Izuku, his right arm extended toward Izuku and the left one preparing an explosion. An opening, Izuku ran directly in front of him and grabbed Katsuki's right arm. His explosion wasn't ready yet and he wasn't fast or strong enough to counter Izuku. He pulled Katsuki toward the ground and slammed his body against it. He saw Katsuki coughing some saliva for a moment. But even if he was on the ground, Izuku didn't have the advantage of the surprise now. The best option he had was to run away and figure out a better way to neutralize Katsuki. Achiko managed to find the bomb room. Tenya was guarding to bomb. According to Izuku, he wouldn't be able to fight back directly, so all she had to do was to grab the bomb. Tenya was looking directly at the only entrance. Stealth wasn't an option then. Achiko ran inside the room and used her quirk to jump over Tenya and grab the bomb. Tanya was surprised but not out of option. He grabbed the fake bomb and brought it somewhere else in the room using his quirk. Nice try, but I won't let you touch it. Izuku didn't foresee that. Tenya could move the bomb, and with his quirk it was literally impossible to get him. Achiko used a communication device to contact Izuku. I'm inside the bomb room but we have a problem. Oh really? Izuku had to yell so Achiko would hear him. Katsuki was using his explosions to get us some speed and catch up with him. You can't run forever. Nobi couldn't but he was bringing him exactly where he wanted to. Hopefully Achiko would figure out what to do if Izuku's plan worked. Now he just had to check one thing. Izuku arrived at a dead end, the perfect place. Katsuki arrived the next second. Trapped like a rat. He raised his right arm toward Izuku. He knew it, this couldn't simply be a detail. Katsuki, stop, you will dash. Izuku quickly heard All Might's voice on the radio. Obviously he was aware of what Katsuki was about to do but he however didn't care much about the result. Burn! There was a big explosion, even bigger than the last ones. It was so powerful that for a brief instant Tenya was destabilized. Achiko jumped on the occasion. This time she wasn't aiming for the bomb but directly for Tenya, and she managed to grab his leg. She quickly activated her quirk on him but Tenya didn't say his last word. Not yet. He firmly grabbed Achiko and used his quirk. Even if Tenya knew that he wouldn't be able to control his direction, he had to stop Achiko and get her as far as possible from the bomb. Demenit. Achiko really hoped that she would not get sick. Tenya was not aware of this weakness but he was still exploiting it right now. 3 years ago. What are you scared of the most? The most? I'm not scared of death so that minimize my field of answer. I would say, what I can't control. What you can't control. The rain. Control is, well, in a way I would call it freedom. SLV has no control, it isn't free. It lives and dies as a prisoner. Yes, I'm scared of what I can't control, I'm scared of what I can't see or can't change. But then death dash. I'm not scared of death. I'm a believer somehow, you know? I know where I'm going and I'm not scared because whatever happens I truly believe I made the right choices. Why did you ask this question, Izuku? What if one day I don't have the choice? What if one day I'm forced to do something? That's a complex question. Besides, there is no real context. I can't answer that for you. If I did, I would give you one choice, and you would assimilate this choice as the only possible one. There is never only one option, there is always at least 2 inch. There was a lot of smoke. Katsuki was pushed back a bit, but he was satisfied. His costume worked and he completely destroyed Deku. 4 eyes, I'm done with the quirkless trash. Finish the pink beach all rig dash? Suddenly out of nowhere a hand grabbed Katsuki's face and sent it straight at the wall. The smoke was dissipating. Izuku was in the middle. Unharmed, not even a scratch. How dash? Why you stupid do you? Katsuki threw a punch with his right arm. Izuku dodged on his left, grabbing Katsuki's arm in the process. And this time he was in direct contact with his skin. Katsuki was about to use an explosion with his left arm. But nothing came out, he was completely lost. Something was wrong, very wrong. His quirk, he couldn't feel his quirk anymore, his mind went blank for a few seconds. Izuku headbutted Katsuki with his helmet and took out the capture tape. He could really hurt Katsuki if he kept hitting his head like that, but the result was here. Katsuki was losing all control. How does it feels? Izuku asked in a whisper as he brought Katsuki to his knees. Katsuki kept struggling. Maybe he was trying to create explosions? It was useless. Izuku had a tight grip on his quirk and he wouldn't let go. To get so close from you, Sensian. Izuku rolled up the capture tape around Katsuki's arms and squeezed it tightly until Katsuki grunted a little, just to be sure he wouldn't try anything stupid. And it all ends up on the ground? Katsuki now had his face against the ground. He tried to look at Izuku but all his saw was a black skull. To was overwhelming. Lost? Katsuki has been arrested. Announced All Might on the radio. Even he didn't sound like he actually believed Izuku had won. Achiko, can you hear me? Yes. At the same time Izuku could imagine in what kind of situation Achiko was with the noises through the communication device. Are you alright, Dash? Yes. We don't have much time. I need your position and the position of the bomb in the room. If Izuku was right. Achiko explained where she was. She managed to grab a pillar and she was trying to kick Tenya, but he was worse than a mosquito. So, she didn't understand Izuku's plan. He just told her to grab something and to not let go. Time is running out. Even if you defeated Katsuki, we will win, ha. Tenya, please just drop your villain act. It's just our word now. Oh. Izuku grabbed one of Katsuki's gauntlets. It was part of his plan. Don't touch that. Katsuki yelled. If he didn't have his arm tied, or if he didn't have arms at all, he would probably be trying to bite Izuku right now. Stop barking, would you? It was very simple. He just had to pull the pin like a real grenade. The bomb was 5 meters in his left above him, and Achiko was only 2 meters behind. He pulled the pin and the floor exploded. That's why Izuku told her to hold tight. Tenya was losing his grip. Izuku had calculated everything. Achiko was really impressed. The bomb was too far away to get impacted by the explosion, and at the same time Tenya wasn't holding her back anymore. Using her quirk, Achiko propelled herself at the bomb and dash. Bomb retrieved. She yelled out loud to express her joy. H-Hero teams win. I won. Izuku looked at the big hole he made in the ceiling. It almost reached the roof. You dash. Shut up, would you? It's about time you learn about losing and keeping it low. I'm done with all your trash talk about quirkless people. In fact, I'm done with everyone who thinks just like you, and oh, you aren't the only one, no. Far from that, Izuku leaned close to Katsuki's face. You are the worst one. Katsuki struggled again, but the way Izuku tied him up didn't let him stand up. I guess Tenya will grab you on his way out. I don't see any reason to help you. It's not like I would have any at this point. Izuku left the building. The first person he saw once he was out was Achiko. Obviously, she heard his little conversation with Katsuki. We made it. Yeah. Thanks to you. Without your quirk, I'm almost certain that the bomb would have been out of our reach. Don't try to spoil my ego, hehe. You did everything. That was incredible. You defeated Katsuki. But what happened? There was a big explosion and then... It was confusing. Now did you avoid that? You see, Katsuki's explosions are created via a substance that his body produces, mostly around his hands. This same substance is stocked inside the 2 grenade of his costume he was the one who created. The first explosion. A few minutes ago. Burn. Katsuki thought that he trapped me in a dead end. He was too focused on me to notice that the said dead end had a larger room with a window at the end of it. I hid in a corner to avoid the explosion and used the window to evacuate the heat. He looked so satisfied. He dropped his guard and all I had to do was to attack him. The best points to destabilize an opponent are either the throat or the head. My goal wasn't to hurt him, so I aimed for the head. The second explosion came from the other gauntlet. I must admit I was kinda improvising at the moment. Improvising. But then that's even cooler. No, it's not. It was stupid. I was stupid. Imagine that it was a real situation. Here I knew my opponents, especially Katsuki. In a real situation I wouldn't, and I'm sure our goal wouldn't simply be to grab the bomb. We would have to put it in a safe place and then disarm it. The real life is way more complex than this game. Today I didn't win anything, I just ended up acting like an idiot. Izuku, don't say that. It's not the real life, we aren't heroes yet. Achiko tried to cheer up Izuku. Then tell me, why didn't we just rush inside the bomb room by one of the window while Katsuki was done? We could have ended everything in about 3 minutes. Izuku was right. Achiko didn't thought about this. Izuku's plan seemed so perfect back then. Then why? Why did you choose to confront Katsuki? A certain someone was looking at me. Izuku insisted on the word, certain. Achiko knew of who Izuku was talking about. Well, could you do me a favor then? For putting me in danger. Izuku turned around awkwardly as if he had lost all his seriousness in the process. Weiss. Cheer up. We won. Sure, sorry. Izuku was right. Under the mask the individual was completely different. In the observation room. Great, everyone is back. Now can someone tell me who was the MVP of this exercise and why? A girl with black hair and a red costume raised her hand. Momo Yaoyorozu. Yes. Either Tenya or Izuku, both of them managed to exploit, as much as they could, the capacities and talents of their team. In the villain team, Tenya didn't have much choice as Katsuki wasn't going to cooperate. This is part of why they lost. However, Tenya managed to defend the bomb against Achiko when he was clearly disadvantaged considering Achiko's quirk. All Might didn't interrupt her, not yet at least. In fact, he wasn't sure if he should because he didn't expect her to give so much detail. The hero team exploited the division in the villain team to recover the bomb. Izuku knew that Ochako would have the advantage against Tenya and that he would not be able to fight back, so even if Ochako couldn't reach the bomb, she was putting so pressure on Tenya. Also, Izuku used Katsuki's behavior and his own quirk against the villain team to recover the bomb. At the same time, he neutralized the biggest threat in the villain team and helped Ochako to reach the bomb. In a real situation, all they would have to do to finish would be to neutralize Tenya before disarming the bomb. Everyone was speechless and most of the students in admiration toward Momo's cleverness. WL. You are right. Good job. Does anyone have something to add? Next teams will be Dash. The day went on like this, teams after teams, result after result. It gave Izuku the occasion to see and analyze the quirks of his classmates. Some of them even talked to him, most because they were impressed by his performance, the other because they noticed that he was writing on a notebook, a brand new one made for his years at UA. The last teams finished. All Might congratulated everyone and ran away like if there was a robbery right after he finished his speech. Maybe he had to go to the bathroom, suggested Ochako. He wasn't even trying to go fast at this point. I would say that he was at around 2% of his maximum speed, added Izuku as he finished to write in his book. As they walked to the exit of Ground Beta, they saw the buildings which had been used during the exercise. It was a mess, to be honest, especially the one they used and another one filled with Ice Bu, a student called Shoto Todoroki. Tenya called him on the way. I noticed that you were taking notes. See, can I see them? Of course. I can even give you a full copy of this one once I'm home. Really? If it doesn't bother you, of course, it's your own work and I wouldn't like to steal it. No, everyone can use it. In fact, I'm glad people find it interesting. Back into my old school, the other students thought that I was some kind of creep. Well, I don't blame them, I was writing it during the classes. Someone even used their quirk on me to stop me from mumbling. Wow. Did you get hurt? What happened next? And nothing, to be honest. It was only electricity. Nothing? Like nothing for real? Your teachers didn't react at all? No, they dash. Young Midoriya. Izuku almost bumped into All Might while he was talking to Tenya. Why yes. Could you give me a minute of your time? We have to talk. Izuku didn't like how grave All Might's voice sounded, but he wasn't in a position in which he could say no. Yes, of course, he replied. Good. He turned toward Tenya and slightly bowed. Sorry to interrupt your conversation. It's nothing, sir. Whatever you have to say to Midoriya, it must be important. Tenya was forcing himself to not salute in front of his teacher. A few minutes later, Izuku was brought into a small office. Obviously it didn't belong to All Might. It was empty, a desk and two sofas separated by a small table. I'm sorry for what I said. All Might proposed a soda, but Izuku denied it. I misjudged you and dash. If you are here to apologize, I really don't care. All Might smiled. Oh well, I'm glad you accept dash. No, you didn't understand what I said. I don't want any of your excuses. What you said earlier seemed were clear. According to you, only those who have great and powerful quirks can be heroes. I never said that I dash. Oh, but you suggested it. I don't hate you. I do not see any reason to do so. I just want to tell you that you don't have to pretend. Pretend? Why would I do that? Isn't that what everyone does? On the first day as my teacher, you managed to act exactly like mostly everyone toward a quirkless person. All Might didn't smile anymore. He wasn't answering either. Now, if you will excuse me, I must go. As Izuku was taking his bag, All Might stood between him and the door. No, I can't let you leave like this. Please believe me, what I said earlier didn't reflect my thoughts. I'm sorry, I messed up, yes, and as your teacher my duty is to fix this. So please, give me another chance. For a moment Izuku was actually considering the opportunity. For once he found someone who seemed to sincerely want to be forgiven for what he said on quirkless people. For once. It was the first time at all someone was apologizing. All right. But be careful about what you say. Not everyone is as lucky as me. Izuku walked toward the door. All Might moved away. See you tomorrow, I guess. You too, young Midoriya. He was already displaying his signature smile once again as if nothing happened. That's why Izuku ended up forgetting the idea of a hero who always smile. It's simply not a solution. Sensei had a few points about that. He was out, but then a hand grabbed Izuku's shoulder. But before you go, tell me who taught you those moves? The one you used during the exercise. Izuku acted surprised for a moment, and then he casually answered, I mander them myself, to be honest. He added a small smile to show his pride. Oh, I see. Just wanted to know, you are free now. Izuku left. And this time he made sure to walk fast enough so All Might would not have the idea to follow him or find yet another excuse to keep him here. But All Might wouldn't. And for a very long time he clearly saw Izuku's moves somewhere. How could he forget after all? His nemesis used the same ones. Hello everyone. I'm back to school. Well, almost. At the time this chapter is released I still have a week, maybe. Anyway, before getting to the reviews I would like to explain what I wanted to do in this chapter so you guys can tell me what I can fix or add. This chapter is actually only a first part. I would like to explain how Izuku met Sensei and start developing Izuku's relationship with the other students. Here it's mostly how Izuku ended up in All for One creepy lair and how Sensei discovered that he wasn't so alone on this planet. Stoneless Chapter 4. More please. This is a really good story. It's not the traditional villain Deku story or a tradition hero story, it's something different. I'm doing my best to be original without going full WTF, but thank you, happy face. Bob Chapter 2. August 23rd. I don't know why, but I get the strange feeling. Sensei gave him something more than a bit of training. If he'd wanted to train him, he could have done it 4 years ago. Yes, he could have, but he didn't. That will be explained later. Dear Death Chapter 4. August 23rd. Smiley faces. Sure. Valkyries Chapter 4. August 23rd. Still interesting, but next time maybe spend a bit more time rereading it because there's a few spelling mistakes here and the way you describe the room that Midoriya used to avoid Bakuga's explosion is a bit weird because I can't really imagine it with the way you structured your sentence. Yeah, my beta reader Lego Masterlord is kinda back to school right now, so I'm looking for another one. I'm still trying to proofread myself and make sure that people understand what I'm writing. Gosh, I'm bad at this. Real Chapter 1. August 23rd. The grammar is a tad broken at times. Welcome to the club. Dragon Shadow Ryukage Chapter 4. August 22nd. That is Izuku foretelling his own future with the words, good villain. You don't have to answer that if you think you can't answer without spoiling something. As River Song would say, spoilers. Listen to The Rain Chapter 4. August 22nd. It's good story, but relationship with Achiko are a little bit too forced and rushed in my opinion. Okay, I understand that you like her and Izuku Ochako, but you need to slow down with that. Now it seems like you bashing all good characters and only Ochako is a saint and oh so accepting person. There's no real development about them in the story now, just your will. In the next chapter one will be spending a lot of time with the other students during their lunch. I will explore Izuku's relationship with mostly Lita and, well, not sure right now, maybe Momo and Yuga. Even if he is completely banned in France for being a complete insult toward us. No, really, we don't even eat that much cheese. What's even the thing with cheese? Happy face. Project Iceman Chapter 4. August 22nd. Holy crap, Izuku. Did anyone else hear the All for One theme when Izuku was whispering and tying up Katsuki? He did learn a lot of things. You guys should listen to Silas's theme from League of Legend, perfect for this moment. Scaries Chapter 4. August 22nd. How, who, taught those movie? My response would be none or your business. All Might. Point 1 taught like their privacy and ask that keep quit of them that I will not betray that trust they done no wrong to me and have willing help me when all others looked down on me, ridiculed, bullies or ignored me. All for One likely has more styles under his belt so he like also teach Izuka others as well so that would not be noticed as special to his nemesis All Might. Plus like have Izuka change his costume design to so not mirror of his. This make sure boy does suffer due association and other such effects should thing get out or All for One is captured. I'm assuming All for One never had a real costume as he doesn't like the hero propaganda, mainly represented by All Might, so Izuku doesn't have much to fear about. the helmet or his costume being only composed of a tuxedo. Or something like that. Scaries Chapter 1. August 22nd. So does he have same ability or different version of the ability? If need, OCS got some you might like both heroes and villains. Also idea for unstable or dark quirks. Quirks truly nasty with side effects and abilities, some inspiring legends and stories such as vampire, werewolves, demons, and such. Example I character Wendigo quirk, this plagues him with constant hunger for human flesh. He grows stronger more consumes, but if he does not eat regularly at least 10 pound a week he risks lose to hunger, and same should he eat too much by consume flesh and blood of human he his strength, speed, senses increase, toughness, healing, reflexes and so forth. To do this he is grave robber stealing human meat from morgues and graveyards. Not interested by OCs but thank you, and no, Izuku as exactly the same version of All for One. But with one small difference that will be explained way later. Arseni's Chapter 4. August 22nd. Well, I must say this story is really interesting and well written. You have a unique take on AFO Izuku. Keep going please. Well written meh. Depends if I have a good beta or not, and if I'm not dumb enough to rush a chapter because I want to vomit what I'm imagining. But thank you happy face. Lego Masterlord Chapter 4. August 22nd. I have news about my existence. God beep, edit in it. My schedule is still gonna be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for when I write, not just for me and my poll, but also for Griffin, my best friend. However, I can't really write on Monday through Friday much, as I get home at 6 in the afternoon. So I apologize to you all, Griffin too, and hope you enjoy this chapter. This review was answered in Chapter 5 and I know it, as I predicted. And review. Follow and favorite Chapter 5 of Prohibited Power, by Griffin Strange. Izuku, wow, you must care for these people if they read this. Griffin read this as a fact as he always does. Pedropedron Chapter 4. August 22nd. Wonder if AFO is gonna use Izuku as an spy of some sort. And will be explained later too. Right? This chapter is almost 8,000 words long. Again, I'm still looking for a beta reader since Lego Masterlord is at school again. Go check his fanfics BTW. So if anyone is interested they can PM me and we will discuss this together, winky face. Now have a good chapter. Hopefully the grammar isn't too bad. Because of course it is with me, smiley face. And it worked? He couldn't use his quirk. No sensei, Katsuki couldn't do anything. He looked so lost. In fact, I only used All for One for about 10 seconds. I think after that Katsuki was too scared to use his quirk correctly. Thank you really. Haha, I'm so proud of my student. Tell me, how does it feel to win? To win? I'm not. I should be satisfied but I'm not. I won the exercise, yes. But there were so much possibilities. We could have won without even fighting Katsuki. And in the end I still managed to pick the one plan in which I risked losing. Then tell me why? Why did you do that? Sensei knew exactly why. He was forcing Izuku to tell him the reasons so that he would be more confident. I had to defeat him, once. To prove them wrong, to show them that I could become a hero even if I was quirkless, to the students, to Katsuki, to All Might. To Achiko. Ah yes. Your new friend, how is she? You mean? How? Well, how are you progressing with her? Progressing? It's hard. I'm always scared of being weird in front of her or to be some kind of burden. I know I never had much friends and maybe I'm over-exaggerating. I'm scared of doing things too quickly. Ha! You didn't take her on a date yet? No. You haven't eaten your lunch together? Only for the entrance exam. You didn't do any sort of hangout with her? No. Then you are fine. Oh, last question, you two aren't permanently texting each others? I heard this generation keeps doing that. No, we aren't into that really, or else what could we tell each other during the day? Izuku's phone rang, it was his mom asking him where he was. I should probably go, thank you again sensei. This techniques belongs to you now, don't give me all the credits. Well yes, tonight we won't be doing anything, you have to rest, enjoy your victory. Thank you, Izuku bowed at sensei before running toward his apartment. He was already very late. Please be careful. 10 years ago. Day of the incident. Izuku remembers, he always do. On that day most of the kids he knew received their quirks. Wings, extensible fingers. Explosion. He didn't get anything. He went to see the doctor the other day, everyone did. It's not like the said doctor kept the fact that Izuku was quirkless for himself. No. He shared it with all his family, including his grandson. Maybe he thought that nothing special would happen? Yes, he was innocent like most of the people who made his life a hell. But Izuku had a very different theory. He also remembers very well how the doctor, if he even deserves this title, announced to Izuku and his mother that he was quirkless. Just because he had an extra bone in his foot, he didn't try to look further, and oh how wrong he was. Izuku was gifted with the most powerful quirk in the world, and probably the most feared. When the doctor announced that he was quirkless, he didn't try either to not hurt Izuku, the first things. And almost only things that he said were, "You should give up," and "Dream stays dream." He almost pushed him and his mother out of his office as if they weren't worth his time. Did you know that when someone receives a quirk, their doctor can decide to keep them under observation? Or to convene them for a bunch of appointments? Considering he had a full kindergarten of children, it must represent a lot of money, right? No need to explain further Izuku's theory at this point. Most of the kids he knew had received their quirks. During the afternoon most of them went to play at the park. Izuku was here with Katsuki and a bunch of other kids. Katsuki was already experimenting his quirk, just like everyone. But his test subjects happened to be other kids. It's not like there wasn't any adult around, they simply weren't paying attention. Katsuki and a group of other kids that decided to follow him as some kind of leader kept attacking a young boy with an extensible tongue quirk. He couldn't defend himself. Something was wrong with Katsuki. He wanted to be a hero, so why was he attacking someone weaker than him? He was laughing. Did he find this fun? Did he find this as fun as how he suddenly turned his back on Izuku because he was quirkless? Izuku stepped between them. He didn't know what he was doing. He didn't know because his legs acted on their own, and he didn't know what would happen to him either. Kaken, stop. You are hurting him. Tears were already running down his face as he spoke. He knew he couldn't do a thing. He just hoped for a miracle at this point. But what kind of miracle? This world gave power to those who didn't deserve any. What do you think you can do, Izuku? Get out of my way. Now. Katsuki gave a warning punch toward Izuku, creating a small explosion in the process. It wouldn't hurt Izuku, but he was more scared than ever now. But still, what you are doing is wrong. Move you. The minute. Something disturbed Katsuki. Izuku looked behind him. The other mid ran away. You are gonna pay for that. Before Izuku could do anything, the other kids with Katsuki were holding him. He struggled, but it was useless. Don't move, all right? I don't want to miss your face. Katsuki's hand were sparkling with small explosions. He was approaching his hand from Izuku's face. And nope, please. He struggled even harder. His right arm was free. He grabbed Katsuki's hand to push it away, and then he doesn't remember what happened. Something came out from his left hand. This is the last thing he remembers. When he woke up, he was in his apartment, resting on the couch. His mother next to him had tears running down her cheeks. It hurts everywhere. It burned, in fact. But what hurted him above all was his left arm. Just what happened at the park. Am I baby Izuku? She hugged him, despite his physical state. What happened? He whispered weakly. Katsuki's quirk became uncontrollable and you were caught into an explosion. It's not what happened. He didn't see it, but considering the situation he was in, it couldn't be his quirk becoming uncontrollable. Did I make Katsuki do that? He felt guilt. What if he hurt the other children when he tried to defend himself? What if it was all his fault? Izuku tried to stand up, but he could only sit on the couch. Izuku, don't try to do anything reckless. The doctor said that dash. The doctor is wrong. What? A quirk. Present day. For once Izuku managed to get up at a decent hour and reach UA without any complication. Maybe this would be a normal day for once? Achiko didn't show up on the way to UA. Izuku assumed she was already in the classroom, and he was right. He found her talking with another girl. He couldn't manage to remember her name, but he knew she had some kind of mutation quirk, a frog quirk. Good morning, Achiko, said as he sat next to her. Ha, Izuku. You look great today. You slept? I did. I enjoyed our victory from yesterday as you said and dash. Midoriya, called the very recognizable voice of Tenya as he put Izuku's notebook in his desk. Thank you for letting me take a look at your work. It really helped me, and I must say what you wrote is very remarkable. Everything with Tenya seemed over-exaggerated. He was always trying to be respectful and strict. I'm glad it helped you. Izuku actually found rude that Tenya interrupted his conversation, but he wasn't a bad person, so he could forgive him. After that, Tenya walked straight to his desk and sat down. Izuku turned around to look at Achiko. Well, in fact, I don't have anything else to say, he admitted. That's okay. We didn't receive any timetable for today. That's odd. Achiko stopped immediately when she spotted Aizawa entering inside the classroom. Everyone did. Well, looks like you are getting used to how it works here. Anyway, today you are going to choose your class representative. I don't care how you do it, just avoid making too much noise. Aizawa took out a sleeping bag from under his desk and casually took a nap in front of everyone. Fine. We should choose our representatives with a vote, declared Tenya standing up from his desk. That's obvious, but we barely know each other's, and once we have picked our representatives it's not like we might be able to change so easily, debated Izuku. Izuku is right. How are we supposed to vote for people we barely know? Followed Achiko. Simple, we will vote, but we will add one more rule. No one can vote for themselves, proposed Momo Yaoyorozu. The students didn't understand the goal behind this proposition. Mind explaining? Asked Kirishima. If we vote right now, everyone will either not vote or vote for themselves, most likely, so if we impose this rule we might end up getting a class representative that most of the students acknowledge, she explained. So, are we voting now then? Asked Achiko to break the awkward silence which was taking place. Yes, anyone has a few sheets of paper? Asked Tenya. The day of the incident. Izuku's mom was in the kitchen, trying to do everything in her power to keep her son safe. When Mitsuki called her, she felt her world shattering. Now Izuku was barely awake and rambling about having a quirk, about being responsible. He felt responsible for hurting his friends. It was already hard for him to leave without a quirk and, she heard his son yell from the living room. Inko dropped what she currently had in her hand, and when she stepped in the living room she saw Izuku staring at his hands. His hands were emitting red lightings. They were glowing. Izuku, you have a quirk. My baby, I'm so happy. Inko grabbed her child into her arms, but as she did something hurt her, in her back. It felt like being stabbed repeatedly. And then she felt exhausted. She collapsed on the ground and nothing. Izuku didn't understand what happened. His mom was laying on the ground, unconscious, her arms still around his little body. Both of his hands were boiling. The weird red light was gone, but the pain was still here. The table, he had to use the table to stand up. He reached out for it, but it was too far. If only it could be close. Then he saw it, the table twitched slightly, moving toward him for a small centimeter. He had already seen this. It was his mother's quirk. He has his mother's quirk. Back at the playground he created the explosion because he had Katsuki's quirk. He can use his mother's quirk and he used Katsuki's quirk. He can use different quarrel if he comes into contact with them. And as Izuku kept trying to understand what was happening, he made a realization. This weird feeling he had in his hands. He was pulling something not physical, something hidden inside his mother, just like he did with Katsuki. He pulled a quirk. No, he didn't pull. Izuku stole a quirk. He looked back at his mother, still laying unconscious on the living room's floor. He put it back. He put both of his hands on his mom's body. Put it back. He yelled as red lightings appeared. Put it back. He yelled again, raising his voice even more. Present day. The results were surprising. Izuku ended up having 4 votes, so he was right behind Momo who had 7. Well then, that makes me the president and you, Izuku, the vice president, she concluded. Thank you, but what the FCK? How can this sheethead be elected? Screamed Katsuki all across the room. Izuku was really surprised to see that Katsuki actually cared about such a thing as choosing the class representatives. Of course it was because Katsuki hated above all being inferior in any possible way to Izuku. He didn't even want to be elected in the first place. He was elected in a fair way. Just like Momo. What's even your problem with him? Shut up, Four Eyes and Dash. Katsuki ended up being wrapped up and sent into a wall by Aizawa's scarf. Can you ever stop screaming? Anyway, I guess you are done now with your little election. And say I finally managed to sleep for a bit, complained their teacher. The bell rang. Izuku was surprised that it took an entire hour just to complete a small formality. Aizawa didn't seem to care, he was already sleeping again. Congratulations, Izuku. Cheered Ochiko. Thank you. Did you vote for me? Well, actually I voted for Momo. You're a bit shy. Completed Izuku. Why's? I thought it would be stupid to impose you such a responsibility. I admit it, I didn't really want to be president, but I'm just vice, so I guess Momo will do most of the work. I hope I do not sound lazy saying that. Sounds fine. Just avoid saying it out loud, people could misunderstand. But then who voted for me? Izuku went back to the main question. I did. Yelled Lita behind Izuku. In fact, Izuku was asking if Lita really needed to scare the hell out of him just to show his presence. Because you have natural capacities of leadership. The way you analyzed each people in our class was simply fabulous. It clearly shows that you managed to know each of us in only a few days. Izuku didn't felt anything as Tenya praised him and his little analysis talents. He just studied their quirk, he didn't even talk to half of the class at least once or learn their name. And if Tenya voted for him because of the analysis book, then Izuku could only wonder why 3 other people voted for him. Maybe because he was first for the entrance exam? Because he completely destroyed Katsuki yesterday? No matter the reason, it wasn't because people thought he actually had the capacities to be their class representative that he got elected. Izuku? Are you okay? Tenya was gone now, everyone was. What? He asked confused. While Tenya was talking, you ended up staring the ground. He went to have lunch with the others. I don't think he noticed. Thought, did you have something on your mind? And no, it's Dash. 5 years ago. Do not stop. Keep running and do not turn back. They won't stop chasing you until you are home. 5 years. 5 years during which they made his life a hell. 5 years since he was officially quirkless. They didn't care. Katsuki didn't care. Izuku didn't know how they could get any kind of pleasure from torturing him. They always had an advantage, they had quirks. And he didn't. Izuku knew such a quirk couldn't be used. Shouldn't at all. The night he discovered his quirk, he was even more broken. He had a quirk, yes, but one he would never be able to use, and if he did, people would only see him as a villain. This world was so wrong, bad people had power and good people had nothing. This universe even found ways to make them less than weak. But right now Izuku had no idea of where he was going. It was definitely the wrong direction. The houses around him looked very old, even abandoned. He shouldn't be here. There was no one in the streets. No witness if Katsuki's and his friends ever managed to catch him. Izuku kept going deeper and deeper. The streets started becoming smaller. And then he met a dead end. The sounds were getting closer. He looked all around him. Izuku prayed for a miracle, one last chance to escape. Please, he whispered to anyone who was willing to hear him. He looked around him again. A door. A rusty metal door. Without hesitation he tried to open it. Izuku grabbed the handle and pulled with his strength. It barely moved, just enough so he could get on the other side. The footsteps, the explosions, the laughs were still getting closer. Izuku crawled inside the building and hid. After a moment they were gone. He didn't hear anything else. Katsuki wasn't complaining about anything or yelling. To us. Izuku stood up and carefully looked outside. There was no one. Katsuki never followed him? To us. An illusion? He was losing his sanity. Izuku chuckled. He laughed at his own despair and misery. How much longer would he be able to endure this nightmare? His laugh was cut by a metallic bang. The door closed violently. Something appeared around his body. Black strings? Glowing red? Before he could say anything, Izuku was gagged by the same strings and pulled further into the dark building. He struggled. He knew it wasn't the right way, This part of the city was completely desert for a reason. He was dragged below the ground, or rather he was phasing through the ground as if his body was nothing but air. Izuku couldn't see anything, everything was black. He felt the ground once again after a few seconds and the strings weren't binding him anymore. There was a small source of light. Screens? This place was strange. Compared to the building above this. Basement? Yes, this basement was well kept. As he walked closer toward the screens, Izuku noticed something else. An empty hospital bed. Now tell me all your secrets. Izuku wasn't quirk enough to analyze what was happening. He felt a hand grabbed his head and his mind went blank. Present day. You have to stop going out. Your treatment isn't showing good result, commented an old man as he was examining a bunch of graphics. Did they ever show anything good during all these years? He asked back angrily, making the old man turn around expressionless. Sorry, I'm not in a good mood today. Are you ever? He asked again ironically. Tell me, doctor, how many quirkless kid have you examined this month? The question came out from nowhere. Why would his master be interested by that? Maybe the treatment was making him senile? None. He answered unsure. This year then? The old man was starting to understand where this was going. None. This kid again, right? You never told me who he was, and every time you come back you look nostalgic. Again, such a state of mind isn't good for Dash. Shut it with the treatment, would you? I'm dying, I'm not stupid. Well, dying. I won't heal anytime soon. No, this kid, he reminds me of myself. The old man turned around and took out a piece of paper and a pen. I'm not a psychologist, but I'm still your doctor. I owe you a lot and trust me. If you could tell me what's wrong, then you would feel way better. Oh, please do not abuse of the situation, Tsubasa. All for one could see his doctor's face. He didn't need to turn his head around to do so, but still he did. Just to add a bit drama in their conversation. Go on. What's on your mind right now? I went into his head once. Usually I do not use this kind of quirk, it's exhausting. But I had to make sure he wasn't a threat at the moment. And when I did, it was so chaotic. Sadness. He didn't have the life I had, but we were similar in so much ways. Like which? All for one would never tell him about Izuku's secret quirk. He wouldn't to anyone. In fact, it was only because of All for one Izuku was still alive. If he didn't feel it during that first contact, then let's just say Izuku would still be missing today. Didn't I just answered? He glared at the doctor. Let's keep it that way. But maybe you could give me an answer I can exploit. A long time ago. He remembers to good old days when the world seemed so small and simple. He remembers how chaotic it was at the same time. Quirks. It was almost the end of the world back then, living weapons that might become uncontrollable one day, who knows? What if someone suddenly obtained the power to create a black hole anywhere or to destroy anything in the universe just by snapping his fingers? At this time everyone lived in perpetual fear. Heroes didn't exist. Villains didn't either. Those terms could only be used in comics. Comics, just how many did he use to read with his brother? Too much maybe. It gave him inspiration, it demed his relationship with his brothers. And ruined his life. Sometimes he wonders what kind of higher being decided to suddenly give power to the humankind when it was already corrupted. He doesn't blame this said higher being, after he too received power. The power to control and manipulate every other powers in the universe, without any limit. He was very young when he discovered his quirk. About 6? It's not like he could have entered in contact with a quirk just by walking into the nearby street. About only 5% of the population had one back then. But when he did, this feeling is like a drag when he takes a quirk and make it his. He regrets sometimes that he couldn't give back some. Not that he never had the intention though. He just couldn't, they were all too precious. He also knew that such a power had to be used for the greater good. Even if it meant becoming the bad person. The emergence of quirk had led the world to a PRD of societal collapse. He could do it, he could control this chaos. And he did. However, what he never tells to anyone is how scared he was. And always is. Scared of being unable to achieve his vision, scared of being corrupted by his own power. Scared of being backstabbed. I wouldn't say this was exactly what I felt in this young man, but it was so familiar. So I decided to give him what I never had. Guidance. Precisely. 5 years ago, Izuku woke up in the dark. Katsuki, the old building, the black strings. He remembered what happened and he was only happy to not be dead yet. Oh, you are awake finally. I thought it would take another hour until you wake up. A voice startled him from behind. He tried to stand up quickly, but he didn't notice that he was laying on some kind of table, so he ended up falling on the ground. Please try to not hurt yourself. Where am I? What is this place? He asked, examining his surroundings once again. Home. Sorry about earlier, I thought you were some kind of thief. I had to check your mind. You are free to go. Why, you did what? Managed to ask Izuku as he recovered his stance. The voice sighed and emerged from the shadow. Izuku couldn't tell because the first thing he saw was a black skull and a lot of plastic tubes. I checked your mind. If you came here on purpose then, let's just say you would not be as welcomed as you are right now. Still, you seem a bit disturbed. The man walked closer toward Izuku, which made him took a few steps backward. Izuku didn't notice as first, but the man was massive and something was off now that he had a clear vision of him. Whoever this person was, Izuku only felt death emanating from him. Now tell me. Coffee? Maybe water? The sudden hospitality took Izuku off guard and slightly diminished the man's overwhelming aura. You a TT? Excellent choice. Though I'm not sure you will appreciate it, I don't have any sugar either. The man walked further into the room. That's when Izuku noticed that the previously dark and barren place was in fact fully equipped as a kitchen. He was still questioning his mental state, by the way. Have a sit. Anywhere, I don't care. Izuku tried to suppress the incoming questions and simply obeyed the man. He sat back where he was lying a few moments ago, a metal table, which seemed to have been used recently. Very recently. Don't know what to ask next? I understand, people needs answers to not lose their composure. Any kind of answer is enough nowadays. Anyway, Izuku heard an acute whistling, probably coming from a boiler. It would be rude to not introduce myself to my newfound invitee. He came back with 2 cups that he dropped near a desk full of computer screens, and then he sat in a big office chair, the one in which you expect to either see the richest man in the universe or the bad guy with a claw and a cat in old movies. I can't give you my name as you wouldn't understand it, and beside you shouldn't know it at all for your own good, the man would have say safety. Izuku knew it, judging by the small silence the man made. Now that I answered your question, would you tell me how you ended up here? I saw you running like death was on your back. He didn't. He did saw Izuku running while he was looking into his head, but he couldn't watch 9 years of someone else's life. He had to keep it short. He wasn't lying earlier when he said that he simply checked his mind to see if Izuku was an intruder or not. Why, Izuku tried to say in a polite way that his never answered his question, and he never asked one either. The best thing he could do was to answer his questions, as someone was after me here. The man grabbed one of the cup. Izuku would have found this fun because there was no way his host could drink this with the helmet he was wearing, but right now the said host was simply too scary to think about anything close to fun. Could you please repeat what you just said? And this time please make sure I can understand. Alright, I said that I was running because my FR classmates were trying to bully me. Izuku knew what they would do to him, but he didn't have to look miserable in front of his host. Well, this time it's clever. But no one was following you. So tell me, I know you aren't lying. I don't need a lie detector to know that. I thought they were following me. Believe would the correct word to use. Sorry, I should probably not push you to answer. The man grabbed the other cup and handed it to Izuku. It should be cold enough now, enjoy it. Izuku hesitantly grabbed the cup. It wasn't even tepid. Are you a villain? Isn't that obvious? Haha, it took you so long to ask this question. You really are a special someone. You could say I am one, yes. Now tell me what makes you say that, He stood up and walked across the room. Yes. Is it because my home is dark and scary? Because I abducted you? No, not abducted. I mean you are free to go. In fact, define what's a villain, would you? Here and now with your own words, it was almost calculated, he ended up right in front of Izuku. A villain is someone who uses his quirk T to do bad things? The man stared at him. That's close enough from the official definition. Now here is the problem with your statement. Have I done anything wrong? He didn't. He took care of him? In a way? He even offered him a drink. Now do not give me that look. Well, I don't really know what kind of expression you have right now. I'm half blind to be honest and he looked at his arm. There was a small watch but Izuku could tell that this one was worth a lot of money. 6 p.m. I'm almost sure you should be in your home by now. Your parents must be worried about you. Why yes. Izuku grabbed his backpack which had been dropped next to the table. Please accept my apologies for this disagreement. The exit is right behind you. Be careful in the staircase though. Izuku didn't care much about what this man was saying. He had to get out now. Oh, and feel free to come here. Those bullies will never find you here. Izuku stopped. Thank you. Present day. He came back? Asked the doctor surprised. He did. This time, however, there was more than an allusion to fear. What kind of? He didn't have all his mind, did he? I think that he simply didn't want to be a public punching bag anymore. Makes sense, no? I wouldn't try to find refuge with you if we just happened to meet. No offense. None taken. Where was I? 5 years ago. Izuku ran down the staircase. He didn't recognize the place at first, but he didn't have much time to choose. Hopefully he did recognize the rusted metal door. And this time it was half opened. Right on time. I forgive you for not knocking before entering. This time again. Izuku was still catching his breath, so all for one assumed that he would take some tea again. Sorry. I didn't know where I should go. They are too used to the way toward my apartment. I offered refuge in the first place. I brought a chair this time. This old operation table isn't comfortable, rights. Tell me, how about we introduce ourselves if we are going to see each other on a regular basis? Aye. Izuku looked rather reluctant to answer. Fine, I will start. You shouldn't give your name to strangers. You don't have to give me your family name if you prefer. Just call me Sensei. That's how much people call me. I'm Izuku. Izuku. I like this name. This is way better than yesterday. We managed to have a decent conversation for about 1 minute so far. Izuku chuckled slightly. The anxiety that he felt the other day was gone surprisingly. What do you do here? Are you alone? Curious, I see. I'm currently healing. Well, healing, such a big word. I'm trying to be honest. You were right to call me a villain yesterday, and before you go yelling at the closest police station, I'm retired. Mostly. Retired? That doesn't sound normal. Haha, dear Izuku, you didn't thought villains were eternal. Do you? Even heroes have to retire one day. It's funny when you put it this way. The actual society needs villains so heroes can exist. But villains do not require heroes. Right. And smart above all. I understand why you are the scapegoat in this story. SC scapegoat? Don't tell me you do not know what it is. Here, Sensei put a cup of tea in front of Izuku. Now my turn. What do you want to do in your life? Why ? You wouldn't like it. Please, it's a silly conversation between two adults. What could possibly anger me? I want to be a hero. All for one stared at Izuku. He became silent. And perfectly still. What kind of hero do you want to be? It's not because I'm a villain that I necessarily hate heroes. I don't understand. Why am I even here? Who knows? Because you feel lonely, because you are scared, and maybe because you don't really see me as a bad person? You . Answer please. I'm not sure. I really want to be a hero just like All Might, a hero who save the days and bring hope to people with smile. Izuku could swear that he heard Sensei breath under his mask, but this breath probably meant something worse. And what kind of quirk do you have? Q quirk. After all, it's the power which makes the hero, rights? Now go on. Show me what makes you special. Izuku didn't answer. He tightened his grip around the cup of tea and stared at his reflection. Something wrong? And no, it's just, I don't really have 1 inch. Izuku expected that his new friend would laugh at him. And he did. That's a good joke. Izuku gritted his teeth, but I know when someone has a quirk or not. Izuku dropped the cup on the ground. Suddenly he felt once again the morbid aura around Sensei. Anoi dash. Do not bother about the cup. Show me your quirk, would you? Before Izuku could do anything, Sensei was in front of him, and he had a firm grip around his right arm. And no, don't. Izuku struggled to break free. He was stupid, so stupid, of course he couldn't trust a villain even if he was retired and blind. It will only take a moment dash. All for one intended to use a quirk to force the activation of Izuku's one, but what he saw then gave him a sensation of pleasure and fear. Red sparks. Exactly the same as his. Another all for one. Ideas rushed through his mind, plans. For a moment he was paying attention to Izuku, who managed to break free. He was now running toward the staircase. Wait. I didn't mean to do that. He yelled, grabbing Izuku with the black string quirk. Let me go. Shouted back the teen as he struggled with all his strength. Your quirk. I know what it does. I know why you pretended to be quirkless. He caught Izuku's attention. The boy stopped wiggling. Your quirk. You can't use it because you want to be a hero. And because a hero can't have this kind of power, you weren't running because of me, but because of what you can do. Do you want to know how I managed to know you had a quirk? How I knew what it was? Why, my boy, you and I are the only people on this planet that can steal quirks. Hello, I mean net. Oopsie, school caught up with me and I had to push my updates a bit while 3 weeks, man. WTF. Anyway, updates will become slow, that's a fact. Boot. Quality won't decrease. Oh really? What a great new you piece of usage. Now how about some reviews? Project Iceman Chapter 5. The more I read this, the more I become curious about what AFO's plans for Izuku are. Or if he feels a connection because of their similar quirks. It's obvious, isn't it? Happy face. Guess Chapter 5. Bruh, imagine if Deku stole Nomu's quirk. That will be explained. Sheet spoilers. Emery's Akiyuki Chapter 2. They don't make their own costumes. The support department does that. They just draw a design and send it in. Izuku's mom did his costume. Tongue sticking out beside it still have to be accepted by UA before they can actually use it. Just imagine if a student asked for a full set of knives. Who knows why? I'm not sure UA would simply be okay with that. Emery's Akiyuki Chapter 1. Jesus, that's a lot of None of those were needed, and you need a beta. Well, maybe, but that's my own writing style. And yes, I do have a beta, but this beta is currently studying too, and I don't want to bother him, so I'm checking everything myself. Using Google Translate. Kill me. Nagisa Ter Chapter 5. Defo the dad. Nope, not this time. Smiley face. Scari's Chapter 5. Keep it up. Trying to. Arseni's Chapter 5. Thanks for the chapter, it was good. Also it is Ida, not Lida. I can't read properly, my bad. Crying face. Promised, I won't make this mistake again, hopefully. Thanks for pointing this out. Suzuki Chapter 5. That a great AFO Izuku story will All Might knows about all for broccoli in the future? Also for the grammar use Grammarly or something like that. Well yes. Or else where would be the difficulty for our said broccoli boy? And I will check your Grammarly thing, thank you, happy face. Well, I just check it and it looks so great. Only problem is, this can actually steal all my passwords and I don't trust this app at all at this point. No, seriously, okay, it need access to my keyboard, but FCK, no, why would I want to register everything I'm typing and send it to some external server and stuff? I'm still trusting Google Translate then. Unless someone finds something that won't try to trowel me with cookies. LUL, what I bed jock. Lego Masterlord Chapter 5. I can already tell it's not an happy review. Sweating. Chapter 5. Griffin Strange. Again, I'm still looking for a beta reader since Lego Masterlord is at school again. Go check his fanfics BTW. So if anyone is interested, they can PM me and we will discuss this together. Winky face. Me, Jesus Christ. Izuku, and he's lost for words. Shinso, so? Bakugo, so that means that we have to write the review for him. Me, he mentioned me. Holy cow. Bardock, I'm gonna slap him and see what he does. Izuku don't see happy. Izuku me suus. Processing. This moment. Bardock Bakugo Izuku Shinso. OH. Connection cut. Thanatos 2018 Chapter 5. Updates soon please. I need to learn more about this story, and so far this is the only AFOOs I've read. Thank you. And most of the AFOOs are in fact massive ship between either Izuku and Katsuki or Izuku and Ijiro, not Shoto for some obscure reason. Winky face. Anyone up here? Izuku, I'm calling recovery girl. Yua? And no, I'm here. I'm fine, no need to call anyone. What happened? Honestly I had a flashback, but nothing bad really. We should just go for our lunch, right? Sure, Ida and the others asked us to join. Are really? Yeah. In fact it's Momo who suggested this too. You know, break the ice like they say. T-dash. That's great. I thought everyone would give me the cold shoulder, but wow, let's go then. Achiko nodded and led the way. As they were getting closer from the lunch area, she noticed that Izuku was slowing down. You know, it's kind of obvious that you do not trust the other students. Is it really that hard? I wouldn't say it's about trust. I guess I had bad experiences, that's all. I never had any good friends since Izuku stopped. Izuku, did you ever considered what would happen if you didn't get a quirk? Imagine you are going to see the doctor, full of hope and dreams about what power the universe gave you, and then nothing. Izuku, Achiko never considered that. She had nothing to fear. Both of her parents had a quirk. She never met someone quirkless before Izuku. When she was young, it's almost as if quirkless people didn't exist. I never considered this. Me neither. I spent so much time trying to activate anything in my body, or rather I wasted so much time. Sometimes it was not because I wanted so much to be a hero. Being quirkless, it's like being an outcast from humanity. People laugh at your own misery. Izuku looked down. Around the end his voice sounded hesitant. Achiko didn't know what she could do in this situation. She couldn't let down Izuku but hey, it's all different now, right? I'm going to make a lot of friends. Izuku was now smiling as if the last 3 minutes never happened. Let's go now. We don't want to lose more of our lunchtime, right? Why yeah. Followed Achiko, throwing a punch in the air to show her excitement. Izuku wasn't excited at all. He was scared like he had never been. 5 years ago. For one? That's how it's called? Asked Izuku, now staring inside yet another cup of tea after a few minutes of explanations about his power. Yes, I came up with this name for a reason. Sensei had delayed everything so he could talk with Izuku for the next 7 hours if he had to. How did you discover it? When I was 4, I accidentally stole my Friday friend's quirk for a moment. I was scared at this moment, and he has an explosion quirk. I guess you know how it ended. You don't have it, however. You gave back his quirk. And no, I guess I only took it briefly without thinking or noticing. How many times did you use all for one? 2 times. The second time Izuku shivered. I used it on my mother. I hurt her a lot. I guess this time you completely took her quirk, but you rushed the process. It must have been exhausting for you too. And all for one was impressed. He had used his power so many times, and he didn't always used it to stole a quirk, sometimes to torture, sometimes to help. But each time he stole a quirk he had this hunger, he wanted to give back some. But he couldn't. How was it possible to give up a part of his power when he would use it better than anyone? And yet Izuku, all for one, supposed that the boy was around 10 years old. And all this years he never tried to take a quirk. He had to be lying. Anyone who would possess so much power would try to get more. But he wasn't. So far Izuku had been one of the honest person he had met. Why? Asked Sensei, losing his neutral tone at the same time. If it was so easy for you to get a quirk, why are you still quirkless now? Don't you want to be a hero? Why is but you could have everything you want. This world could be yours. I don't understand. All for one sat back into his chair and rotated toward his wall of screens. As if he could see what they were displaying, he looked pathetic, and in front of a children above all. It wouldn't be right. That made him laugh, genuinely laugh, right? What's right? Aren't you tired of being quirkless sometimes? I am yes. So why? Don't you want to take away the powers of those who do not deserve it? Yes, but dash. But what? Tell me. Now it was anger who spoke through all for one. It was just impossible. The greed for power was natural for every human being and no one could resist it. Why do you choose to be weak? All for one reaped his chair from the ground and threw it somewhere else in the room. This was a mistake. Not only he managed to hurt himself by using a quirk in his state, but he scared Izuku. He was about to apologize, but he couldn't stand up anymore. Pathetic, he only used it for a second and now he was completely drained. He was using all the strength he still had in him to not completely collapse. A hand appeared in front of him. Because I don't want to become a bad person, Izuku answered. All for one. Hesitated, he grabbed Izuku's hand and the young man helped him to sit back into another chair. I don't want to become like them. If having power means that you become a monster then I don't want to. And what if this world need monsters? Is that lunch rush? That's so cool. Even the cook is a pro hero. Beamed Achiko as she and Izuku arrived at the lunch area. They didn't even have to wait. The said hero was making at least 5 plates per second. Achiko grabbed a bell of rice mixed with green jelly cubes and Izuku chose a purple soup. It didn't look tasty but it was made by a pro hero with a specialized quirk in the end. Izuku was as surprised as Achiko. However, he was really considering if this hero could be considered as a pro. Most people doesn't know what kind of quirk he has as they only consider the results. It seems very simple in fact. Lunch Rush can use any kind of environment and turn it into food. If only this kind of power could help the people starving outside. Can you see them? Asked Izuku. They said that they would be sitting next to the windows. Here. Achiko indicated a large table. Izuku spotted Tenya, Momo, Denki, Tsu and he was confused for a moment to see a uniform floating but he quickly understood that it was Toru. Hey everyone, called Achiko. Did something happen on your way? We feared that you may not come, explained Momo as she offered a seat to Izuku and Achiko. Sorry, I spaced out and I ended up delaying us, apologized Izuku. Oh, does it happen often? She carefully continued. Oh, I'm trying to avoid that. Sometimes I end up muttering in front of everyone or space out like I did with Achiko. It just happens like that when I get lost into my dash. Izuku looked at Momo's plate. In the middle stood a literal block of iron. Is that dash? Actually no, it's not, huh? She took a knife and cut through the iron cube as if it was a brick of butter. Honestly, I don't know what it is. It tastes like tomato and curry, I would say. Mine is supposed to be some kind of ice cream, explained Tenya, but it's very hot. It tastes like jalapeno peppers or something similar. I tried to put water over it, but it's useless. They should really put some description about the food, he concluded with a surrendering tone. I'm not even sure I want to eat my soup now. It's made by Lunch Rush Izuku. Come and give it a try. Lunch Rush? Asked Denki curious. Who is that? He's our cook, answered Izuku. Most people do not know him because he is not really a field hero, more like a support. No offense intended, I mean he really helps a lot. Wow, that's great. I wonder if all the staff is composed of pros then, replied Toru. I have heard that number 13 is going to be hosting us this year in some kind of training facility. She is my idol, added Achiko. It makes sense, Ribbit. Your quirks aren't similar but they are good for support and well, they have the same theme. Like space and gravity? Ribbit, also your costume really looks like an early version of hers. Yeah, exactly. Which one is your favorite, Sue? Asked Achiko. Right now I don't have any favorite, though I do like Recovery Girl a lot, she explained, putting a finger next to her mouth with a vacant stare. Izuku noted that she was hard to read. Maybe she was emotionally strong? Though Izuku never saw a front having expressions. Mine would be my big brother. Being a hero is some kind of legacy in the family and I'm really looking up to be as good as him, answered Tenya. The other students mostly answered that All Might was their favorite hero. And then they started to stare at Izuku, which of course meant that they were somehow waiting for an answer. Izuku tried to ignore them at first. If it wasn't for Tsuyu's bluntness. Midoriya, what about you? Emmy? Yes. Well, 5 years ago. All for One expected Izuku's visit. The kid kept coming each and every day after school, even during the weekend, unless he had something else planned. It wasn't a bad thing. He really enjoyed each second with the young man. Such a bright mind. All for One pushed back every appointment he had with Tsubasa to get some private time with Izuku. Hello, he muttered as he entered inside the basement. Good afternoon, Izuku. He asked my personal taxi to steal some new variants of tea. This one is called Deidari. Doesn't mean anything, but I'm sure it smells like mint. Sensei, I don't want to disturb you, but my hands they dash. The young was cut off as All for One grabbed one of Izuku's hand. He had already lived this situation. Izuku was very worried. At first All for One suspected it when Izuku entered. The young boy was shy, but there was a big difference between being shy and scared. It hurts, right? And you can't control it either, Sensei guessed as he saw the red sparks around Izuku's hands. I can't keep going to school like this. I can barely suppress it and people are already starting to notice that I am acting weird. The quirk was starving, just like any muscle it had to be used in order to live, but Izuku wouldn't like this answer. Since when? 2 years. It has been 2 years? The pain must be unbearable. He had to do something right now. Listen, it happened to me too, all right? You are going to be fine, but there is something you have to dash. I have to steal a quirk, right? Well, I theorized this fact, but I confirmed it on my way. I know how quirks work and dash. I don't know how I'm going to do this. I don't want to steal any quirk. Stubborn at fault this kid. Well, All for One will have to make an effort. Use mines. You can't take them, but I'm willing to share some with you until All for One stops reacting this way. You really? You don't know how hard it is for me. It looks simple, but it's going to hurt me as much as you. All for One was greedy in a way when it came to quirks, but he was also talking about his current physical state. Besides, Izuku never tried to steal a quirk voluntarily. Take my hand, but hold your horses, I will start. We don't want any complication, all right? But there will be complications. All for One knew it. Izuku extended his hand for Sensei. When their hands touched, Izuku lost his balance. Something was terribly wrong with Sensei. Usually he could feel the quirks around him, and he always wondered why he couldn't feel the same around All for One. Now he knew why. He probably always felt his presence. When Sensei grabbed his hand, Izuku foresaw the void, the almost infinite quantity of quirks flowing through him, at the same time so chaotically and peacefully. Izuku brought his hand to his mouth. If he had a pile of dead bodies in front of him, he would probably have the same reaction. I hope you can hold back, chucked All for One. After a minute, Izuku managed to catch his breath. Why, you knew I would have this reaction, right? I did, but my curiosity pushed me to see how emotionally strong you were. I must say I'm impressed. Now take my hand again, and let's see if we can tame your dissident quirk. He is not really a hero, but he was an important figure and he still is. I guess he showed me what kind of hero I want to be and helped me a lot. Without him I wouldn't be here. Wow, who is he? A cop perhaps? Asked Ochiko. No, he is some kind of teacher? Of everything? Let's keep it that way, as if he was going to say that the man who gave him the will and the skills to be a hero was a former criminal genius. Some kind of secret teacher. That sounds great, Midoriya, ribbit. Izuku gave an accord smile to the frog student. Warning, level 3 security breach. For the next seconds nothing happened, then a bell rang and the students present in the lunch area started to panic. What is this? Asked Ochiko as she tried to avoid being caught in the flow of students running away. A security breach? That can't be possible. No villain is stupid enough to attack you, thought Tenya. We have to evacuate. But I suppose we will have to find another way. Wait, look. Tsuyu showed the out-east of the lunch area. From their table they could see the entrance of the school. It was just a bunch of journalists being pushed back toward the exit. How did they get in? Wondered Izuku. There is no need to evacuate then. We have to tell everyone. Izuku turned back toward the flow. For years ago. Traded quirks. Sometimes yes, or I offered them. Each time it was a calculated decision, however. I never gave a quirk out of generosity. Calculated decision? You mean dash? When quirk first appeared, the government tried to take control of this new power. I do not need to tell you how the people reacted, especially the one who had quirks. Did the government dash? No, they never found me, at least no yet, not even when. All for one stared at the ceiling. Even if he couldn't see it, Izuku knew that Sensei was simply trying to suppress the pain anyway. Some were looking for power, others for protecting, guidance. I offered them what they asked. In exchange, I only asked for their trust. But you used them then? Beamed Izuku. I offered them the choice. What do you think I would do if one of them refused? Maybe you think I will do something as low as torturing their family or killing them for some obscure reason. Well, no, a lot refused, you know. Maybe they were smarter than the other or more courageous. In fact, yes, let this be your lesson for today. Izuku listened carefully to Sensei's advice. In a desperate situation, a leader has to emerge. Make sure that you are this leader. How? Offer them hope, or force them to believe that you are their only hope. Throw me? Muttered Izuku. Achiko heard that. What? Achiko, your quirk on me now. Izuku extended his hand toward Achiko, who immediately used her quirk on him. Izuku jumped above the student flow and flew until he reached the exit door, which was completely blocked. Silence! Izuku yelled as loud as he could. He obtained the attention of the students. Don't you see, it's only journalists? Are you all out of your minds to react in such a way? Most of them looked down or toward another direction. You are supposed to become heroes, so act like one in the first place. After a minute, the crowd dissipated and Izuku felt that Achiko was releasing him. After that, he took another full minute to breath and catch up with what just happened. Midoriya. Tenya was the first to reach him. You were incredible. Thank you, but I'm never doing that again. Izuku. Achiko looked exhausted when she arrived. Izuku didn't know that using her quirk for such a small amount of time would drain her so much. Are you okay? I was so scared. But wow, that was so cool. I'm fine. And relatively happy that it worked. I hope you will do it again. That's how a true hero should act. I'm so happy to have you in our class and to have you as our class representative, commented Tenya. Izuku smiled and rubbed the back of his head. But his task wasn't finished here. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. But your lunch dash, worried Achiko. I'll take it later, thank you. Sorry for this lunch, it was really messed up. Do not worry about that. We knew the journalists could be stubborn to the point of breaking into a height-secured facility. Ironized Momo. In fact, Izuku didn't go to the bathroom at all. He was heading toward the school entrance. The doors didn't simply open for a bunch of annoying journalists and paparazzis. When he reached his destination, the said journalists were gone. Izuku noticed some cameras smashed on the ground. In the end, it wasn't much different than the flow of scared student. Aizawa was here too with Nizu. They were examining the door. Illegal use of quirk? Asked the director. Most likely, nothing conventional can do so much clean damage. Izuku gritted his teeth when he heard the word conventional. Just what kind of problem did Aizawa had with quirkless? Then it's a declaration of dash. Nizu's ears twitched and in the next second his head made a turn toward Izuku. Well, that's just a perfect timing. Hello, Izuku, greeted Nizu. Director, answered back Izuku. Shouldn't you be in class? Asked Aizawa with his monotonous, slight angry tone. I wanted to know how the journalists managed to breach into UA for the other students. Don't be so harsh with him, Aizawa. Besides, you should be in class too. At least I have a reason to be here. Anyway, Izuku, you have some talents when it comes to studying quirks, right? Asked the director, pointing the door in every possible direction. Why yes? You want me to dash? I want you to have a look. After all, a second examination can always be helpful. Sure, muttered Izuku. He walked closer from the door. Aizawa moved away from his spot. At first glance, the gate had been turned into a pile of small rock. It couldn't be an explosion or else the rocks would be scattered. Izuku grabbed one of the rocks. It wasn't hot either. That's weird. It's just like suddenly the door fell down like a card castle. It was dismembered, purely and simply, cut in every possible direction, concluded Izuku. Do you mind giving us more argument? Asked Aizawa. First there was no explosion, Or else we would have heard it and there wouldn't be a pile of metal rocks where the door once stood. Then Izuku gave Aizawa a piece of the door. It's completely cold. If someone tried to cut through it with a saw or a laser it would still be hot. Besides, I'm sure the journalists would have noticed. No, it was done by something that can deconstruct even UA's massive gate. Without being too visible. Nizu wasn't smiling anymore and Aizawa was just staring as always. Was that helpful? More than enough, Izuku. You can go back to class and tell the others to get ready. We are going out of the school facility, ordered Aizawa. Whyus? Izuku ran back to the classroom. Deconstruct? Dismembering? What kind of quirk is that? Asked Aizawa confused. He is very close from the verity. Call back midnight and recovery. I think we are not done here yet. They left a few minutes ago for an incident in the city, a hostage situation or something. All might join them. That means he won't be present this afternoon, Aizawa sighed. Hopefully 13 would handle the students on her own. When Izuku entered the classroom everyone was silent. Some students were whispering about the breach while others were occupying themselves with whatever they had in their desk. Izuku? What happened? This moment. Illegal use of quirk, but the teachers are already dealing with this. Izuku faked a smile. Also Aizawa told us to get ready, we are leaving soon. Apparently we are going outside of the school. Did he say why? I guess he will explain later. Or after some secret test, who knows. Izuku sat back at his desk. He shouldn't have missed his lunch. He was so hungry after all this stressful events. 3 years ago. Sensei, what is this place? It used to be an old candy shop. Got closed because they couldn't keep up with the competition. Competition? It happens, right? Do you know why there are laws that regulate the usage of quirks? To prevent people from causing chaos and hurting other people? Close enough in a way, but also to avoid that this kind of things happen. You see, when quirks appeared, some used them for their job. Just imagine being able to create ice cream by refining the air around you. Even if I must admit, yes, that's an exotic quirk. Did they get caught? No, they didn't. In fact, they chose to not use theirs to keep up. And they ended up losing because they didn't use all they had to win. That's not fair? What's fair in life, Izuku? Sorry for this slip. What I want to tell you is that one day you will be faced with a situation in which you will not have enough strength to save yourself. If it ever happens, promise me that you won't do anything stupid. I promise. Izuku. Ayashui. Call me Tsu, please. Oh, yeah, right. Izuku ended up sleeping again. Well, hopefully he caught most of what Aizawa explained. This afternoon they would do rescue training. At least this time no one would try to beat the hell out of him. I wanted to know, where did you learn all those moves you showed up during the combat training? I never saw any hero do that. Is this your own style or did someone taught you? Oh, well, half-half I would say. Someone gave me the basics and I modified some. But very recently we started training again. Demon, that's so manly. Beamed Ijiro. Would like to be able to use moves like that. He activated his quirk around his arms. I can't stop imagining how I would look if I could combine your style with my quirk. Your quirk is really great for infighting. In fact, I suppose you can just run into most fight without having to bother about the danger, right? Added Izuku. Demon, yes I can. Just like Red Riot. I guess we really took a lot of our idols as personalities, right? Well, mostly. Pointed out Achiko. Talking about personality, Izuku, do you know which hero inspired Bakugo to make him like that? Ribbit? What? Yeah, Bakugo and Todoroki both have incredible quirks, admitted Denki from the back of the bus. And they do fit their personality, no offense guys. None taken, muttered Shoto. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. It made Izuku chuckle. He was only interested by the conversation because people were talking about his quirk. I mean, Bakugo looks angry all the time. What kind of hero inspired him? Teased Tsu. I never heard of any that would match his personality, so I guess this one isn't very popular. That triggered Katsuki. He stood up and agitated his fist toward Tsu. Say that again so I can kick your butt. That only made the students in the bus laughed. It was so funny. Now the roles were reversed and Izuku would be able to enjoy each and every moments of his time at UA. This is such a disgusting conversation, complained Momo, who was sitting next to Achiko. Yeah, but in a way it's fun, right? She proposed. Izuku noticed that Achiko didn't brought her helmet, however now she was wearing gloves. That's new. He asked her, pointing at her hands. Oh yes. In training to use my quirk on myself, and I came up to the conclusion that I shouldn't try to hold for a longer PRD but instead I should practice my movements. And I must admit that our gloves gave this idea. But they aren't made for climbing or protection, are they? They look so, well, soft. Izuku took of his left glove and gave it to Achiko. Yeah, Kenda, someone gave them to me 4 years ago and since I keep bringing them with me, they may look soft but trust me they are as hard as diamond. Is that the same person that trained you who gave you those gloves? Ribbit asked Tsuyua. Achiko gave her the glove. Yes, they did a lot more for me. 4 years ago. I know it's not winter yet but I happened to find this and I wanted to give you a small gift. For keeping company to an old man like me, ha. Usually all for one avoided to talk about his age, he took out a small package from a closet and put it on the operation table. Izuku never tried to ask either, even if sensei pretended to be old, or at least called himself as an old person, the rest of their body felt wrong. He looked like he was around 30 or 40 years old. Thank you, Sensei B, but you didn't have to. You did more for me than I could ever do. Quit apologizing and open it, would you? How in the world can you be so polite? Izuku opened the small package. A pair of black and green gloves. That's... When All for One first appeared I didn't know how to control it. In fact I even managed to scare myself a few times in the street as people came too close from me. They are useless to be honest but I felt safe. I supposed it might help you. You would give me your own gloves? I don't need them anymore. Besides it's not like I can use them anymore. Just look at the size of my hands. Anyone would think I could crush their head with such a pair of claws, huh? Okay, looks like we are here. Wait, why did we stop in front of a giant dome? Wondered Kirishima as he got out of the bus. That's huge, it's like what? 700 meters tall? Please do not waste any more time, we have too much to do in one afternoon. Follow me, ordered Aizawa. Hello everyone. I have been waiting for you. Greeted a deformed voice which belonged to a person dressed as an astronaut. And no way, shouted Achiko. It's the Space Hero 13. Izuku knew a bit about this pro. They had saved a lot of people across the world due to their powerful quirk. They had a lot of experience, so obviously 13 was the right person to teach the class about rescuing. Without further explanation, the class was brought inside the dome. Some students said that it looked like an amusement park. And in a way it did, but the true purpose of this place was to reproduce natural disasters. 13 called this place the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short, which might be a problem since USJ was already taken for Universal Studio Japan as most of the students thought about the anachronism. Hey, shouldn't All Might be here too? Oh no, let me guess he managed to get caught into another interview so he would not have to deal with his work. Complained Aizawa as he walked next to 13. Actually no, it's something else. Izuku couldn't hear what they were saying but he noticed that 13 showed 3 with her fingers to Aizawa. But 3 for what? Class? Villains? A distance? Hours? All Might wasn't teaching to another class but he did work as a pro in parallel to his work at UA. Anyway, before we start I have a few things to say. Or actually 2. I mean 3-inch stat 3D 13. We get it, answered back the class. As all of you know, our society has a strict quirk regulations and everyone has a file saying either or not their quirk can be dangerous. For example, my quirk is called Black Hole, no need to explain how it works. But I could very well use it to bring chaos and dash. As 13 was giving some explanation, Izuku started to feel weird. He didn't have to be scared right now, why would he? His file had been saying he was quirkless since he was 4, and that would not change for a long time. Right? Now that this is over we dash. Aizawa was interrupted by a strange electric sound. The light in the dome switched foams further at the center of the plaza the fountain was having. Some problems too, the water flow kept stopping. 13 what dash? Aizawa turned around, something black appeared in the middle of the plaza. Smoke? No, something was coming out from it. Stay together and don't move. He ordered to the class. What? I thought we were rescuing people and dash. Ijiro took a step forward but Aizawa immediately pushed him backward. I said don't move. This is real, those people are dash. Villains, completed Izuku. Hello again fellow readers. Let's go straight to the reviews, right? Nyanaya Kitty Face Chapter 6. I'm so glad I found this story. This is a great idea and I'm so happy to see a story where Izuku is guided by all for one and he's not a villain. The connection they share is really well done and it truly shows that things are never simply black and white. You also did an amazing job keeping Izuku true to his character, but at the same time showing the effects he and all for one have on each other. Next is the chapter I've been dying to see. The USJ attack is about to begin. I seriously hope Izuku keeps the quirks from the Nomu. Plus, I seriously want to see how everyone reacts to the reveal. Especially All Might, Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and Ochako. I can't wait. So happy to see that I managed to make an original story that most people likes. I'm not a great writer and I'm still working on my English grammar, #ViVelafranceLUL, it's really helping me to write like that. So far I'm trying to keep the story interesting without just rewriting the manga anime. It gets kinda hard from times to times, especially when it comes to USJ, but I think I managed to come up with something relatively readable. Sorry if there is no big reveal during this chapter, happy face, hope you will enjoy it though. Dear Death, Father Dearest Chapter 6. A few things. Cool. Dude, I don't think you know the meaning of beamed. Google Translate is weird. And so are mammals. Chapter. For mentioning me, I reviewed as Dear Death. Sure, the winky face. Keep writing or I'll force you, this story is so good. While we went from 2 to 5, you broke the dimensions dude, but sure thanks for the support. Spendragon 125 Chapter 6. Oh boy, this story has wanting more. As I like to say, come here Justice readers. Being with you Chapter 6. September 29th. Villainta. Slowly starting during this chapter, happy face. Arseni's Chapter 6. September 29th. Thanks, pretty good chapter. It can get worse, don't tell me this yet, happy face. Lego Masterlord Chapter 6. Connection Return. Well sheet. Greetings peasants. I am all for one, greeted all for one. You are probably wondering, where the beep K is Lego and his group of idiots? Well, why don't we say hi? All for one grabbed the camera and redirected its view so it showed me, Izuku, and the rest of the crew all in the lounge, tied up with GGS in our mouths. Say hi everyone. Muffled cries for help were heard, but I managed to get the GG of and yelled at all for one, you'll never get away with this. I know Ultra Instinct. I have all for one. Even Izuku does. Oh but, you'll be too late, all for one said, as I'm about to unleash my most devastating, evil, unforgivable plan. Why does this remind me of the Cell vs. All for One videos? Izuku asked. All for One ignored him and said, I, all for one, am going to use your account on fanfiction and YouTube and make hate mail to all of your subscribed YouTubers and your favorite authors. Mwahaha. You will never get away with it. I said, only because I write on iPad mini 1. What? All for one said, who in their right mind writes on iPad? Who in their right mind writes on a phone? Izuku countered. I am writing on a phone, surprised face. I decided to use my secret weapon against All for One and said to the camera, we'll be back right after we beat the beep T out of All for One. I gave the camera a smile as I cut the feed. Connection lost. Can someone go follow his fiction? Nagisa Chapter 6. If Izuku doesn't steal a quirk I will say bullshit. Hold my lemonade. Mim here Chapter 1. Having. After every. Few words is extremely. Irritating. Well here you go, a whole chapter without. And FCK yo dash, oh wait I can't say that to my readers. Oopsie, and as it's only the review section that doesn't count CK. You should probably read over what you write, there are quite a few mistakes. I'm doing my best. Scaries Chapter 6. Izuka, it's dinner time, your quirk is hungry and dinner self-delivered. Yeah, oh also, not using a quirk for prolonged PRD of time is actually a thing. I don't remember where I read that on the wiki but feel free to check it out. Alright, let's raid Area 69 Bois. For years ago. You see, my dear Izuku, you can't actually win or lose a game of chess. It just doesn't add up to our reality. But I'm winning right now. Izuku examined the board for a minute as Sensei wasn't answering. Am I? You are indeed winning. But consider this. Do you really think your soldiers would sacrifice themselves so another one can kill his assailant? Let's play the game this way, right? Now you can't move any pieces on a case where they would get killed during the next turn. Sure. Izuku thought that this new rule would not change the situation that much, but after only 2 minutes he was already blocked, and so was Sensei. It's a draw. He finally asked. In response, All for One chuckled and crossed his arms, laying back into his chair. As I said, you can't win such a game. However, it still doesn't add up to reality. Your soldiers do not have emotions, convictions, thing that you can exploit in order to push them to act. This doesn't sound really heroic. Remember when I told you about emerging as a leader? Well, that's how it works. Any living being will always act for his own interests, and there is no greater interest than life. You are telling me this as if I didn't care about other people's lives. That's the problem. You are putting the interests of others before yours. One day this will get you killed. You can't say that. Suddenly, Sensei stood up, tearing apart 2 cables which were currently connected to his mask. I can. Because I know how this world works, and I'm trying to make you see through. Izuku's shocked and scared expression interrupted. All for One. The former villain slowly sat back into his chair. I had a brother, you know? And he stopped. Never mind, you should just go home now, it's getting late. Sensei, just go home, I have made enough mistakes for today. Izuku grabbed his school bag. Sensei wasn't moving anymore. Izuku had noticed that All for One didn't like when he would not agree or question his teachings, but on the other hand Izuku saw that he liked to encounter a bit of resistance. In the end he wasn't really angry against him, nor was Izuku toward All for One. Present time. Villains. It had to happen one day after all, but Izuku never thought that he would have to be confronted with this kind of situation at U, even less during his first weeks. How did they get here? Shouldn't there be some kind of alarm? Asked Izuku to 13. There is no electricity, one of them must be using their quirk to do that, answered the pro, still watching the plaza with Aizawa as the villains were deploying themselves all over the USJ. Denki, try to use your quirk and contact the school. Everyone go back to the bus now. Ordered Aizawa. There is no way you can just go against them on your own. I know it's your job, but that's still suicide at this point. Izuku knew that in a way or another this wouldn't end well. I know. But if I do not act now everyone will suffer. Now just go. Aizawa put on his goggles and ran toward the plaza. The students looked stunned. Seeing their teacher running right into the villains was impressive. He was strong, really strong, and at the same time everyone knew how it might or would end. Izuku saw 13. They were shocked. Anyone would be, but as Aizawa said they had to act now and Izuku knew what he had to do next. You heard him. Let's get out of here quick. We have to call the teachers. 13 stared at Izuku. She had to say something but she couldn't leave Aizawa either. The students were our priority. Quick, follow me, ordered Izuku as he ran back the other way. Denki, do you have anything? Nothing, I'm completely lost right now. He showed up his phone. At the same time he was powering it, but it would instantly shut down. But if we get far enough I might dash. As they were running, the mist that appeared earlier on the plaza showed up between them and the exit. It was hard to describe, but the thing standing between them and the exit was a person, a teleportation quirk. That's how they got in. That's how this villain managed to get here so quickly. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to leave right now, it said. Soon the mist was wearing armor parts and had a pair of eyes. A mutation quirk, or at least a quirk that allowed this villain to completely change his body. Out of nowhere 13 showed up between the students and the mist villain, pointing her fingers toward it. She didn't attack for a moment as she didn't know exactly if the villain feared her quirk or not. She had to act now. If this villain could transport anything which get through his body, who knows what he was about to do to the students. Everyone take Cove Dash. Most of the student had already reacted before 13 even said anything. However, one student didn't. Die. Katsuki jumped in the air, propelling himself with his grenade gauntlet. He was aiming for the mist man. Izuku felt his legs crumbling. Katsuki was insane. If he used his gauntlet here he might hurt the students and 13. Once again he acted without thinking. Pathetic, the villain expended his body, absorbing Katsuki in the process. Because he was in the way, 13 couldn't use her quirk and it gave him a perfect opening to attack the class. 13 wouldn't risk to use her quirk as she didn't know if Katsuki was still in the mist somehow. Izuku ducked along with the other students. He expected to her hurt. Some students screamed for a moment but then everything became silent. When Izuku looked up, more than half of the class was gone. Only Hanta, Tenya, Achiko, Kyoka and 13 were still here. I must thank this brat, he really helped me here. Without him I'm not sure I would have been able to stick to our plan, chuckled the mist villain who stood in the same position between them and the exit. What have you done to our friends? Asked Kyoka. I sent them away, our associates are going to take care of them, do not worry, hopefully their death will come quickly. Fear turned into anger and anger into rage, but after seeing everyone disappearing in about 10 seconds, Kyoka and the others could only feel powerless. Even Ijiro, who had been ready to follow Katsuki, didn't feel like he could put on a fight now. U-13 immediately activated her quirk. The villain was being SED, but he still didn't show up if he was being affected or not. Your quirk is amazing. However, just like the other kid, you aren't very smart. What are you dash? It was terrible. In an instant half of 13's costume was gone, SED by their own quirk. The villain opened a portal right behind the pro. It's the worst kind of 6 villain, they whispered as they fell on the ground. Now, you are all going to stay here until our target arrives. Saibal? Everyone, Izuku made sure that the villain wouldn't hear too much of what he was saying. We can't help 13 right now. If we try to approach her, the villain will attack us. He is slow, so as long as we keep some distance we are safe. Where are the others? Asked Hanta. He sent them somewhere else inside the USJ. I don't think he was lying about that part. If he wanted to kill us right now he would have done that during his first attack. This villain wasn't here for us, or at least not yet. They have a target. The villain chucked. We do, now tell me, you look like the leader here. Do you mind telling me where is All Might? He asked Izuku. All Might? You are here for All Might? Izuku had to be very careful about what he would say. If this villain didn't plan to kill them right now, he definitely had the power to do so. Is he your target? Yes. Now how about you answer my question? Izuku noticed that Tenya was moving away. He had to distract the villain as long as possible. He isn't coming, Izuku simply answered, hoping that the villain would also why or look confused. No, you are lying. The schedule we stole clearly said that All Might would be present. The schedule? Then this morning. No, you are not the one who destroyed the door, but you are definitely working with them. That was your plan, right? To steal our schedule and attack All Might when he would be far away from you. Tenya was far enough. The villain didn't seem to notice him. That's the perfect occasion. All Might and his students in a secluded area without any means to call the other heroes. A calculated attack. You figured out all of this by yourself. I'm impressed, but I want answers now. Give me the reason of his absence. Simple, he is a hero. We had some work outside and he couldn't be present. I guess in a way you miscalculated. You little dash. The mist man expended his body toward Izuku and the others. Izuku was right. He was very slow. Too slow to possibly reach them before they could run away. Tenya now. Go find the teachers, yelled Izuku at his friend who activated his quirk and flew toward the exit. No! The mist man tried to turn around but he was already engaged towards Izuku and the other students, and even if he tried to open a gate in front of Tenya, the student was too fast for him. I guess that's another miscalculation, added Izuku. The mist man didn't respond. Instead he looked at Izuku for a moment and then he disappeared. Where did he go? Asked Achiko. Hopefully he is announcing to whoever is the leader that someone managed to escape, answered Ijiro. Hanta ran to check on 13. Gosh, there is no blood, but I'm not sure we can do anything to help. The others approached. 13 body was missing. The size of her costume was misleading. Let's try to take her to a safe place. We have to find the others and inform Aizawa that Tenya managed to escape. It went better than Izuku expected, but behind a problem there is another one. As he stood above 13's unconscious body, he imagined how bad it could have been, or who might be at her place. They could be anywhere. What if he simply sent them away from the USJ? Argued Hanta before a massive ice formation appeared around the earthquake section. He dispersed us to handicap the heroes. We aren't potential targets, but if we die then. Hanta, can you try to use your quirk and close-up 13 costume? Yes, it's clean enough, it won't make things worse, at least I hope so. Hanta gesture for Ijiro to help him so he could hold 13 in position. While he was using his quirk. Good, Achiko, try to locate everyone and tell them to meet us here. Avoid the mist villain at all cost. We don't want to end up dispersed again. Or worse. I can use my quirk to keep this area safe. If anyone get close I will hear them and, well, I'm not sure, but I might be able to tell whether or not it's a villain, explained Kyoka. Fine, then dash. Izuku looked at the plaza. Eraserhead managed to beat almost all the villains. Only 9 of them were still up. Izuku saw the mist villain standing next to a mastodon. He couldn't call this thing human, or barely looked like a mutation. The top of his head was missing and he could clearly see his brain. What was even more disturbing, however, was the fact that they didn't even try to help another villain to fight Aizawa. They were just waiting like good pieces on a board of chess. If we try to interact with Aizawa, we would just handicap him. We have to find the others right and dash. As Izuku was trying to organize the situation, everyone heard a crashing sound. When they looked toward the plaza, the black creature had moved, and it was now holding Aizawa's head against the ground. Eraserhead looked completely incapacitated. Izuku saw the red lights from Aizawa's quirk, but the creature wasn't affected. Maybe because it was a mutation? We have to do something. It was Achiko. We can't just let him get killed. Achiko, this thing is strong, very strong, and none of us can deal consequent damage in combat. Besides, even if we tried anything right now, we would be outnumbered. So we are just going to let him die? Let him die? For years ago. It's time we talk about my brother. Ah. Yes, you mentioned him when Izuku stopped. He had no intention to remind Sensei of their little conversation of a few weeks ago. In fact, it's about something I regret, and I think this story might help you later. You should take a seat, it might take a long time. That's okay. I told my mother that I would be visiting a friend, though she didn't look reassured. She must really love you then, huh? The Sensei got more comfortable too in his big seat. He brought his hands to his mask and Izuku heard a click. He immediately looked at Sensei, but he couldn't see his face as he was sitting in the dark. However, Izuku perceived what looked like veins all around his head. But you aren't supposed to take it off. No, but my doctor isn't here to say anything and I'm getting tired of carrying this thing around. All for one dropped the mask at his feet. It was a long time ago. That seems obvious, but Sensei paused. You know I'm way older than I look, right? Why, you never really told me, but I guess that yes, muttered Izuku. Good, at this time I was exchanging quirks. The process wasn't that simple. Sometime it was very dangerous. It's during that time that I was expending my influence. My brother, well, he didn't agree with my methods. He thought that I was abusing of my power. In a way he was right, but with such a power I could do anything. I could finally shape this society as I wanted. You couldn't accept that he wasn't on your side. It was confusing. We used to do everything together, read comics, sometimes borrow them for an undetermined amount of time. Sensei progressively stopped smiling. Then quirks came into our life. I was gifted with unlimited power while my brother had nothing. He was quirkless? Yes, I don't know if that's what pushed me to no. Please tell me you didn't. Izuku had guessed this part of the story too. I forced a quirk into him. I proposed at first. For a long time, I couldn't understand exactly why he was absolutely against my plans. He didn't even try to listen each time I wanted to explain how I wanted to change the world. He was quirkless. My brother was the best places to understand how unfair this society is. And yet when I offered him the power to change it alongside me, he refused. You forced a quirk into him. You did that because you thought that maybe he might change his mind. It was a mistake. He tried to kill me. Sensei rubbed his face. But he failed, right? I mean, you are still alive. Did he do that to you? That's more complicated than you think. But yes, we ended up fighting more than once and each time I won. All for one rubbed his forehead. I'm telling you this story because you look a lot like him. And no, I'm not talking about your physical appearance. In fact, you look a lot like me. You are trying to make me see your point? Yes, because each time we disagree on something it feels like a stab in my heart. Each time I can see my brother in front of me, I don't want to make the same mistakes, but I can't let you follow the same path than my brother either. Izuku didn't feel manipulated or influenced at this time. He couldn't. All for One had done so much for him, and not once Sensei tried to hurt him or turn him into a villain. He only wanted to help him to become a good person, someone who can do the right thing. One day I'm sure you will become the strongest person on this planet, someone capable of turning his dreams into reality no matter how hard it is, as long as you believe in yourself. See, can you tell me more about your brother? All for One chucked and put back his mask over his head. Maybe another time. I think it's enough for today. Hanta, I need some tape. Wah, sure, but why? Izuku turned around and smiled. I'm going to do something stupid and save Aizawa. What? They all yelled together. Izuku in response only smiled even more. You just said that it would be stupid to attack them right now, argued Kyoka, still checking for movements around them. I noticed one important thing. They do not know about our quirks. Look, Izuku pointed his hand toward the ice structure. Shoto was sent to an open area, the perfect place to use his ice. If they knew what type of quirk he had, they would have sent him somewhere else, like the fake volcano zone. At least half of his quirk would have been neutralized, I think. Izuku, just tell us what you are going to do. We can't leave you alone with the villains. What if they catch you? Pleaded Achiko. I'm going to bluff. In fact, Izuku meant that he was about to enter a no-man's land blindfolded. Tis, this is getting boring. Where the hell is All Might? Asked a man wearing a weird hand hiver his face to Aizawa. The creature above him increased the pressure. I won't dash. It increased again without receiving any order. Kurogyari, your report. Everything is going as planned. The students are disorganized and our units are taking care of them, but dash. But Tamura Shigaraki glared at Kurogyari under his hand mask. One of them escaped. The leader didn't twitch. At least now All Might has a reason to come here, and even if he does, it's already lat dash. Kurogyari, if you weren't so useful, I would turn you into a pile of dust right now. Kurogyari did not fear Tamura so much. He was used to such behavior. However, he still wanted to avoid his leader's tantrum. Anyway, I guess we can always tarnish his reputation. How about we kill a student or TW dash? Something was approaching. Kurogyari spotted the black and green color moving from the corner of his eye. Izuku Midoriya? Back at the entrance, he didn't recognize the kid from Sensei's description, but once he appeared as the leader it was so obvious. Still, now he had another problem. The kid was voluntarily putting himself in danger. Was he as stupid as the other one? No, Izuku must have a plan. Well, I guess you are the first one. Tamura grinned. Kurogyari knew what was about to happen. Nam dash. Wait. You don't want to do that, said Izuku, slowly walking toward them. He managed to caught Tamura's curiosity. What? My Nomu could just crush you right now. Izuku was terrified under his forced smile. This man wasn't only confident, he looked devoted and extremely calm at the same time. My quirk is called Suicide Bomb. I can detonate myself but igniting a certain kind of cells in my body, and the best part is that I can regenerate in about 1 minute without feeling any kind of pain. Kurogyari noticed that Tamura's expression changed. Now he was serious. Kurogyari didn't know much about Izuku, but what he just said was confusing. At the same time, it felt like a childish lie. But on the other hand, the Nomu standing next to them could regenerate after being injured by about anything so far. Common, it's just a kid. Let's make him bleed, guys. One of the villain with a mutation quirk lunged at Izuku. So predictable, nothing really special about this mutation. Just a big mass of muscle with 2 pair of arms. Izuku prepared the piece of tape Hanta gave him, and as the villain tired to grab him, tied up one extremity of the tape around the villain's arm and moved around him. One of the disadvantage of being physically strong, you become very slow. Unlike most of the pro heroes who have a strength enhancement quirk, the villains aren't smart enough to work on their speed. Sensei was right, villains outnumber heroes, but they do not last long. What the dash? Surprised by Izuku's speed, the villain tried to take off the tape from his right arm. That let the time for Izuku to jump on the villain's back and tie the other extremity of the tape around the villain's neck. It wasn't very heroic, but he didn't have the intention to kill him, maybe just make him suffocate until he loses consciousness. He was strong, yes, but in such a position the villain couldn't do anything, not even reach Izuku. The other villains around him took a step back as they saw their comrade collapse on the ground. Anyone else wants to try? Izuku couldn't hide his satisfaction to see the fear on the faces of the smaller creeps. Now he had all the attention for himself. Aizawa weakly looked at his student. He recognized this movement. Not only did he saw Izuku use it during All Might's exercise, but he had improved it. He recognized his own moves. But that would not save him for long. He had to try anything, and the creature increased the pressure again, making him cry out of pain. So what? If you detonate yourself now, your dear friend over here will be caught in your explosion, right? Yes, but that's also where it gets interesting. You try to attack me, I explode. Obviously you are using Eraser as an hostage. You might not want to lose him. Tamura started to scratch his neck with one hand. What the hell do you want? Can you go die somewhere else? Well, no, I have come to bargain. Bargain? Bargain with what? Asked Kurojairi. Izuku had nothing and Tamura would never accepted to bargain with anyone. First because of the situation he was in, and second because he was too stubborn to even try. Bargain? You have already lost Dash. No, as I recall you said that your goal was to kill All Might, right? Tamura glared again at Kurojairi for a second. Yes. And he isn't here, so I would say that you are the one losing. The more you stay, the less you have chances to win against him. Besides, you can't even be sure that he will show up. Now Tamura was annoyed. The scratching intensified. You really think I'm dumb enough to just leave like that? I don't care about the lower creeps who came with us. They can die or get arrested, it doesn't matter. The said creeps around Tamura turned toward him. Obviously their leader had crossed some kind of line. What the hell was that? I didn't sign to be a human shield. They complained, bring us back right now. If that's the plan, then I'm out. Most of them activated their quirk. Hey mist guy. Teleport us now. Tamura stopped scratching. Do you want to die? I'd rather die than spend my life in prison. The creep was silenced by a massive hand grabbing his throat. As he was attacking Tamura, the Nomu moved and caught the assailant during his charge. Well, then you will serve as an example for the others. Izuku had to act now. While they were all distracted, the Nomu wasn't restraining Aizawa anymore. He could escape with his teacher. Knew a dash. The creep agonized until a crack was heard. The Nomu dropped the body on the ground. His neck was completely snapped. The other villains took a few steps backward. One tried to run away, but with a simple jest of his hand, Tamura had already asked the Nomu to make another example. Anyone else wants to give it a try? He asked with a sharp satisfaction. With a silence as the only response, he turned back to where the student was standing. However, the student was now running away, with Eraser head on his shoulders. Catch, he whispered. Izuku had reached the stairs. He was almost out of reach, or at least that's what he thought. Something whistled at his ears. Izuku looked on his right. The strange creature was running next to him. It screamed and smashed the ground with both of his fists with such strength that Izuku lost his balance. This thing was not human, not anymore. OT was just savage, but what was even more terrifying was its strength and speed. He fell to the ground, head first. It hurt. Izuku had to move now or else. Bring back. The leader of the villain was so far away, and still Izuku managed to hear the order. No, he understood. This thing was just some kind of obedient dog. The Nomu seized him by the throat. He was holding tight but not enough to hurt him. After all, his master never said that the creature was allowed to hurt him. Izuku brought his hands to the arm of the Nomu's, but as he made contact with the skin of the creature, he felt a void, just like with All for One. Not as deep, far from but it was enough to destabilize him. This creature had multiple quirks. That's how they were going to fight All Might. The Nomu was their weapon. Still under the shock, Izuku stopped struggling. Now he was being brought back toward the center of the plaza, as if he had exchanged his position with Aizawa. I admit it, you are a very annoying little pest, but I guess that if you didn't use your suicide quirk, it's only because you were bluffing. That's cheating, stated the leader, still keeping a very calm tone. Izuku saw his hand moving, but it ends here. The Nomu restrained Izuku by grabbing both his arms behind his back. Multiple quirks, that's your plan to kill All Might. But how is that possible? Oh, you noticed, Nomu was created with only one purpose, ending All Might's life, ending the era of the symbol of peace. I can't tell anything about his powers, however, but I guess you will discover that soon enough once All Might arrives. The leader looked toward the position where Aizawa was when Izuku was caught by the Nomu. Two students ran down the stairs and grabbed their teacher's body. Well, I guess that's a switch then. Illegal, enjoy breaking you in front of All Might, he grinned. Again, that's what I hate with you heroes. You are always so stupid, throwing you lives away for nothing, as if you could do anything right. I didn't come because I thought I could win, answered Izuku. What did you hope to achieve? You wanted to save him? I'm sure you had no idea of what would happen. To be honest, Izuku stopped. Right now he was just trying to buy some time. Tenya had left since at least 10 minutes. At this point he reached you today and he was alerting the teachers. I don't care about him. He is a trash. I lied earlier, yes, I'm quirkless. At first the leader only raised an eyebrow under his mask. Then he chuckled and finally he laughed. Quirkless? Haha, they let someone like you inside? That's the best lie I have ever heard. I'm not lying, Izuku answered back with a serious tone which made Tamura stop instantly. Really? Yes, I don't care if he lives or die. On my first day at UA he literally told me that if I handicapped the class I would be expelled, and for the second day I was almost excluded from All Might's class because I don't have any individuality, so yes, I don't care about him. In fact, I thought that maybe I could convince you to stop this. That's still useless. I will slaughter as much people as I need to kill the symbol of peace, and I certainly don't care about a bunch of student Kurogiri looked toward the water area and Tamura saw his movement. Well, looks like you really want to die today. Sayui and Mineta, they were sent to the water area. Why did they have to go near the plaza? Izuku was unable to do anything. He struggled as much as he could, but the Nomu was simply too strong. The creature didn't flinch at all. Come out, I'm just here to kill you. Tamura walked slowly toward them, but they didn't move. Why? Hiding was useless. Tamura had already seen them. They are not even fun. Let's just rush this. Now he was running straight toward them, extending his right hand. Please, someone he dash. 3 years ago. Where are we going? We are paying a visit to my brother. You can go home if you want. I'm not forcing you to dash. I'm coming. Well, grab my hand, would you? Izuku carefully grabbed Sensei's hand before a big mass of black goo appeared out of nowhere to engulf them. When Izuku opened his eyes once again, they were in a small garden. Izuku looked around him, but he couldn't see any building or hear any sound that he would usually hear in the city. We are far away now, right? He asked. Indeed, but not too far, or else we wouldn't be able to go back. All for One was already standing in front of a weird-shaped stone. Despite what Izuku had expected, this place was well maintained. I don't think he will ever forgive me. He didn't in life, how would he in death? In death? Asked Izuku, confused. Don't mind me. I wouldn't say I'm a believer, but to some extent I do know a thing or two. Tell me, what's written on his tombstone? Izuku walked next to Sensei and read, Go Beyond, plus Ultra? But that's UA's motto, yes. Surprising, right? Coincidences defy all sciences. My brother believed that a hero would always be able to balance the destiny in their favor and overcome any obstacle. In a way, that's how he Sensei gasped a few times. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. It's funny to think that words can give so much power. Well, after all, they do constitute a weapon, a dangerous one. Izuku didn't answer. He and Sensei stood silently in front of the tombstone for a moment. One day, I hope you will be able to scream those words as loud as you can, and maybe that day you will be the one working to change this world. Kurogiri didn't have to join Tamura. He could perfectly handle 2 students. Even if their death would hurt Sensei's protege, Kurogiri couldn't do much. At least he could stay close from the Nomu and make sure that the doctor's weapon doesn't try to go beyond Kurogiri heard a whisper. Izuku managed to free one of his hands. He placed it against the Nomu's skin and pulled. It was terrible, too much power at the same time. He couldn't take everything. This creature's mind was completely messed up. The Nomu screeched. For once it reacted to something else than pain, plus Izuku kept pulling until he was free. Ultra. As if he had those powers since he was born, Izuku said their names in his head. Speed enhancement, strength enhancement, reflexes enhancement. Hey guys. You sent me so many reviews, it makes me so happy. We have almost reached 400 followers, that's massive. But bad news. I'm gonna have to actually pick which reviews I'll be answering at this point, or, for real, I received over 30 this time. So just for this chapter. Everybody gets answered. Tadadaku 26 Chapter 7. Oh snap. It had to happen. Seriously, how does someone makes an AFO Izuku without stealing quirks from the Nomu at the USJ? Stoneless Chapter 5. Wow, can't believe I got mentioned, that's new. Ah well, I'll be keeping an eye out for the next chapter. Make it double. The Great Bubba J Chapter 7. Neat, all good passives. Passives are nice, because they can pass most basic scrutiny. Yeah, but it's hard to find good passives, some just feel forced or boring, so when I have a good one in mind I'm trying to insert it. Smiley face. The Great Bubba J Chapter 6. Wonder if Izuku is in costume. If he is, they are gonna flip. He is, but he doesn't have the helmet as All Might asked him to change it, he didn't like the skull shape. The Great Bubba J Chapter 5. Nice, we get to see some backstory. There's going to be a lot more during the Sport Festival arc. The Great Bubba J Chapter 4. All Might really screwed the pooch this time. Yup. He always does LUL. The Great Bubba J Chapter 3. Aizawa is going to be even more bamboozled. Also yes, poor guy, you are gonna like the end of this chapter. Guest Chapter 7. The story is good even with the grammatical errors. The flashbacks are a nice touch and I'm curious what you'll do to salvage the situation on Izuku's end. Salvage, pff, ha. Can you read the future dude, happy face? Being with the Chapter 7. Godden, my man is about to go off on the main stage. Actually I can only say cool as I'm running out of ideas. The Great Bubba J Chapter 2. Kind of thought Sensei was going to force some passive quirks on him. Yeah, of course, try to look like the good guy with the shy beaten teen by torturing him with forced transfer of quirks. The Great Bubba J Chapter 1. Interesting. Interesting. Nagisa TR Chapter 7. How will Meta react to Izuku being all fa one I wonder? I do know my friend. God of Ntai Chapter 7. How in the name of the 9 circles of hell did I miss the story for so long and only discovered it today? This must be the work of an enemy stand user. Well yes, that must be him. Izukuk Soniko. Curse you. Antashigwi Ouija Chapter 7. Bite down on the pillow beach, I'm going in dry. Pretty much sums up Izumi and the Nomu. You can't say that on a family-friendly fanfiction. Scaries Chapter 7. SCK Dry you motherfucker. Necrogod Chapter 7. Thanks for the chapter. It's my pleasure. Naya Kitty Face Chapter 7. Finally. Oh, now things are about to get good. So Nomu is only left with his super regeneration and shock absorption quirks. This will be a wonderful fight. Plus with the abilities Izuku took, he could possibly pass them off as the results of training. I mean we saw Eraserhead fight. There's no way that the threshold for normal human limits wasn't broken long ago. Though I'm curious as to what the mental state of the target has to do with the theft of the quirk. Lastly, thank you for answering my review. Don't worry about your grammar. It's great. The story itself is absolutely wonderful and I love it. Let's sow some theorizing, right? First, yes, the Noma's strength is physical and from quirks. No, seriously, there is no way shock absorption can help the Nomu in any possible way to do actual damage to the world symbol of peace at 100% with the best strength enhancement quirk in the world. Yes, Izuku is using that excuse. I mean that was obvious, right? And yes, Eraser is a demon WTF. Finally, the Nomu was made, not sure if I'm right on this part, by using multiple humans, either bodies or quirk. We know that some quirks are conscious, like Fumicage's one for example, which is literally a familiar or something. If one for all contains the spirits of the other holders, then here is my point. The Nomu was created with multiples quirk put together. If I assume that no one can handle more than one quirk without consequences, the Nomu is literally a bunch of human souls fused together and enslaved. So yes, I guess that the Nomu's mind is completely f-ket up. The Ranger Boy Chapter 7. Alright. Lego Master Lord Chapter 7. My favorite. Connection reconnected. 100% meta. It's about to go dash, began a man with green hair, wearing a black suit and also a emerald-colored mask. From the top to the bottom to the top. It's all good if the party don't stop. From the top to the bottom to the. All y'all beep cheese better take another shot. Said a man with blonde hair, wearing a gray tank top and black cargo shorts, along with black shoes. "We keep it on that broken key dash," the green-masked man began. "You know," I said as I watched Izuku and Katsuki's live performance, "they are really good at singing Hollywood Undead." "Agreed," said Izuku with red hair and red eyes with green tips, wearing a red shirt and red shorts, along with black shoes, and Katsuki, blonde hair with red tips, also has red eyes, wearing a black shirt and gray shorts, with red shoes, at the same time. I heard my iPad make a ding and opened it and saw Griffin Strange had uploaded a new chapter. I clicked on it and went down and read the reviews. I saw my distress call and frowned as it passed the words, "Who in their right mind would write on a phone?" which was spoken by Izuku. I then typed, "Dear Griffin, I'm sorry Izuku insulted you, but we both assumed you had a computer. And at least I know I'm not the only person who doesn't write on computer. Lego Master Lord." I looked up and saw that Izuku and Katsuki were leaving the stage. I smiled as they were my best variant I made yet. Izuku said, "Should we ask about a collaboration with him later in The Two Successors?" I said, "You just did and I'm sure he might want to. He reads these before he pastes them onto the next chapter." Izuku nodded. I took that as a sign of peace and watched the next performance in my lounge. Finishes to read. I gotta go to the bathroom for a moment. And yes, I have a computer, just too risky to write on it. I'm not sure some people would find that normal to write fanfictions as they assume it is 100% stuff. This isn't far from the truth in fact XD. Dear Death Father Dearest Chapter 7. Cool, I can't wait for the next chapter. It's here? Spendragon 125 Chapter 7. Here go boys and girls. Sheet is about to happen. Tada. Please deposit 5 coins to get access to the fanfiction. Just kidding, microtransactions SCKS. Shoot out to Fortnite who is literally exploiting you with gifts. Arseni's Chapter 7. October 7th. Oh, finally he has powers. But I was thinking Nomu's quirks are shock absorption and regeneration, when his strength is from body modification, not quirk. Thanks for the chapter. I'm pretty sure no body modification can keep up with the strongest strength enhancement quirk in the world. United State of Smash. He didn't take everything, he didn't want to. Izuku had just what he needed to save his friends. Nothing in this world had the power to stop him now. Sensei was right, this is how All for One feels, the power to achieve everything. Each time Tamura took a step further toward Tsuyu and Mineta, Izuku was 10 times quicker than him. Sometimes he would feel like time stopped around him. Before it had always been an illusion, but now it was real. Reflexes enhancement. The leader of the villains slowed down. He didn't hear the screams of pain of his secret weapon until now. What is dash? He turned his head around. Surprise, frustration, anger, and finally pain as he saw a fist approaching from his head. Izuku didn't stop here. He grabbed both Tsuyu and Mineta away from the water and brought them away from Shigaraki, out of his reach, away from the danger. Izuku how? That was dash. Mineta was speechless. A few seconds ago he was about to get killed and now a miracle just happened. It was hope? He wasn't afraid at this moment. Tsuyu wasn't either. They had been lucky enough to escape the water area, and when they were on the edge of life again they had been saved. Izuku, what should we do? Asked Tsuyu, taking a defensive stance. Izuku didn't plan that far. In fact, his first plan failed when he realizes that the Nomu wasn't simply monstrously strong but a mindless horror with enough power to kill All Might. You have to join the others. Tsuyu was about to protest. You cannot do anything right now, but if you manage to bring everyone, we can win. Tenya is already on the way with reinforcement. We have to resist until he comes back. Now go. Tsuyu nodded and away from the plaza, soon followed by Mineta. At the same time the leader of the villains was back on his legs. Izuku's punch made him lost his hand mask. For a moment Izuku saw the face of his opponent. He couldn't describe what he saw, however Izuku understood what it meant. Compared to the other villain's face, it wasn't malice that he was reading but pure hate. How? Why, you cheater? What have you done to my Nomu? Izuku was way stronger than him now that he had a part of the Nomu's powers in him, and yet this man gave him the same goosebumps than Sensei. Why, you don't want to know, he managed to say. The villain placed both of his hands around his neck. Tamura was losing his composure. He drifted around and breathed heavily until the breathing became a yell. "Kurogyri," he called. Izuku's eyes derived toward the mist villain for a second. He hadn't moved, however, when he looked back at Tamura. A small portal had opened right in front of him. He was using Kurogyri's quirk to reach him. Even with enhanced reflexes, had no way to predict exactly from where the next attack would come. A silent death. Izuku used his left forearm to deflect Tamura's attack, and as he did, images of 13's body being torn apart flashed through his eyes. Izuku looked behind him and he was right. Another portal had opened, and just like the first one, Tamura's other hand was coming out. Izuku ran away this time. Kurogyri couldn't open up portals as fast as he wanted, and at the same time Tamura couldn't see what he was doing with his hands. Izuku had never witnessed how exactly his quirk worked, but he saw what it did to Yue's gates, and it was enough to suggest the results. Achiko and Hanta were taking care of 13. The situation had improved. The hero wasn't awake, but she breathing now. "Do you think I should apply more tape?" "No, you couldn't hurt her. We don't have any idea of what her true body looks like." And Achiko was interrupted by Aijiro. "Guys, come help. Mineta and Tsu are here." They grabbed Aizawa on the way. The gravity heroine didn't wait. She ran along with Aijiro and joined Tsuyu and Mineta. It wasn't an enjoyable spectacle. His face was covered of blood and his costume wasn't in a better state. Still, to help her friends, Achiko used her quirk on Aizawa so they could carry him next to 13. When they dropped the body next to Hanta, the student hesitated to use his tape. He wasn't scared of blood, but now there was just too much. He didn't know if it was worth to try anything at this point. What happened? Aijiro sounded neutral. To everyone he was terrified. How did this happen? Eraser, he tried to suppress this big villain powers, but something went wrong and he got caught. Their leader ordered him to torture Aizawa and Mineta stopped. Izuku arrived to save the day. Yes, he still recalls when Tamura ordered the Nomu to kill the other villains who would not obey him. I have never seen heroes being injured like that. I have never seen anyone in such a state. In fact, Achiko looked again at Aizawa. She wanted to look away but couldn't. "Where is Izuku?" "He is still fighting at the plaza. He said that Tenya went to call for reinforcement and that our best plan of action was to hold on until the pros arrives. He asked us to regroup," explained Tsuyu. "Yes, that was our original plan. Kyoka managed to find Fumikage and Shoto, but we do not know where are the others yet. Once they are here, we should go and help Izuku. Both of their quirk are strong. I'm sure they can keep up with this big villain," proposed Achiko. "Hey, what if we get caught too?" "All of us do not have a good quirk for this kind of fight," replied Hanta. "We can't just leave him alone. Once they are done with Izuku, they will come for us. And don't forget that Izuku doesn't have a dash." Aijiro stopped. This fact didn't help at all. It was exhausting. Izuku was losing all his strength. He never expected that a quirk would require him so much stamina. "Enough. Nomu, kill him," called the leader. The beast roared. It was still affected by all for one. Izuku didn't believe that he could hurt someone so much if he wasn't careful. The Nomu jumped into the air. Izuku was ready to dodge. His fall created a cloud of dust. Everyone in the USJ must have heard that something was off. To be able to use so much strength and absorb such a violent shock, the Nomu had another quirk. The Nomu tried to grab Izuku. He didn't look that fast now that Izuku had stolen some of his quirks. Izuku tried to deflect the attack just like he did with Tamura. He landed a punch on the Nomu's arm, dodging at the same time to make the creature lose his balance. However, Izuku felt nothing. His fist just stopped against a soft wall of flesh. The Nomu wasn't moving anymore. In fact, it was looking directly at Izuku. No. Izuku tried to land another punch. Again, nothing. All his strength was being reduced to nothing. Tamura smiled. "I guess you discovered Nomu's main power, shock absorption. With this, All Mights has no chance to win. Neither do you." Izuku stopped. He had no chance to win against this creature, and he had no intention to try to steal its quirk again. Besides, if he did, everyone would know. Izuku tried to run, but the Nomu grabbed him by the throat before he could do anything. His strength-enhanced quirks were useless. The creature was about to crush his neck with only one hand. "Kill him! Kill him!" yelled Tamura, laughing at the same time. Kurogyri moved behind Tamura. Earlier he made sure to not open his portals too quickly or too close from Izuku, but now he was cornered. How was he supposed to protect the DMN kid if he kept putting himself in danger? He started opening a portal behind the Nomu, but as he was focusing his attention, ice appeared around the Nomu and soon it reached his hand. Izuku didn't feel anything pressing against his throat. The creature's grip weakened. He could break free. He was out of breath. Reinforcement is here. He recognized the voice. Shoto. He looked up. Almost everyone was here. Fumigake, Ijiro, Mineta, Hanta, Thu, Achiko, Denki, Momo, Kyoka. The others are still dealing with some villains. They can't even catch up with our level. That's pathetic, stated Fumigage. What are we dealing with around here? This thing in the ice, we can't fight it. It has multiple quirk, including a shock absorption. Close combat is useless. Shoto, keep freezing it. It doesn't seem strong enough to escape. Izuku regained his fighting stance. The mist villain is slow, but he can attack from anywhere, and the last one is their leader. He has a disintegrarian quirk. Do not let him touch you. Got it, answered Fumigage, sending out Dark Shadow at Kurogyri. I'm going to deal with the mist guy dash. At the same time the ice around the Nomu shattered. He couldn't break free with his actual strength? No problem, he just had to remove the parts of his body which were stuck in the ice. No way. What is this? Asked Momo, terrified to see something so twisted. There was no blood. The flesh of the Nomu looked human, yes, but it was so messed up. Under this black skin there was no muscles, no organs, just flesh and meat. It grew back instantly. The Nomu changed his target and attacked Fumigage. Shoto wasn't ready to attack the Nomu again, and no one was close enough, except Izuku. No! Izuku stood between Fumigage and the Nomu, stopping the incoming punch. If Izuku was directly putting pressure against the Nomu's skin, the shock absorption quirk wouldn't work. We can't restrain him, it's not human anymore. All we can do is stop it, definitely. Izuku managed to push back the Nomu. Soon Ijiro joined him, and so did Denki. Yeah, let's blast this monster. Ijiro activated his quirk. This time he stood in front of them as the front line. Meanwhile, Achiko decided to take the lead against Tamura and Kurogyri. We saw him attack 13 from behind. Do not use any kind of projectile, he would just send them back to you. We have to find his weakness. Mineta, use your bubbles against their leader. Hanta, once he is stuck, restrain him. Roger that, answered Hanta, joining Fumigage with Mineta. Meanwhile, Momo kept looking at Kurogyri. This. I found it. Look at his neck. That's the only part of his body which isn't transformed into mist. But it's protected by metal plates, and how are we supposed to reach him? Asked Kyoka. I can make a small grenade, proposed Momo. Maybe you can throw it, Tsuyu? Works for me, answered the frog student. At the same time, Izuku and Ijiro were trying to hold back the Nomu. Izuku-man, how are you so strong? Cheered Ijiro, who tried to hide his fear as he fought the Nomu. Not really the time to talk about that. Denki, are you ready? It's a one try. After that I'm out. Then aim for his head and do not miss. Ijiro now. As Izuku gave his signal, the hardening student grabbed both the Nomu's arms as it was attacking. Izuku ran behind the creature and pushed it above Ijiro, straight toward Denki. Take that. Indiscriminate discharge 1,300,000 vo dash. But as his hands made contact with the Nomu's brain, Denki went mindless. The Nomu fell to the ground without even screaming. Izuku and Ijiro kept watching his body. After 10 seconds, both of them concluded that the fight had ended. Feud man, Denki, you are dash. Ijiro found Denki simply putting both of his thumbs in the air and laughing. In a way, let's go help the others. Izuku reminded them. Fumigage was keeping Kurogyri away without much trouble. While Momo was making her grenade, the other students helped to defend against Tamura and to prevent the mist villain from using his portals. I'm ready. So you catch. Momo threw the grenade at the frog student, who caught it with her tongue. Throw it now. Tsuyu jumped into the air and threw the grenade as Momo asked. It only made a small explosion, but it was enough to affect the mist villain. Right after the grenade exploded, Shoto sent another wave of ice. It wasn't useful, but it was necessary to make him retreat. Seeing that his only way to escape was hurt, Tamura stopped his assault. The small hero with the purple bubble was as annoying as the student with green hair. They would be the first to die once he. It's finished. Surrender now, asked Shoto. Tamura, we can't do anything. They are simply too strong, we can't expect any reinforcement since you dash. Shut up. The leader had enough, he looked at the Nomu. How? It was supposed to kill the strongest hero in the world and it just got destroyed by a bunch of students in carnival costumes. Their weapon is out, they are the only ones still able to fight, stated Izuku as he joined the rest of the class. Are they? Not for long so? What do you ish? A loud bang was heard around the entrance, the gate literally exploded. Have no fear, for I am here. It was All Might, finally, the student didn't have any feeling of fear anymore, they couldn't lose. The symbol of peace saw Aizawa and 13, wounded to an extent he had rarely witnessed himself, then he saw his students in the middle of the plaza, almost all regrouped, he jumped into the air and landed right between them and who he assumed to be the villains. I saw going Tenya running toward UA alone, as if all hell was behind him. I knew something was wrong so I came here as fast as I could. He looked at Momo who was the closest. What happened? They attacked us when we arrived. The villain on the right teleport the others villains here. One of them had the capacity to shut down the power in the USJ and block our communication. They came here to kill you, All Might, explained the class representative. I see, coldly added the symbol of peace. Tamura wasn't stupid, he couldn't win in such a situation. Kurojiiri, get us out of here now. The mist villain immediately wrapped himself around his leader before All Might could do anything. Next time, those brats will not be here to save you, and then they disappeared. Where are the others? Asked All Might. Scattered around the USJ as we were trying to escape, the villain blocked us. 13 tried to stop him but Izuku stopped. If Katsuki didn't attack then maybe. But, insisted All Might, Izuku was about to skip this part but Shoto took the lead. Katsuki attacked the mist villain and gave him an opening to use his quirk on us. Personally, I was sent toward the mountain area with Fumikage. There were villains waiting for us. Katsuki, did the mist villain do that to 13 and Shota? Continued All Might. Some of us didn't get teleported. 13 was still here trying to defend us but the villain opened a portal behind her while she was using her quirk. Hanta was here to bandage her but half of her costume was gone and You can stop, Achiko, all of you must still be under the shock of such an attack. Right now we have to find the other student and wait for the teachers to arrive. For those who know where the others have been teleported, go find them, everyone else go back to the entrance. The students obeyed All Might's direction. However, when Izuku saw the symbol of peace approach the Nomu, he turned back. All Might, I have to tell you something. Yes, Izuku? This creature, it had multiple quirk. I don't know how it's possible but they said it was created to kill you. All Might froze, he blankly looked at Izuku. Multiple quirk you said? How do you know that? The leader clearly said it had a shock absorption quirk, and we saw it sacrifice his own arm to break free from Shoto's ice before it grew back. Look, Izuku showed the bodies of dead villains. Their leader, he wouldn't let them escape from the USJ as they realized that their plan wouldn't work, so he ordered it to kill them. All Might attention went back to the creature. How did it end up like that? Did Eraser neutralized him? And no, we did. You fought this thing? Yes, we couldn't risk to let them scatter us again, so we decided to regroup and fight back. At this time both Aizawa and 13 were incapacitated. You arrived just after Denki neutralized it with his quirk. Well, I'm happy to hear that you all managed to stay safe in such a desperate situation. I'm angry because I couldn't be here when you needed me. Now I just hope 13 and Aizawa RRG. Something grabbed All Might's stomach. Izuku couldn't believe it. The Nomu was still alive. With a wave of his arm, the Nomu sent Izuku flying toward the staircase. This time he didn't dodge and he regretted it. Something broke, he heard it, and worse, he was feeling it. All Might grabbed the creature and slammed its body against the ground. Izuku couldn't move, everything hurt. He touched the back of his head, there was a liquid. But All Might and the Nomu started fighting for real. Each time All Might threw a punch, a massive blow of wind was created. It soon became a real sandstorm. But Izuku couldn't hold on any longer. The pain was too much, he was succumbing to the darkness. But right before he did, he saw something strange. All Might's shirt had been damaged around where the Nomu grabbed him. A scar? No, it was different, worse than a scar. So they won before All Might arrived? That's unexpected. At least Izuku is safe. Next time warp him away. Do not let him fight. Yes, sensei. All for One dismissed Kurogyri with a wave of his hand, but the mist villain didn't move. Something is wrong? What kind of power does he have? Our Noma didn't simply become weak, right? If I'm supposed to protect this kid, then tell me everything about him. All for One stared at Kurogyri. What makes you think you can ask me this kind of information? I'm loyal, and it's not like you can simply throw me away. A dangerous bargain, but Kurogyri knew his limits. Hee, of course you are. This information isn't spreading all right? You will keep it for yourself. Yes, sensei. All for One approached from Kurogyri. He wanted to see fear on his face, or any kind of reaction. He was bored. In fact, Izuku has the same power than me. He has All for One? This kid? How? He isn't your son, is he? I think I would know either way. No, he isn't, and it is still mystery. He does not want to be a villain, but I still not let him get corrupted by All Might. If only I met this boy earlier then. It doesn't matter, he is my backup plan. Backup plan? Alright, sensei, no harm will be done to him. Good, now fetch me Tsubasa. I need another dose or else I'm going to lose my temper again. 3 hours later. Izuku woke up. He was laying in a bed. He remembered what happened at the USJ, but he wasn't here anymore. It was the infirmary at. Next to him he saw Aizawa. 13 wasn't here. Finally, I was getting scared. I used my quirk on you hours ago and you were still sleeping, stated Recovery Girl who was sitting next to Aizawa and Izuku. Think the USJ. All Might. Says everyone dash. Calm down, yes, everyone is safe. Everyone is safe. Everyone was safe and alive. The villains had failed. Izuku won. He brethren and fell back into the bed. Your classmate were still here an hour ago. After the police interrogated them, they wanted to know if you were okay. This black creature landed a nasty hit. They did. That's great. The old lady smiled. They kept saying that you were the one who helped the most back at the USJ. Izuku stopped smiling. He turned his head on his left to look at Aizawa. He was covered in bandages. What about our teachers? They are lucky to still be alive. Without your help, I don't think they would be here. It was dangerous to attack the villains. You weren't prepared for this, but yet you saved those who were supposed to protect you. Today I think you proved to Aizawa that you could become heroes, all of you. Izuku thought again about his first day at UA. He hated Aizawa for what he told him, but yet, he was a good person. He was willing to put his life in danger to save his students. The villain took me in hostage for a moment, and I said things I shouldn't have about Aizawa. On my first day he hurt me. A lot. He told me that if I handicapped the class with my lack of quirk, he would expel me. Did he say that? The old woman stared at the pro hero. I'm not surprised. He is serious, sometimes too serious. It wasn't easy for him either, you see? Even with such a wonderful quirk, people always assimilated him as a quirkless. He became cold, and even today he barely opens to anyone. I should probably go home now. My mother must be dead worried. I guess the media knows, right? I must admit that I hardly believe they managed to get the information about the attack. Izuku sighed. He was about to stand up, but Recovery Girl pushed him back into the bed with her cane. Wait. We aren't done here. I still have a few tests to run before I can let you go. You have fractured rib, you know? It doesn't simply heal with a snap of finger. Sorry. Izuku waited while Recovery Girl was looking into a bunch of drawers. Then someone entered inside the infirmary. Hello, Recovery. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, the man said. He was wearing a gray-brown coat. Not yet, you have 5 minutes before I'm ready. Izuku, this is Naomasa. He works with the police as a detective, explained Recovery Girl, still searching for her equipment. Hello, Izuku. Your classmates told me how you helped them. I'm really impressed. Thank you, sir. I won't disturb you for a long time. I only have a few questions to ask. I have enough to rebuild most of what happened at the USJ, but as you were directly involved with the leaders of this attack, yours might be important. I understand. I will help you, answered Izuku. He could feel something strange about this man's quirk, but he couldn't say what. Fine, let's start then. We arrested the villain identified as Nomu. You said it had multiple quirks. How did you find out? Oh, WL. At first it was only a supposition. It looked like a mutation, but a mutation cannot give so many abilities. It was simply too strong to be normal. Then their leader literally said that one of his quirks was shock absorption, quoted Izuku. I see, can you tell me if you saw any other quirk? It had regeneration and I think it had strength enhancement quirks. Izuku felt something zap through the detective. Are you certain? Replied the detective staring at Izuku. Could you feel? Izuku had to be careful with him. I don't know every quirk he possessed, but yes, I do think he had multiple strength enhancement quirk to be so strong. Alright, I have one more question. Your friend said that you managed to fight Nomu alone for a brief moment. How did you manage to keep up with him if he was so strong? Izuku was cornered. If this man could detect if he was lying or not, then it was the end. Maybe he could tell something true in a way? He had to try. I guess it's my training. I worked a lot to arrive here, but as I'm not physical strong, I had to compensate with new skills. In fact, I had no chance to beat this creature alone. I just survived until reinforcement arrives. The detective was expressionless. Izuku started to believe that it wasn't working. He needed a miracle right now. Here. I hope you aren't scared of needles. Recovery girl silently approached Izuku and almost stabbed him with a small needle in his shoulder. Ouch. It didn't hurt so much, but the surprise amplified the pain. What was that for? I don't want to spend 10 hours until someone decides to accept the needle. I did ask you before. You were already about to use it. Complained Izuku as recovery girl was taking it off. I just needed a small amount of blood to make sure that you were fine. You can go now. If there is anything weird, I will contact you. Thank you. Izuku finally got out of the bed. Sorry, Mr. Naomasa, but I should really go now. My mother might kill me if I'm not going back home as soon as I can. Of course, we already tried to contact her, but, well, she didn't give us much time to explain the situations. Izuku had no problem to visualize his mother at the other end of the phone turning into a fountain of tears. I should really go then. Izuku was still wearing his costume, a bit destroyed at some point, but it didn't matter if he didn't change right now. Someone must have brought him his school bag while he was resting. He grabbed it next to his bed and left the infirmary as fast as possible. Kid nowadays, huh? You should be sleeping, Shota. Are you trying to kill yourself? Scolded recovery girl. The pro hero tried to move, but it hurt too much. Was he blind? Probably not, or else he wouldn't be able to see small dots of light through his bandages. Tell me, detective, was he lying about me? I know you were listening behind the door. In fact, you already had your hand on the doorknob. If I can't see, I can still hear. The detective chuckled. The pros always impressed him, especially Eraser's kind. To be honest, he didn't. At some point, I admit I had some doubts, but it was mostly true. Mostly? Did he lie or not? Sometimes something can be true, but not in the context of the question. I'm not sure he used this against me. Izuku didn't know what kind of quirk I had, right? No, he had no way to know, answered recovery girl as she started her analysis. Well, then he didn't lie. He really hated you at first. He wasn't lying when he said that you hurt him. That I only wanted to discourage him. Lie, coldly answered the detective, and it's a big one. You didn't even try to hide it. Wow, it really works then. I can't even use my quirk on you in this state. The old heroine turned around to look at Eraserhead. She could be his mother. She still remembers seeing him very often back when he was only a student. He was giving everything he had to stay here. Shota, what have you done to this poor kid? I gave him a small chance and he took it, but then he stood up against me. I was impressed, yes. However, Izuku still had no chance to become a hero. What would happen if he ever reached the license exam? They will refuse him no matter what happens. In the end, he will never become a hero. The government will never allow that. The detective scratched his head for a moment. True. And true, what Aizawa just said was true, and the part about the license exam true too. So you pushed him to the edge, you mentally hurt him, you put a lot of press on him just so maybe he would give up. Don't try to put the blame on me. Everyone did, expected all might, or not directly. He told Izuku that his class was too dangerous for quirkless individuals, but again Izuku had to be stubborn and stand up against him. However, this time he actually received some help from the other students. Toshinori did what? Recovery girl was about to stab him, and for real this time, the symbol of peace, telling a quirkless student who still managed to reach class 1A not strong enough. After saying everywhere on TV that anyone can become a hero, unacceptable. Calm down, would you? I'm not done yet. For once I'm actually not lazy to do something, can you listen? The injured pro yawned. I'm getting sleepy, just in case I don't survive the night. Today he proved me that he was the strongest student I ever had, stronger, smarter, braver than anyone. He didn't say anything after that. Lie or truth? Asked the old lady confused. Truth, I should go too now. I might wake him up if I stay here. The detective took back his coat and left. See you later. Good evening, Neo-sama. Now let's see. Recovery girl stopped while scrolling through the results of Izuku's blood analysis. She saw the highest concentration of quirk factor ever recorded, but it had to be an error, right? No one would be able to survive with that much in their body. How does a quirkless person even have this in the first place? It had to be an error. Yes, Izuku was quirkless, so far only one person could have so much quirk factor in them, and this person was supposed to be dead. This old computer is going to get replaced as soon as possible, she concluded, gently hitting the screen with her cane twice. For hours later. It wasn't easy, but Izuku managed to calm his mother. He carefully explained what happened at the USJ and even more carefully explained that everyone, he included, was fine and unharmed. And he might have voluntarily not mentioned his injured rib. Inko proceeded to make a lot of katsudon and to call Mitsuki to ask about Katsuki and to tell her Izuku was fine. As if this stupid woman cared about her son's punching bag. After that, Izuku only had one thing to do: wait. He knew that Sensei would bring him to his lair in a way or another after what happened today. However, it was almost midnight and still nothing happened. Izuku was getting curious. All for One said that he had been retired since he was injured, but what if somehow he knew about the attack? He didn't act strange though. Izuku looked again at his clock. It was midnight and 5 minutes. He was about to give up and get undressed, but then the black goo appeared again and he found himself sitting in a chair at Sensei's lair. I'm so relieved to see that you are fine, All for One said almost instantly once Izuku was fully teleported. So you know, it's on every info channel after all. Indeed, I was scared for a moment. Since you decided that you won't use All for One, I'm very skeptical about you getting involved with villains. Sensei handed a cup of tea toward Izuku. About that I used it. The cup of tea fell down. You did? Well then maybe you are finally accepting your natural gift and dash. No, I'm not. Sensei's joy dissipated. I used it because I didn't have any other choice. There was this thing, they called it a Nomu and it had multiple quirks. I used All for One to take some of its powers and fight it. Do you know how such a thing is possible? I mean, have you ever tried to give more than one quirk? All for One looked hesitant. I did, yes. It is as dangerous as giving a single quirk. It destroys the receiver, physically and mentally, turning them into mindless beasts. They do not survive for a long time. When I stole the quirk, I also felt like there were 5 people. I could feel their pain. What kind of person created that? A monster, probably. All for One looked back at the cup of tea. Illegal, make another. There is one more thing. Izuku walked toward Sensei and extended his hand. Could you take them? Greetings, this chapter was supposed to be released for Hallonist, but I kinda got bored and wrote a lot more than I intended. So here it is. Stoneless Chapter 8. Finally got to a chapter within a reasonable time. That's a plus for me. In other news, this is still one of my favorite stories. I'm not even sure if I'm supposed to take this as a positive review, but okay. Go on, smiley face. Pedropedron Chapter 8. What a plot twist. BTW, it should be canon that Recovery Girl's cane has a foil inside. The poor old might. Yes, I'm making this canon for sure. Nyanaya Kitty Face Chapter 8. Is it weird that I could somehow feel that Izuku was going to ask All for One to take the quirks? Now though, I have no idea what happens next. Will he refuse or will he give in to his previously mentioned hunger for other quirks? I'm leaning towards he'll have Izuku keep them. He wants Izuku safe and I feel like he'd vehemently refuse to purposefully make him weaker. Now on to the creation of Nomu and what you said about quirks and souls. First, the Nomu. If I remember right, the Nomu are human that has their bodies modified, altered in order to house multiple quirks for All for One to implant with them. Unfortunately, and luckily, we have not been shown how exactly they are altered. Next, about what you said about the quirk consciousness and souls. Okay, so I don't think that's quite right. My best example from BNHA would be One for All itself. Now please keep in mind that I absolutely SCK at explaining my thoughts, so please bear with me. It doesn't hold the souls of all the past wielders, otherwise All Might's silhouette wouldn't be in it. No, I think it's better to say that it holds small fragments of the previous wielder's conscience. Those fragments then come together to form the collective consciousness of One for All. The best example of being done in comics is Rogue from the X-Men. It has been stated that whenever she steals someone's powers, she not only takes the powers, but also a piece of the personality and consciousness with it, storing it within herself and then unknowingly suppressing it. Also, Mitsuki isn't an insensitive, uncaring, but like her son. She's actually quite polite, respectful, and understanding despite her short fuse and temper. Lastly, IS Recovery Girl about to blow the lid on Izuku. Sorry this review was so long. It's okay without the review answering part. This chapter is about 6,856 words long, about 7654 with the RA part ha. So yes, I was using the word soul to talk about the personalities as you said. I'm kinda abusing of the lore, yes, but it just feels so right at the same time to have each previous holders present in OFA. I'm trying to explore this fact to make the interactions with AFO more interesting. Daruma, the doctor, will not appear a lot in that story, mostly because I just saw the trailer for the next BNHA movie. And honestly, I think it's just going to be a movie about a small AFO killing everyone for no reason until Izuku Detroit smash his face or something, so the process of creating Nomus will not be explained clearly. Next, Mitsuki. Deep breath. This woman is simply the worst mother in the world. At least one person would have told him that Katsuki was a little doo-y, and obviously if she was a responsible mother she would have done something to correct Katsuki's behavior, but no, of course that's not needed. The DMN hero can just walk around and bully innocent quirkless people and anyone he judges inferior when he desires. So yes, Mitsuki is a bad person in this story. And in the end, yes, she might, or no. Well, who knows what this old lady can do with the power of science? This last sentence doesn't really develop anything. I'm just delaying the schedule to make a 8,000 words long chapter, laughing face. Tadatiku 26 Chapter 8. How does he not suspect AFO like I just? Anyways question, which you'll probably give a mysterious answer to. Does Izuku get OFA or does it go to someone like Mirio? That's about when I say, that question will be answered in the next chapter, smiley face. Spoilers, I have no idea of who is about to get OFA right now, laughing face. Nagisa Chapter 8. Why is over half the chapter just weird in? Because there is actually a lot of people reading my fiction, smiley face. Surprisingly, I should start YouTube. Raven Mordrake Chapter 8. As the defeat of the Nomu was very forced, it is impossible that Kirishima is able to contain it even with its hardening. He could not be able to withstand a couple of blows before it breaks. I would like to point out that the Nomu's strength was considerably reduced after Izuku messed up with its quirks. Also yes, if you consider this forced, then I will try to make this less forced and delay the fight on 4 chapters just so it's fair for this poor Nomu, smiley face. Lego Masterlord Chapter 8. The next day. Lego Masterlord's lounge. Izuku! I yelled, get over here. Izuku came to me while running and looked at me, was gasping for breath. What is it now? Griffin's Izuku used AFO. And now he's returning AFO, all for one, S quirks. I explained. I should care why? Izuku asked. Because this Izuku needs training with his quirk, and you are going to train him. I told Izuku while pointing my finger at him. No, he said. It's not an option. I said back at him. Lego Masterlord. All for one yelled while appearing into the lounge. Mike. Kermit said while appearing. I'm sorry, Mike. All for one asked confusedly. Yeah, Mike, Kermit replied. I think I see where this is going, Izuku said to me. Yeah, and it's funny, I said back. Who the hell is Mike? All for one questioned. Mike Beepsike. Kermit yelled. Ha ha ha. I laughed. How dare you make that joke again? All for one growled. Well, it's payback for making all of the world's anime waifus trans, Kermit retorted. Everybody in the lounge stopped what they were doing and looked at Kermit, and everyone's mouths were opened in shock. "We weren't supposed to talk about that here, Kermit," Cell said. "This is a family-friendly fanfiction." "Oh yeah," Kermit nodded. "I looked at the camera that displayed this room and pulled out a AK. We'll be right back after a massive massacre." The camera dropped and showed the floor, and the sounds that were heard were gunshots and screams for mercy. Connection cut. Question: what are you gonna be for Halloween? Goku Black. Merciful. I'll be dressed as Vagar, happy face. The Great Bubba J Chapter 8. Oh Izuku, you hurt poor sensei's heart. He was the chosen one. Crying face. And to Shigui Ouija Chapter 8. Wow, I got mention, I'm honored. I meant to say Izuku and Nomu in autocorrect. SCKS that he wanted to lose the quirks, but it seemed like something he do in character. Of course it is. The doctor told me I didn't have a quirk just because people who are born with quirks do not have an additional joint in their small toe. I made some research about this and I found that there was a close chromosomal linkage between the extra toe joint and a lack of a quirk. And also there is the Chu dash. Quirk factor. Help sense. Wise. The term quirk factor refers to the collective traits that compose a quirk. This includes the primary quirk power as well as all the biological mechanisms that allow said primary power to function properly. Have you learned those definition by heart? Yes. Admitted Izu. I went back to see the doctor multiple times, before and after II. Izuku stopped remembering how chaotic his first experience had been, after I found out I had all for one. Quirk factor doesn't necessarily design DNA or mutations. In fact, every person has a different kind of quirk factor in their body. Most of the time it's some kind of liquid like blood, for example, added all for one, seeing where Izuku was going. The doctor told me that I had no quirk. In a way, I guess he wasn't completely wrong. How does it work? I mean, what kind of quirk doesn't need quirk factor to work? Excellent question. Sadly, I can't give you an answer. Our quirk is a miracle. When you steal a quirk, you take the quirk factor of the user in order to use it. In fact, that's how we can take as many quirks as we want. I already explained that almost no one can have more than one quirk at the same time. That's because their body can't adapt. The DNAs do not merge correctly or it's too complex. I'm not sure about this part. But all for one, it makes everything possible. We have no limit. Our body becomes some kind of universal key for DNA. So if I wanted, I could take every quirk on the planet and use them without risking to get hurt. Yes, I know you will not like this example, but take the other trash, your old friend Katsuki. His quirk should burn him, right? Well, it doesn't, because his body is adapted to his quirk. The same would happen if you used all for one to take his quirk. However, if you were to transfer this quirk to someone who doesn't possess all for one, well, I guess you can deduce the suit by yourself. I think so. Thank you, Sensei. Present time. Good morning, Nizu. Recovery girl was surprised to see walls of papers surrounding Nizu's desk. What happened here? Oh, hello, Chio. Don't worry about the mess, I'm just trying to figure out a thing for two about the security breach. The USJ? But I thought that we had the full scenario. Do we? The heroine managed to reach the desk without pushing down any of the piles. I just have a crazy theory, but that would be too long to explain. Is anything wrong? Asking for an augmentation? As if you would give any No, in fact I'm here to ask for a new computer. The actual one is losing his mind faster than I do. But the principal grabbed a paper behind him without looking. Yes, it's here. We bought it 3 months ago. Well, I can't work with an equipped that sends my students on the moon when I'm trying to get them home. Yes, maybe that wasn't the right way to explain the situation. I get it. But can I at least have the full version before we invest into a complete informatics setup for the infirmary? You see, Izuku Midoriya was injured at the USJ, just a broken rib. The principal chuckled at that. Something funny? Just a broken rib? Oh please, I know it hurts a lot, but it could have been worse. I can't make bones grow back, but I can stick them back. May I continue now? Yes, sorry. Well, I wanted to take a sample of his blood to prevent any infection. And when I finally had the results, I saw the highest concentration of quirk factor I had ever seen. Recovery girl took out a paper sheet from her pocket and gave it to Nizu. At this point I'm not even sure he would still be alive, huh? Yes, we are going to invest right now. For once you take something seriously. Anyway, thank you. I should go check Shota now. He is too stubborn to sleep when he should. Recovery girl left the principal's office. Oh. Looks like I'm going to be able to reduce my field of research. I came here as fast as I could. All Might entered a white room in his skeleton form. Few people had access to this room. Are you alright? I heard that he crushed Dash. The detective pointed a finger at All Might's belly, but the symbol of peace dismissed him with a wave of his hand. I'm fine, but Dash. All Might felt that something was wrong. While he was fighting this creature he saw something, but he can't exactly say what. But... And nothing. What about our friend here? All Might stood next to Neo Mesa in front of a great window. Behind the Nomu who attacked at the day was heavily restrained and slightly looking around him. He doesn't speak, doesn't react to pain. Well, as long as we aren't directly interacting with its head, but it's not completely liveless. In fact, when we arrived here it seemed very cooperative. Cooperative? Let's just say he didn't give us any kind of trouble. Our forensic team made some analysis. No Mesa handed All Might a bunch of files. He doesn't look like that anymore. Nomu was supposed to be a small thug, not a giant as great as All Might. Check the others. All Might did. At least 6 different DNAs were found within the creature. With those files we managed to identify which quirk this creature had. Noted All Might. 3 are missing, or at least we can't find any trace of their quirk factor, it's just gone. Strength enhancer, speed and reflexes. I don't think the one who created this thing simply decided to not use this quirks. Something is wrong here. I have checked again what the students told me. So far only Izuku Midoriya seemed to be aware that this creature wasn't human and had more than one quirk, though I'm not suggesting anything. Some of them, especially Tenya Ida, told me that he was making amazing analysis in some sort of notebooks collection. He does? I wasn't aware. He hates you, coldly announced the detective. In response he only received a confused look from All Might. Eraser told me what happened during his first day with you as his teacher. It didn't go well. I just wanted to dash. Protect him. I know, you didn't have any bad intentions, but you didn't have any consideration either. This kid hates to be looked down on, and you managed to make it clear that you thought he would get gravely injured. He didn't tell me how it ended. Did he win? Win? He aced the exercise without a single scratch. See, you have the bad tendency to misjudge people. Izuku is strong. Everyone in his class told me that he was the one who helped Tenya to warn the other heroes when both Aizawa and 13 couldn't help them, you know. He might be a good successor. You think? Kamen-toshi, you were in the same situation than him. He must have been through a lot to get here. Sensei was in a bad mood. Izuku had been sitting on a chair for around 1 hour watching All for One throw everything he saw against the wall. Izuku couldn't say if it was funny or not. All for One looked so calm each time he did throw something, but he was also putting a lot of strength in each movements. I just can't quite figure out why you want me to take the quirks you earned. Because it's wrong. Those quirks were forced into this dash. Nomu completed All for One. Whyus? Did I say its name before? Izuku didn't remember talking about the creature or mentioning its name. You did when you came here. You don't remember? It was the first time Izuku ever felt that Sensei was hesitant. And no, I meant to say that these people didn't accept to become this? Who would? If only Izuku knew how many people are desperate outside to get more power. All for One didn't do anything, Daruma did. Think even more, what if those quirks used to belong to criminals? If you gave back their quirks, they would only use them once again to hurt other people. It's not what I mean. It's wrong. I can't just take someone else's quirk and use it because I would be better than them. They are not. Even here to reclaim it, it's such a waste, Sensei concluded with disgust in his voice. He turned around and walked toward his chair. Please, I don't want to argue with you again about what I'm doing with All for One. I'm not like you and I will never be. I just can't. You helped me so much, but you did something wrong dash. Before Izuku could say anything else, All for One was above him staring at him. Be careful about your next words. You tried to make me perfect when I can't be so. Fine, if I really need those quirks I will take them, but I'm not ready yet. All for One didn't move for a second, then he relaxed and sighed. I can't say important not satisfied at all. You are improving, Sensei extend his hand, you know what to do. Izuku grabbed Sensei's hand and focused. The next day. Finally the end of the week, Izuku didn't receive any report from Recovery Girl and apparently Aizawa was still recovering from his injuries. Technically he was fine, according to the mail the students received, and he would be able to work on Monday. Achiko had invited Izuku at her apartment with Tenya, Momo and Tsuyu, but he declined. He looked very tired and his friends might ask questions about this. Also there was a detail which kept bothering him. Back at the Nomu ripped All Might's shirt around his belly and it didn't look like an injury or a scar. The closest thing Izuku had ever seen was the flesh of the Nomu while he was regenerating. A messed up pack of flesh, but in the end it might not be what it looks like. Maybe it's some kind of side effect to All Might's quirk? Maybe that's why he keeps it as a secret. Originally Izuku planned to go around Dagoba Municipal Beach Park to dive into his notebooks without being disturbed. He could go to the park right next to his apartment, but he ended up not going around here at all as it wasn't well frequented. Around 1 year after they met, Sensei authorized Izuku to stay at his lair after school had ended. Each time he did, he would run as fast as he could even if Katsuki and his lackeys weren't following him. At first All for One would just spend his time sleeping or looking at a lot of empty screens for no apparent reason, but one day he got curious and asked Izuku what he was doing with his notebooks. 1 year ago. Analysis? You are probably the first person I ever see doing such a thing about quirks, but tell me, what exactly are you looking for? WL. Everything, what it can do, how it works, its limits, its weaknesses, what it could do. I'm just doing this as a hobby. Izuku wasn't looking at Sensei, but he knew that the man was smiling. Just a hobby? My intuition tells me that this might not be the whole truth, such a fascination for quirk. Sensei turned around the table at which Izuku was sitting and stood in front of him. You think you can do better than them? It wasn't the first time Izuku found himself in such a situation. Sensei would sit in front of him and say something, which Izuku would try to deny without being able to. Because it was true, deep inside of him he knew that if he was doing this, that's only because if he had those quirks that makes everyone else so special and normal, he would be way more stronger than them. No, in fact, you know you can be better than them. Izuku tightened his grip around his pen, but you are too kind to do what you want, too restricted, so instead you keep writing your analysis like if you were taking some drag. I admire that. You are very resistant to temptation. Honestly, I'm not. Present time. The next week All for One had brought books about propaganda. Izuku couldn't refuse to read them. In the end it was really interesting, if you ignore the fact that Sensei was constantly adding comments about how Edward Bernays was a genius for somehow creating what would later become the basics of the heroic propaganda. How to control someone without using violence or repression. What's even the difference here? The conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of our country, Izuku quoted as he walked. Even weirder, it had been proved, since a few centuries, that 50 amateur players of chess were as smart as a world champion, or almost. Obviously at the USJ the villains didn't have this ability to think together. Sensei would say that humans are humans, and that they can't think together to achieve great things unless there is something stronger above them, or something similar. As if Izuku expected something different coming from the greatest puppet master of all time. Somewhere else. Another one, half of the furniture had been destroyed since they came back from the USJ. Kurogyari gave up on calming Tamura. Sensei didn't do anything. He simply called and told Tamura to not give up, that he did great. And until now the leader of the league kept walking around like a zombie. Then he would stop, stare at the void, grab the nearest chair and throw it at a nearby wall, and finally mutter something about a stupid brat, which of course had to be Sensei's other protege. Do you know how much all of this costs? Asked the bartender, masking his anger. Oh, shut up, you can just steal it back. Fair point. However, now the heroes would know it was him. Kurogyari knew that once Tamura would launch his attack on the USJ there would be no escape. All for One's infernal machine was already set into motion. Could you at least share what's on your mind? This kid. That's the problem. This time Kurogiri was the Cybele for the next row. He barely ducked under the counter. He did something to the Nomo. He ruined everything. Even the doctor said that it was impossible to mess with a Nomo like that. He cheated. Cheated. That's how Tamura justified every defeat at first. Then he would be more rational and try to overcome his weaknesses. Or he would just keep acting like a child. This kind of behavior seemed strange as All for One chose to give him his empire. Kurogiri hardly understood what his master saw in Tamura. Somewhere else. Izuku ended up at the beach. In fact, it was a garbage dump. No one goes here unless they have to drop an old fridge or microwave. Here he wrote his last 3 notebooks, not about heroes but this time about villains. For years ago. Happy Halloween, dear Izuku. If you are celebrating this, of course. Honestly, I thought you might hate this day. I do not, well, not all aspects. Do you know about the origins of Halloween? You are going to tell me, I guess. I would die if I let you drowning in the darkness of ignorance. I'll keep it simple, it's boring to be honest. It's some kind of Celtic tradition to mark the end of the harvesting season and the beginning of winter. During this short period of time, spirit would come out and eat the harvests. That's why people are leaving candies outside. So the people disguised as monsters are really just here for the joke, huh? Well, if you do not believe in ghosts, that's your problem, concluded Sensei with a wide smile. Izuku was suddenly suspicious. What if I do not believe in ghosts? It's not real, right? He wasn't scared. After all, the strongest person in the world, or at least close from All Might's level, stood right in front of him. I never lie, Izuku, I only suggest things. But yes, you can say that in a way ghosts may exist. Now Izuku was being toyed with and he hated that. Okay, fine, ghosts exist. Haha, Izuku couldn't say if Sensei was happy because he managed to scare him or if he was serious about ghosts existing. You know, this reminds me of some comics I used to read. You would be impressed by how scarce some were. In fact, as it's Halloween, let me tell you about one of my favorite villains, not because they are strong or smart, but because they are the kind of villain that doesn't exist nowadays. All for One offered Izuku to sit closer from him. Do you know about a hero called the Flash? Why, yeah, is he the one with super speed? Yes, he is. I do not really like the main story. In the end, it was simply too confused and... Let's just get back to our main subject. Tonight I'm going to talk about Zoom. Izuku checked his phone. It was only 6 p.m. but he shouldn't tell All for One. Zoom? As Professor Zoom? The reverse flash dash. No, not at all. This one is a pathetic joke of a villain. Yes, he can hurt the hero, but he can't kill him or simply kill all his friends. He is just too limited to be dangerous. The Zoom I'm talking about is a true monster. Izuku never expected to discover that Sensei was almost a comics fanatic. In fact, he liked to see All for One like this. Zoom was born on another Earth. Because yes, in this universe the multiverse exists and there is even a cubic planet. His name was Hunter. Zalaman. When he was young, his father killed his mother in front of him because... I can't remember why, sorry. Izuku felt embarrassed. If Sensei was trying to tell a scary story, then he was really bad at his job. This incident brought him on a path of crime and horror. He was arrested multiple times and finally Hunter was sent to an asylum. One night during a sessions of treatment, he was caught in the explosion of a particle accelerator. That's how he received his superpowers. He became the faster man in his universe. Just like the Flash? At first, yes, but he wanted more. He found a way to increase his speed with a drag, but soon he discovered that it was killing him. So he found another way. He could steal the speed of other people like him, people with access to the Speed Force. He became unstoppable. No, not really, right? The Flash must have found a way to stop him. Zoom was his worst enemy. He took the identity of another speedster to infiltrate the team of the Flash and fight him at the same time. But how? The Flash would have noticed that when he was fighting Zoom, Hunter wasn't here, right? That's where it gets interesting. The Flash could never stop him because Zoom was the only speedster able to be in 2 places at the same time. He called that a time remnant. Speedsters can time travel, you see. The idea of this trick is to dash time travel right before you do so. Right. In response, Izuku got a wide smile and a warm nod. The Flash was desperate to find a way to defeat him. He tried everything, even to trap him once he had discovered Zoom's identity, but it didn't work. Zoom was too strong. He had something dark inside of him, Sensei sighed. But in the end I guess that the comic was getting unpopular as the Flash never won against him. So Zoom started losing. The Flash suddenly became stronger than him. He even managed to beat him with his time remnant and steal his own trick to defeat him. So, Zoom was arrested? No, he became even stronger. During their last fight he was transformed. As a punition for stealing the speed of other speedsters, the Speed Force transformed him, a Selvi, a hunter who could erase speedsters who messes with time from our reality. Sensei remembered the comic in his head, Zoom's last moments. His brothers was sad for the Flash. Zoom had killed a lot of people that he loved, but he never considered Zoom's fate and story. That's Dash. Izuku stopped, but he still caught Sensei's attention. That was a great story. Can you tell me about another one? Yes, of course. Let's see. How about Cicada? Their personalities were so interesting, so different compared to the heroes. Izuku was inspired. He ended up liking the people the society hated the most. Each night of Halloween, Sensei would tell him stories about fake or true villains, sometime about heroes, but usually it would not end up well for them. Izuku was sitting on the top of an old truck wheel. He had a notebook opened on his legs, intent to write about the villains of the USJ, Kurogiri and Tamura. He also thought about the Nomo for a moment, but that would be useless. This thing had no personality and too much quirks to be predictable. He wrote the name of the missed villain. And then nothing. Izuku had no idea of how he should start with him. He went to the next page and it happened again. Each time he tries to write a word he felt sick. Each time he tried he saw himself standing in front of the Nomu, unable to do anything. It was done. The USJ was behind him. Why was he so scared? His phone rang. His mother just sent a message. Izuku read, "Sorry, I know that you are working on your notebooks right now, but I really felt like you need to think about something else, considering what just happened. In fact, I too need some distraction. I'm about to collapse somewhere." Happy face. "Anyway, it's been a while. I'm asking you to invite your friend who helped you, and now might be the perfect time to do so." Izuku didn't read further. His mother just invited all for one for dinner. Izuku put back his phone in his bag and thought about what he may have forgot to say to his mother, like the fact that Sensei looks and is a villain. Well, former, he is probably way older than 3 generations of his family reunited, and finally all for one may or may not be, all the time, a megalomaniac control freak and genius in politics and propaganda. At this point Izuku didn't even know if he was supposed to tell her everything or simply said that his friend politely denied. How was he even supposed to contact Sensei? It was almost nighttime and his lair was too far away to... Izuku felt a familiar liquid envelope him along with his belongings. He ended up at Sensei's lair. "I'm ready," declared all for one as soon as Izuku arrived. How? Izuku wasn't angry but more frustrated. "You said you were blind. And how do you have access to my phone messages in the first place?" "I'm blind but I can still hear." Sensei grabbed a remote next to his chair and pointed it at the usually empty screens. He pressed the buttons and all the TVs produced sounds at the same time. Each seemed to be displaying a different channel, so the sound wasn't very tolerable. Seeing that this was disturbing Izuku, all for one switched off all the screens. "When I'm not too tired I use this to stay informed. Every information is stocked in my head despite the chaos thanks to a quirk. That doesn't explain how Dash. I may have modified you phone a bit. And spied on your conversations." Now Izuku was glaring. Sensei, you can't blame me for trying to protect you." "From what? If you ever find yourself in trouble I will know it, and I might be able to help you. Each time I asked if you had a phone you told me you didn't. Because I can't. What if someone finds out about our relationship? That could lead them directly to me, and trust me you would be in danger as much as me anyway. How do I look?" All for one didn't change anything. He was still wearing his old costume along with his black mask. "I guess you might give her a heart attack." "You never told her, do you? That's why she keeps referring to me as your friend." "Very well, that will be the perfect time to do so." "Why are you torturing me like this?" "Torturing? Please, this might be the most enjoyable night I will ever have this month." All for one knew that Izuku didn't like this idea at all. In fact, if it wasn't for Izuku he would never have accepted to meet his mother. 5 years ago. All for one had a rather rough time with Daruma. The doctor kept delaying the production of the Nomu. He would always ask for more funds or quirks to run some test. Talk about moral harassment? This man never stopped to remind All for One that his wounds might be permanent. He accepted his treatment before the doctor left. But the Lord of Crime never took it. He knew it was ineffective unless he had a terrible headache. The door opened. Izuku was late, very late. About 10 minutes earlier he concluded that the kid would not come this afternoon, but in the end he was here. However, something was wrong. The door opened slowly compared to the other days, and Izuku didn't even say, "Good afternoon," or the equivalent. As All for One focused his vision on the kid, he smelled something strange: blood, dust and burns. He got out of his chair, tearing off some cables which were connected to his mask at the same time. "Izuku!" As he reached him, the kid was already falling on his knees. Sensei grabbed his head, but then he quickly removed his hand as he felt a liquid running along his fingers. He was losing too much blood. All for One didn't have any quirk inside him which might help Izuku at this time. He looked back at the desk next to his chair. The doctor pills, they weren't made for any people, but Izuku wasn't any people. He was All for One. He was strong enough. Those pills were made to boost the immune system and accelerate body healing by unlocking its limits. All for One could take it without trouble with the infinite quantity of strength enhancement quirk he had within him. He carried Izuku to his chair and installed him. But Izuku never experienced such a thing. He did not have much choice. Either Izuku would live or he would die from the effect of the pills. Sensei opened his mouth and placed 2 pills inside it. Then he forced a glass of water inside Izuku's throat. If he was correct, even unconscious, his body would try to spit it out or swallow by reflex. In that case, he had to force Izuku's mouth to stay closed until the kid ingested the pills. Nothing happened during the first minutes. All for One tried to cover Izuku's wounds with whatever he had. Then, without any warning, Izuku coughed violently. His body was shaking like if there was an earthquake. Sensei couldn't reach him during this time. It felt like hours. He couldn't judge if Izuku was still alive or not. His skin became white as snow. Izuku finally seemed to calm down. His injuries had disappeared. Whatever there was in those pills, it was very powerful. But now All for One had another problem. He had an unconscious kid who looked like a zombie laying on his personal chair, and it was around 8 p.m. He considered his options and did the most logical thing he could do. Here we are. Izuku wasn't ashamed to show to All for One that he loved with his mother in a very small apartment. In fact, he was really surprised and relieved by the fact that no one noticed him walking with Sensei. Even if he knew about some of Sensei's quirks, he hardly believed about the one who could hide his presence from most people around him. "Is something wrong?" asked Izuku as he saw Sensei staring at the door. "Oh, sorry, I was thinking about something else for a minute. Sensei already came here. In fact, he can clearly remember this place." Izuku grabbed the door handle with a shaking hand and pushed the door open. Almost immediately both him and Sensei could smell a sweet and tasty odor of pork. Both of them immediately thought about a nice plate of katsudon. "I am home," announced Izuku. "But I read your message. Did they come along?" asked his mother from the kitchen with an enthusiastic tone. "Wise." They accepted. Izuku could hardly bring himself to answer with happiness in his voice, but he had to do so, with a big and as natural as possible smile, or else his mother might actually call the cops heroes or have an heart attack. Hopefully none of that will happen, right? Izuku was begging for a miracle, just this once. Izuku didn't move. He stood in place while Sensei entered and closed the door behind him. They heard a chair being moved. Izuku's mom appeared in the corridor. "Well, Inko stopped when she discovered the tall man wearing what looked like a tuxedo and a metal mask shaped in the form or a skull in the corridor, slightly waving at her. "Sorry, I didn't expect you to come here dresses like that," she apologized after staring at her guest for a moment. Izuku actually believed he was dreaming. His mother did not overreact. In fact, she was very natural. Was she thinking that Sensei was wearing a costume? "It's nothing. I should be the one to apologize for coming here in such a state, but however I must inform you that I do not have much choice for my defense." All for One walked toward Inko and extended his hand, inviting Izuku's mom to shake it. Inko grabbed it with both of her hands, which surprised All for One for a moment as he found Inko's hands to be very warm and welcoming. "It's nothing really. I understand and do not blame you. Please make yourself at home," she gestured all for one to follow her toward what seemed to be the living room. Izuku was about to ask his mother if she was feeling okay, but right as he was about to do it, his phone rang. It was Achiko. He had to answer. What could happen if he left Sensei and his mother together for about 5 minutes? Sorry, I should really answer. I'll be right back. He apologized before running inside his bedroom. All for one chuckled for a moment. He too did not expect Inko to react like this, so he really enjoyed to watch Izuku's confusion. I have been thinking about doing this for years now. Inko approached from a drawer and took a piece of paper from it. Do you remember? Inko handed it to All for One. Even if he couldn't see how it looked physically, he knew what was this piece of paper. 5 years ago. Inko was really worried now. Izuku wasn't answering his phone, and he always went back home before 7 p.m. It was almost completely dark outside already. She was about to call the police when someone knocked at the door. Izuku! She called, running toward the door at the same time. But Inko didn't receive any answer. She opened the door to find no one, except her son laying in front of the door. He looked very pale. Inko was about to scream as loud as she could, ready to call an ambulance, hell, even drag her son across all the city to the closest hospital if she had to. She grabbed her son's hand. He was still breathing. In fact, it's almost as if he was only sleeping. Inko grabbed her son by his shoulders and brought him on the couch in the living room. She was heading toward the phone when she noticed that something fell off from Izuku's pocket. A letter? There was no envelope. She started reading. Hello, I dash. Sorje thayu fkwindi your son in dash. Inko stopped for a moment. It was simply really badly written. She skipped most of what she couldn't decipher. I dash. USN's friend D. It came to MJ house and D he looked D riand OISCK. Place tahi karo f him. I will be honest with you, this was really confusing at first, but after a few days Izuku was feeling better and I asked him about this and who was this friend of him. Of course I noticed that since a few months he was getting back home around half an hour after the usual time. Inko offered a chair at the same time to All for One, which he accepted, simply nodding. He never said much about you. He only said that he happened to meet you and that I shouldn't be worried. He was fine. Ha. He wasn't lying. He did happen to meet me. He ended up running into my house by accident. I do not regret this at all. He is such a good kid. All for One looked again at the letter. I'm sorry, I do not even remember what I wrote. You can't see? That's why it was so dash. I can see, but only forms. I managed to write this before bringing Izuku back here. Honestly, I had no intention to scare you, so I left as soon as I had brought him back to his home. Silence for a moment. Did he talk about our quirk? Inko took a moment to think about this. Well, Izuku didn't specify anything concerning your quirk, but it sounded pretty obvious. I have so much to ask you. Since Izuku discovered his quirk, I felt like I became distant with him, unable to help him, to give him the protection and the love he needed. All for One used his quirk to analyze the room. There were only 2 bedrooms. This place was barely big enough for one person to live inside. Where is Izuku? Never talks about his father. All for One tried to hide his question. Asking this kind of things directly when he can guess the answer doesn't seem appropriate. Hisashi is dash. Even Inko did not look like she had a precise answer. Working away, he sends us money every month. But he never calls and never answers either. I shouldn't have asked this question. It's fine. In fact, it shows that you care about my Izuku. I'm even more happy to see that he finally found a friend who cares about him. Let me guess, you knew about Katsuki Bakugo too? Asked All for One. Inko implied this fact clearly. Maybe she did it on purpose? I offered my help to Izuku multiple times, but he denied it. He said that Katsuki wasn't a bad person, so I did nothing, but on the same day you received my letter it was clearly the said, not-so-bad person, who brought your son to the doors of death. Inko was staring blankly at All for One. I knew about this too. Izuku didn't have any injuries. I do not know if you healed him somehow, but his clothes definitely smelled like ashes. I have met this odor too many times to be honest. You never try to talk with his parents? Or Izuku's teachers? From what I understood, they never took any kind of action to correct Katsuki's behavior. What would they win? What would they obtain by helping a useless and weak, quirkless kid? It hurt Inko to say those words. It never stopped and I knew it wouldn't. Honestly, I was scared because one day I knew that Izuku might have enough of this and he would dash. Please not now. All for One put his hand on Inko's shoulder and pointed a finger toward Izuku's bedroom. Rejoice, for him, he is happy now and tomorrow he will be. Do not waste this evening. Inko closed her eyes. She stopped sobbing and smiled instead. Yes, you are right. Also, I still have a lot of questions for you. Izuku came back a few minutes later. Achiko asked him if he was okay to hang out with the class during the weekend to breathe a bit after what happened at the USJ. He accepted, of course. While he was talking with her, he heard his mom and All for One laughing from the living room. It felt a chord to see his mom getting accustomed so quickly to the presence of the most feared villain in the world. Well, almost nowadays. Izuku didn't want to exit his room right now. He wanted to let All for One and his mother alone for a little while. Izuku didn't remember the last time since they had received someone here. In fact, Izuku felt like All for One was almost like a... He turned around to look at his desk in which he had dropped Sensei's gloves. Izuku smiled. What could possibly go wrong now? So, you made your decision? Should I call Dash? No, Nedzu. That won't be necessary. Mirio isn't the one I chose. The principal looked and was genuinely surprised. Well, then who? A friend of mine made me realize that I wasn't. No, shouldn't necessarily look for a strong successor. All Might grabbed a picture from his pocket and showed it to Nedzu. Here, the next user of One for All. Midoriya Izuku, simply said the principal as he looked at the picture.